My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft. (87792R2) EE29Y82 8XQV244 and Omnitrans. This is Route 83 at what is 7:01 a.m. traveling northbound on Euclid Avenue, where Omnitrans is systematically engaged in gang stalking in the city of Ontario, where I remain in any facilitating venue. They're monitoring while I'm at Starbucks, they're monitoring while I'm at the library, they're monitoring while I'm walking down the street, they're monitoring not just based on my physical location, but with regard to crossing path, they are monitoring. And so is the Ontario International Airport right now, where the fake sun is, where Impossible Light is present, and the entity is crossing path in the sky space. You'll see a donut underway, just like they're doing over Economy N, deviating miles away from any airport, having nothing to do with any arrival or departure. The same pattern of conduct, though, in that environment that follows is the fake sunrise, not at Metro 102, not at Economy N at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, not at the Tabor Professional Building, where it would be precisely aimed on that G Street where I'm standing, and I capture it within my camera lens because it's not going to be the same angle. I'm not going to have the same picture captured, same sky space, but it is when the fake sun is moving as I move, and that is proven to be the person that is being targeted by everyone in that environment that follows you, which are demons. So that's what's underway right now at 7:03 a.m. and those license plates represent the people of the state who are stalking with Impossible Light as I stand in the shade. Demons, stalkers. 03682Y2. License 97240A4. License 9WP, I can't see that one, 9NUT127-31235B4. 7370123. They're all engaged in federal stalking under Title 18. 9AGB148, and they're all engaged in the conspiracy to commit murder while they're engaged in federal stalking with the government. They're doing so also with the unlawful intent to obstruct justice, which is already established as the criminal pattern of conduct of the state that is doing so and engaging in that ongoing conspiracy. While engaging in what is monitoring the evidence and seeking to obstruct justice for being held accountable for what they are being documented for, while conspiring to murder and engaging in federal stalking and doing so. And that's the significance of the specific environment where the population is gang stalking me. This is where the entity is engaged in. You'll see reflected on the Google Drive for today, by the way. It is August 8th, 2025. It's currently 7:04 a.m. And the entity is engaged in federal stalking, monitoring the podcast that I uploaded in full for August 7, 2025. And this is where I stand, where the population is crossing paths as an entity, meaning they are pacing. These are demons, one entity that are maintaining presence. And as I'm sitting in the shade, I'm being, impossible light is ricocheting all over the place. And that's the impossible occurrence, the supernatural feature, what is coexisting with people who are present, who look to the left and right like it's not happening. And that's going to be the very evidence to diagnose them for mental illness. It's built into the pattern of conduct. And that's also where the airport, that is specifically Amazon Prime. That is gang stalking right now, crossing path at D Street and Euclid, where the people of the state are sharing in that audible activity. This is a Latino male. Operation of his communication device, stalking at the intersection at 7 o'clock. Remember, Alex Escobar is here, gang stalking at 12:51 in the afternoon. His license plate is 9KWH860. You'll see the fake sun in the images where Amazon Prime is gang stalking with the people. License 105 2050 5SHR 733 9NPL 370. And Amazon Prime is gang stalking just like the Ontario Police is gang stalking with the other corrupt company, UPS, where the fake sun is going to be seen, showing you what is a pattern of conduct shared by an entity, all right? An entity that is engaging in the elements of monitoring. And Amazon Prime is acting in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder while engaging in the unprecedented 8URV150 conspiracy to murder an American citizen. That Amazon Prime is gang stalking. That is myself under a fake sun, stalking me in commercial planes in order to psychologically torture me. In furtherance of committing murder as an entity, and doing so with the intent to harass and terrorize and threaten my life, while Amazon Prime is keeping my evidence under surveillance as an entity and is engaging in more of that ongoing harmful conduct, that corrupt practice in concert with Alan D. WAPNER and the Ontario International Airport. That's the city, that's the government, while Amazon Prime is a corrupt company profiting off of criminal activity. All right, and that's the significance of flying over the intersection while engaging in the elements of monitoring, relevant positioning, light activity coexisting with the demons, the license plates that I'm reading. And you also have relevant evidence proving that Amazon Prime and the people of the state are gang stalking with the government. And that is Alex Escobar's criminal activity documented at this same address, which is 333 North Euclid Avenue at the U.S. Bank, which is where I'm at yesterday. At a later time, the day before that, I am here again at a later time at 7:06 a.m., which is where the sun is rising. And remember, at 7:16 a.m., 10 minutes from now, I'm at Economy Inn, as I documented earlier mid-July, I went to Economy Inn as of July 15th, and that's where the entity has the fake sun, and that's where you'll see UPS gang stalking on video, and the City of Ontario gang stalking by helicopter, by flying over where that fake sun is over me as I'm facing west in that parking lot, and that's on video as well. And that's where you're prosecuting the businesses that are engaged in what is the corrupt means of surveillance while hiding under logos, where the demon-possessed are engaging in that with regard to what they have at their disposal, using your vehicle while you're gang stalking. Ontario Montclair School District is a gang stalker, license 1617907, while the entity, the City of Ontario, is migrating as I migrate. That is flying over what is C Street and Euclid Avenue. So I'll go ahead and show you that. That is UPS flying what is west and making a U-turn, turning directly back around. This is the entity that has These are not flights where they're going anywhere. Where they're going is engaging and pacing around me, and they're doing it where the fake sun is. And the fake sun is here, as I've documented, well into the afternoon. And as of before 2025, I'm at these same locations at 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the evening. This is the same street, big picture. The fake sun that's setting at the OVITT Family Community Library at 6:22 p.m. is speaking to what license 9LTN 498 is doing, which is stalking as an entity under a 7 a.m. sun. Okay? Because across the street where the OVITT Family Community Library is, and the fake sun is right now at 7:06 a.m., where Amazon Prime and UPS are amongst the corrupt airlines that are engaging in gang stalking with the population that I'm identifying by license plate, 8BJB012, are sharing in the criminal pattern of conduct. And so is Alan D. WAPNER, the Ontario International Airport, which represents the government. Amazon Prime and UPS represent the people of the state. And that's the federal RICO case, as a population is sharing in that criminal pattern of conduct, which is executed for the purpose of conspiring to commit murder of that targeted individual who was proven to be targeted in that specific environment amongst an entity, not amongst an individual. All right, the entity that's acting and the license plate that I read, the logos that I document, they represent what is an entity that is acting together. And that's the significance of Alex Escobar being at the same address at 12:51 in the afternoon, and Amazon Prime gang stalking me with the demons that are at the same intersection, going to the U.S. Bank ATM at 7:09 in the morning. Okay, that's the significance, because the evidence of the sun not going anywhere, that's the evidence of where surveillance is underway through commercial actors like Amazon Prime, who are conspiring to murder American citizens that they are keeping under surveillance, 7VLK539, while simultaneously making money with the government that's engaging in that targeting system, 8VZE783, 46581R3. And not only is Amazon Prime and UPS and every other airline gang stalking, the entity is engaging in the sex offense of molesting my person in order to keep me under surveillance. And that is the prosecution of these businesses not only as domestic terrorists, but as sex offenders and as those who are hostile to the constitutional rights of American citizens, because Amazon Prime knows that it's being documented, and Amazon Prime is hostile to that documentation, hostile to the rights of American citizens, which is what I represent. And Amazon Prime is documented as one that engages in more violence in concert, and, for example, seeking to obstruct justice by harassing, psychologically torturing, engaging in more, for example, the elements of monitoring. Amazon Prime will surround me in vehicles as I document. I've documented these demons doing this already. They're on the wrong side of history, and it's also going to be used to prosecute and speak to the truth about how these companies are hostile to the U.S. Constitution and to American citizens, that they are profiting off of. Also, that's Southwest Airlines, that's headquartered in Dallas, Texas. And so the people of the state whom I'm about to document right now are gang stalking with the city of Ontario. That's following as I am walking around Gloria's Cochinas, 333 North Euclid Avenue. This is the intersection where I'm at, and you'll see the fake sun where Southwest Airlines is again moving as I move. They're not flying over the Ontario Town Square because I'm not at 224 North Euclid Avenue. Okay, they're not flying over the Economy Inn south. They're flying west right now. They're flying south over the hotel building, okay, because I'm in that building at the Economy Inn Hotel. They're flying, hovering, not taking off from any airport that's miles away. They're hovering at a low elevation, which is coexisting with amplified audible activity where the fake sun is present. And I'm at Gloria's Cochinas on this same street, like I stated. Alex Escobar of the Ontario Police Department, who was going to federal prison, is merely one example of showing you the documentation of what is an entity stalking under a fake sun, which is putting the target, the bullseye, on the entity that is going to federal prison, gang stalking police officers who are psychopaths who commit murder as an entity. The entity facilitates such violence with third parties such as UPS, such as Southwest Airlines, UPS that's using both its employees, like Alex Escobar is acting with, creating light activity under that fake sun at this U.S. bank. I'm here at 7 o'clock in the natural environment where the sun is also somehow going to be in Florida. Anywhere in Florida, in any other location, let alone, and I'm documenting the supernatural. That's where Southwest Airlines is targeting, and Southwest Airlines does so with knowledge of what I documented about them yesterday, about what's published online. They're both engaging in the conspiracy to commit murder, having already engaged in attempted murder as an entity, is engaged in federal stalking, pursuant to also evidence against that company and against the state. This is the series of offenses that company, which is within what the entity is engaging in, and that's relevant to the federal RICO case, how you're going to prosecute civilly and criminally. And Southwest Airlines is clearly stalking because the fake sun is here and it's still here later in the afternoon. And they're also doing so while I'm in a clearly different location. And you're seeing the entity not hovering over the town square where they're acting like they're taking off there, but now they're taking off right over here where the U.S. Bank is located, where Gloria's Cochinas is located, where they're doing donuts in the sky space, where you will see the fake sun in alignment to me. That's the entity that's engaging that. But don't forget, remember, when I'm on Omnitrends yesterday, because that's what I'm documenting, the entity that's keeping the fake sun at the Metro 1 and 2 apartments where United Airlines, FedEx Airlines, UPS, and Southwest are hovering over that apartment complex where that fake sun is stationary. And yesterday, I juxtaposed that with being dynamic, meaning it's both remaining where I stand, where the demons of the Ontario International Airport, who are stalking right here at 333 North Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is, this is the crime scene, and that's where stalking with commercial planes is identified and proven. And as I'm on the bus, the entity has the fake sun. Today, the fake sun is remaining where I'm at, standing in a parking lot, and the entity is stalking with planes. So I'm reading to you, reciting the demons that are gang stalking Amazon Prime, Southwest Airlines, United Airlines, UPS Airlines. Hovering, stalking in commercial planes is the evidence of mental illness. The entity is not engaged in anonymous conduct. The entity is going to be reported. The entity is going to produce identities. The entity is going to be subject to both diagnosis and, you're talking about federal prison. This is the removal of demons that are in position. Alan D. Wapner is gang stalking while this is underway on his watch. And it's the same with every corrupt actor. This is exactly what the entity is watching me expose them. And the entity is engaging in this. And this is in furtherance of committing murder. This is why Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. This is why Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. This is why Eric Corey Spencer is going to federal prison. And everyone else that engaged in defaming my character while gang stalking me with this government, who is on a daily basis providing evidence to put each of those aforesaid defendants, criminally defaming me while gang stalking me with this government in order to steal my property, while they are still engaging in targeting and they're still engaging in psychological torture. Despite the fact that it's already been exposed and the federal government is aware of it, the federal government has been gang stalking me for years. I just want to be clear. So this is speaking to the unclean hands that the federal government has. Nonetheless, I am getting justice, but this is relevant to the prosecution of the government. All right, and the entity is going to federal prison for it. 7:15 a.m. All right, this is P.O.C. Alrighty, this is Southwest Airlines. Just want you to see that. Unmistakable identification of that company. That is a third party. Sorry, let me back up. That is a third party that is crossing path. And so is this, crossing path. That is crossing path. Light activity, crossing path. This is at Laurel and C Street. And this is the fake sun right here. Now, at the same exact time, 7:16 a.m., that's crossing path under the specific environment. This is where I'm going to show you Alex Escobar is here at 12:51 p.m. where I am coming from Starbucks. And there's several items of evidence that you're looking at, the pattern of conduct. L. Edwards is also being prosecuted by this evidence because this light source that is over me at Gloria's Cochinas is not at the same time at 7:15 a.m. as the documentation shows on July 4, 2025. Going to be perfectly aimed through the window of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue, which is along this street right here where they're stalking in the path where the entity controls the traffic lights, where the fake sun is remaining over me. Remember yesterday, I'm on Omnitrans, going through the city of Upland on the bus, Route 83, traveling north and traveling south, coming back to the city of Ontario. And yet the entity is maintaining, as I'm documenting on podcast, the fake sun right here. Alex Escobar of the Ontario Police Department is gang stalking at 333 North Euclid Avenue right here. And the entity is gang stalking by Southwest Airlines, who is crossing path, who is coexisting. That's criminal presence. The government has no warrant or probable cause and no legitimate interest in surveillance of American citizen, which is what the Ontario International Airport and Southwest Airlines, as a vicarious arm of the government, is engaging in pursuant to a well-documented pattern of conduct identified at the outset with the fake sun documentation. And the natural environment will never include where City of Ontario is crossing path, the fake sun being over Gloria's Cochinas, being over the U.S. Bank, which is where it is as I move. And I am here as I'm documenting at 12:51 in the afternoon. And I'm also here because big picture is Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue is not only on this same street, Euclid Avenue. You're looking at a population that's stalking while the fake sun moves across the street. This is where Southwest Airlines is stalking. This is where Amazon Prime is stalking.
This is where UPS is stalking, United Airlines is stalking, and as I'm standing here and documenting Alex Escobar with UPS right here at this entrance under the fake sun, this is the documentation of the criminal conduct that Southwest Airlines is engaged in. Just like I documented yesterday, where I am maintaining presence at the OVITT Family Community Library, which is also, again, off of the same street, and that is 3 hours from now, where the fake sun is proven to not have gone anywhere. Not only is it not going anywhere because it's on the same street, it's not on the East Coast in Florida, it's not in the South, it's not in Texas, it's not in Minnesota. The fake sun is remaining over me off of one street where a population is stalking, and that's light activity across the curb for LPX 758. Going to the bank is the federal RICO case against every business where the people of the state are gang stalking with the government that's maintaining aerial surveillance. Let me show you that. That's aerial surveillance. Doing so through the brands that are Southwest Airlines, with the government, the Ontario Police Department, that I've surrounded with evidence of them stalking me under the readily identifiable crime scene, where the people of the state are stalking as well, 7WHN890. And these are demons. Impossible light in the shade, you see that? It's not the product of sunlight. Neither is this the sun. Neither would the sun still be here like I'm documenting, stalking by the Ontario Police, the government, the same city of Ontario, gang stalking via Southwest Airlines at 12:51 in the afternoon. Nor is this going to be adjacent, standing beside what is L. Edwards' person while he is engaging in kidnapping and harassment with the intent to obstruct justice, like I documented on video on July 4th, 2025, where the people of the state are gang stalking inside of that Starbucks, just like he is now gang stalking on the roads and the highways. Crossing paths, light activity, ongoing federal stalking conduct, which is relevant for federal prison when he does so with the Ontario Police Department. That's what Ocean and Patty and the entity that is gang stalking inside of that Starbucks at 507 Ocean Avenue are engaged in, because this is also not at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, where UPS is on video at Economy Inn, flying south, not flying west, where Southwest Airlines is focusing on where I'm at, stalking in a commercial plane under the fake sun, in an irreconcilable manner, in an environment that is supernatural, speaking to the malice of the government that is mentally ill, engaging in psychopathic and sexually perverted and malicious criminal activity, in furtherance of the conspiracy to murder the targeted individual who is present, being pursued with a fake sun by the people of the state, 88JJ838, crossing path light activity, P.O.C. And the entity is engaging in that while I am staying in the city of Ontario, literally at this is D Street and Euclid. And so there's video evidence of the fake sun here. Hours where Corey Watson is gang stalking. The entity is flying over me by helicopter at the same U.S. bank at around 9 to 9:20 in the morning. The entity 12:51 p.m. The entity is gang stalking with the Ontario Police at this U.S. bank, where the entity is gang stalking under the maintenance of a fake sun, where 6WTZ388 is gang stalking. This is what the people of the state are doing by residents, by doing so on the roads and highways. That's P.O.C. This is the ongoing pacing conduct. 320 West G Street, which is the downtown apartments. That's where they're hovering over, and that has nothing to do with taking off from the airport. Okay, that's amplified audible activity, and the people of the state that I'm documenting by license plate represent the entity gang stalking last night. So I just want to be clear: the entity engaging in frequent surveillance, and I am documenting by podcast the entity that is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and this is that which the entity that's already engaged in theft of my property. My real property, personal property, intellectual property, doing so while engaged in acts of repeated kidnapping, including that which is underway by the gang stalkers who use commercial planes because they are monitoring together while they're engaging in kidnappings as one entity. Kidnapping is monitoring as well. They're engaging in the elements of monitoring while that government then engages in what is the unlawful seizure of your personal property and places you against your will, taking you to another place. They're engaging in kidnapping while they're exercising authority under the law that they don't have, while they're keeping you under surveillance. And the Ontario International Airport is engaged in every single kidnapping that the city of Ontario has committed as an entity with the intent to obstruct justice. This is also why Jason Isaac Phillips, Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, and everyone else that has already engaged in gang stalking via bearing false witness against me, because the entity thought that it was going to steal my property and accomplish murdering me via gang stalking, which is creating a sense of anonymity and maintaining control of the narrative where the entity is targeting and then discarding of that American citizen. They're going to federal prison. And this is, again, the criminal activity of the federal government, where there is no legitimate investigation. The entity is sitting back and watching, engaging in the pattern of conduct and permitting that pattern of conduct, threatening the life of an American citizen and the well-being of that American citizen. It is currently 7:22 a.m. and this is nowhere over 2301 South Euclid Avenue, where UPS is clearly targeting. UPS is targeting on video at Economy Inn in conformity to a pattern of conduct by every airline represented at the Ontario International Airport. And their ongoing stalking right here, which is ongoing monitoring in the midst of documentation, is speaking to the impunity and the ongoing obsession with what is acting in furtherance of murdering. They're monitoring in furtherance of that unlawful objective, and they're doing it while I'm capturing video. That's relevant to public officials. That's relevant to gang stalking police officers. That's relevant to kidnapping police departments. That's relevant to the people of the state engaging in the pattern of conduct like Tracy Banks, and the people of the state who are engaging in what is personally bearing false witness against me while conspiring with me with the state that is engaging in this P.O.C. as a prison, meaning how long you're going to federal prison, who is going to federal prison, and why. It is currently, again, 7:23 a.m. This is 333 North Euclid Avenue. This is Gloria's Cochinas. This is the intersection of D Street and Euclid Avenue where I'm at. And this is Laurel right here. And I am here documenting well before 2025 the fake sun at this same intersection at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the fake sun Ontario police gang stalking by helicopter at 6:20 in the evening, where I'm on this same street. OVITT Family Community Library is at the next block, okay, C Street. This is D Street. Okay, this is you're looking at Google Maps. This is the prosecution, while the entities Southwest Airlines, Amazon Prime are clearly gang stalking. L&D WAPNER is clearly gang stalking. The Ontario International Airport clearly gang stalking, and so are the people of the state. That's P.O.C. Alrighty, I'm capturing video as you can hear me. I'm getting video documentation, and this is exactly what I'm stating with regard to prosecuting the entity that's engaging in that P.O.C. Understand that this is demonic. While I'm capturing the entity engaging in physical acts, all right, volitional acts. But you need to understand that this is demonic. Gang stalking is demonic. The fake sun is speaking to what is demonic. It's not a natural environment, and these are demons. You're looking at, on video, 2 old white biddies that are driving, well, one is driving a vehicle, but there's a passenger. They're both old, aged, wrinkles galore, liver spots, etc. And the same exact impossible light activity outside on the sidewalk in the shade while they are monitoring under the fake sun with the same exact government, not less threatening, okay? The threat is identified by the pattern of conduct and by the government that's acting vicariously and doing so with gang stalking, kidnapping police departments like Ontario Police. 0888-5U3, and the entity is engaging in that while engaging in the psychopath. I want to be clear, it's very psychopathic and demented for Southwest Airlines, Amazon Prime, UPS, American Airlines, and every other airline to engage in stalking one person, and that's exactly what they're doing. As I also provide a body, it's not just this that I've documented, it's not just yesterday when you're looking at what happened while I'm on the bus, and today I'm at the same time stationary at one address, and I also have evidence at the same address into the end of the day. And daylight savings time, when you're only giving and taking away an hour, will never reconcile that vast amount of time. At no time of year is the sun going to ever result in the sunrise at 7 o'clock in the morning during the 7 a.m. hour and the sun being here over me, as I've documented already, even in the winter or in the spring, where it is present at 4 o'clock, 5, 6 in the evening. This is where the pattern of conduct is proven, and that's the evidence of a sun being present at one location for the duration of the day. And that is the template for showing what is stalking under a fake sun, a pattern of conduct that the entire state is engaging in. And it is speaking to what is the center of the universe, which is removing the possibility that the sun in a natural environment would ever be in Florida. But that's what you are witnessing. And the question is, how is that the case? This is demonic. And those are demons also, while I am capturing that video documentation and the elements of monitoring, and I'm narrating to you what you are already aware of, the fact that Alex Escobar is at the same intersection at 12:51 in the afternoon, while the fake sun is in its zenith over the top of my head, moving as I move, as I encounter him, and UPS, who's engaging in the pattern of maintaining a form of peculiarized light, flashing lights, while they are under that fake sun, where the entity is engaging in what is, first of all, number one, deviation from having any sort of arrival toward landing and departure after taking off from the airport at 2500 Airport Drive, the terminals 2 and 4. The entity is engaging in what is flying at a low elevation, and that's supposed to, again, in your mind, while these demons engage in unintelligent conduct, that's the reason why you can hear the loud plane activity when you are, that's not even the explanation for it. And the entities engaging in what is hovering under all circumstances and a deviation from the airport. So you're talking about flying miles away from the airport. And then deliberately targeting by being at a low elevation where I'm located, where the fake sun is present, where the engineer light is surrounding. This is the entity that is stalking in planes. That's a threat to your life and well-being and your liberty, because demented people are stalking you in unheard of ways, and they're doing more of it, which is what this video documentation is showing. The more that I document, the more planes clearly targeting, both by the environment and by the address of the airport, what is going to be proven to be taking off and landing. It will never include hovering at a low elevation, creating loud plane activity over 333 North Euclid Avenue. It's a far deviation while they're flying west over the bank, okay? And this specific environment is ongoing evidence of that. That is also a threat while Alan D. WAPNER, again, this is somebody that's going to be removed, and it's also relevant because I'm on the bus, not stationary anywhere. The bus is engaged in constant motion from place to place, north up Euclid Avenue into the city of Upland, where I'm capturing video in another city, and the fake sun is moving. And right now the fake sun is stationary. As I cross the street, that fake sun transitions from being stationary to dynamic to keep in line with my person. That's the significance of what demons who are flying commercial planes with logos, companies that you are familiar with, like Southwest Airlines, UPS, Amazon Prime, are engaging in. And that's an unlawful threat. It's psychological torture. It is that which is a threat to your well-being and your life, because, in other words, very crazy people are stalking you in very crazy ways. And those crazy people are being documented, and they are witnessing the fact that they're being documented, and those crazy people keep stalking. That's to put it in very plain terms, in layman's terms. You're going to prosecute for that. You're going to diagnose the gang stalkers by that. You're going to place in federal prison those that are in a position facilitating that threat and that unlawful criminal activity in furtherance of committing murder and theft of property that is profiting off of my murder. This is why you have a secret fake conservatorship. This is why you're maintaining a fake marriage to me. This is why you're engaged in all manner of psychological torture, practicing witchcraft. Understand that this demonic system of gang stalking is the outward proof of what is witchcraft that the demon-possessed are practicing. The engineer light is demonic. The fake sun remaining over me, it's demonic. The government that is stalking in planes over me, around me, following, that's demonic. Stalking behavior is demonic. The ongoing behavior of the demons that engage in more frenzied conduct, meaning the more that I document, the more that they engage in the elements of monitoring, that's demonic. You're witnessing witchcraft. You're witnessing the practice of witchcraft, and it's also addressed in secular terms, which are legally relevant in a court when you are prosecuting a case with evidence that is proving the allegations. That is relevant to ongoing, it's generally referred to as harassment. It's also terrorism, while a population, while every business, while in an environment, while a corrupt government that is through inherently threatening agencies such as law enforcement agencies are maliciously targeting in a way that they know is unlawful, in a way that they also know is creepy and weird, and they are doing it in a manner that's not supposed to be proven and readily identifiable. It is very obvious. You're going to look at the video of Alex Escobar on video at 12:51 p.m. You're going to look at this video that I just captured during the 7 a.m. hour. There's a 5-hour disparity, a duration of time, where in the natural environment that is never the case. And it's beyond that what Alex Escobar is engaging in. Alex Escobar is a vivid illustration of the evidence that's putting gang stalking police officers in federal prison for committing murder, for kidnapping, for threatening, for psychologically torturing American citizens whom they are keeping under surveillance in a malicious manner that is not readily identifiable to the untrained eye. You're going to prison for that. This is how gang stalking police officers are threatening American citizens without saying a word. They're not saying a word. And American citizens are scared, fearful that they're going to be falsely viewed as being crazy because they have an idea. They know that they're being targeted, especially by police who are harassing them, even if they're not addressing them, but they're present in that environment, and the entity and the environment is proving exactly what their gut instinct tells them. But that's not how you prosecute, and it's also not the evidence of mental illness, and it is also no basis to keep anyone against their will or engage in any method of harassing them. But this is what the demon-possessed do when they're gang stalking, especially through gang stalking police officers like Alex Escobar. He's going to federal prison. 0888-5U3 is gang stalking. This is a Latino male wearing a yellow vest, so this is under the guise of doing some sort of work. What he's doing is federal stalking on his communication device with the rest of these demons under this fake sun that's still here, relevant to what is a whole population that Alex Escobar is gang stalking me with. And these are psychopaths who are demon-possessed, who are poised to commit murder as an entity. That's why they're gang stalking. Okay, and they are all of all races and ages, and they are all engaging in the same criminal conduct, federal stalking surveillance. in the environment, physically surveillance, and amongst communication devices and on the venue of the internet where surveillance is underway. And the entity is engaging in what is keeping an American citizen under surveillance in every regard, physically and also technologically. Okay, and the entity is doing so to myself, who is prosecuting them. So that's speaking to the impunity, the obsession, the delusion, even with the corrupt federal government that I am exposing and I will be prosecuting as well. This is delusion, and it's also relevant to prosecuting because the government is threatening my life while this is going on. The government committed it in the first place, and I remain subject to it while the government is not stopping that. You're going to prosecute for that, okay? And this is the entity that's engaging in that together, okay? Alex Escobar is being prosecuted while a bunch of demons are scattering like roaches, and demons are hovering in planes. And this is the entity that's to its own demise engaging in that. So you're already aware of where I'm on Omnitrends. There's no sun that's going to be at Gloria's Cochinas at the U.S. Bank. There is no sun that's going to be at the same address at 12:51 in the afternoon. There's no sun that's going to be on this same street at C Street in Euclid, where the OVITT Family Community Library is located at 6:22 in the evening, where the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct. Okay, this is the entity that's engaging in that and doing so in the face of evidence, which is speaking to the ongoing determination to continue in that unlawful conspiracy to commit murder, which is why you're gang stalking. It is the evidence that is establishing conspiracy to commit murder as an entity. That's exactly what it is. And the every airline, the government, L&D WAPNER, the entity, has already committed attempted murder as an entity. In the same way that they know where I'm at, know what's going on with my vagina in the bathroom, engaging in what is following from place to place, proven that corporate knowledge with the specific environment and the stalking behaviors of the entity that does the demented things such as stalking with planes, they know exactly with regard to threatening that they are fully engaged in that ongoing poisoning of what it is that I'm consuming and waiting for me to drop dead while they're gang stalking and engaging in that very psychopathic manner of targeting, okay? License plate. Crossing path in the same environment with the entity that is stalking with the Ontario International Airport. That is license plate 8SNV302. And it is currently 7:34 a.m. And the same third party, this is 08885U3. And this is a priority. I'm going to document this business, and this Latino male are gang stalking. They're both identifiers of third parties. Priority landscape services. He's not engaged in landscaping. And engaging in landscaping in the specific environment is equally unlawful. However you want to phrase it, it's gang stalking. I will show you that vehicle under the fake sun, and I will show you this male engaging in what is concentrating on his communication device, like he's been doing, where the entity is maintaining the elements of monitoring with commercial flights, far deviation from any airport, gang stalking with the demons that are pacing under the fake sun and in engineered light while they are maintaining that unlawful presence. Okay, so that's understanding the federal RICO case against mom and pop companies like Priority Landscaping and Amazon Prime with deeper pockets. It's the same prosecution and it's the same criminal pattern of conduct. License 14577F3, license 7NBS, 7NBS657. And you're mindful of what it is that I'm stating. The entity kept the fake sun and committed an arrest. That's a kidnapping of my person and lawful seizure of my person by L. Edwards and Alex Escobar and A. Quesada on July 4, 2025. And yet while I stand here and document the Ontario International Airport gang stalking at 333 North Euclid Avenue, which is south of the Starbucks, but understand that that very precise presence of that fake sun is not at the same time visible through unless there's more than one sun, which is the whole point of this documentation. Okay, there necessarily is, which is speaking to the proof of everything that I'm stating as well. This is a fake sun, and a fake sun is over you wherever you are at in whatever state that you're in, because the entity is keeping the fake sun over me, and even while I'm on the same street, it is not going to be seen through the window of Starbucks adjacent to L. Edwards while he is gang stalking me, and that demon is dressed up like a police officer, feigning having authority under the law while he is gang stalking. He's gang stalking with Starbucks and gang stalking with the employees at Starbucks, who are all subject to federal prison. And that fake sun is, again, surrounding Alex Escobar, 7:15 a.m. at 507 North Euclid Avenue, 12:51 p.m. at 333 North Euclid Avenue. And that's the same street, by the way, the same city, by the way, where he's engaging in what is gang stalking, and he's going to federal prison. Just to give you one example, while the entity is gang stalking on a ceaseless basis, the entity is placing all of its co-defendants in the appropriate facilities and for prosecution also to be appropriately labeled as the terrorists that they are. And that is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department as well. 8CZC 517. Okay, the fake son, in other words, that's remaining here, that is not. You're going to look at the video evidence on July 4, 2025, where L. Edwards is engaging in criminal summoning, and then the exercise of fictitious authority under the law, which is a threat to your life while police officers are gang stalking. That's an oxymoron requiring federal prison, and that's non-negotiable. Not only that, the entity is engaging in what is kidnapping under that fake son at 7:15 a.m., and that's not going to be over Gloria's Cochinas. It is impossible because it's through the window of Starbucks. And Gloria's Cochinas is not visible through the window of Starbucks. Gloria's Cochinas is north of Starbucks' window that is facing the direction east. And so the entity that has the fake sun over me, where the Southwest Airlines and the entity that's gang stalking with UPS Airlines that's flying over here where the fake sun is speaking to the criminal conduct under the fake sun, where a kidnapping is documented underway by L. Edwards, who's going to federal prison as well. You can look at the video documentation. This is why I publish it, for you to witness it yourself. And this is why the federal government, demons like Jason Isaac Fields and his gang stalking partners that have together having sex with Tracy Banks, whatever these demons do with elderly women like Tracy Banks, whatever it is that they're doing while they're summoning demonic spirits and they're gang stalking in the physical, they're practicing witchcraft, they're engaging in psychological torture, and that is also manifested when you're engaging in psychopathic behavior like stalking in commercial planes, stalking as a police department, stalking in police vehicles and helicopters, stalking as a population, stalking with impossible light, stalking under a fake sun, stalking day and night, stalking in bathrooms, and every other despicable and disgusting and deplorable means of targeting, which the demon-possessed are doing. You're going to federal prison, okay? This is the entity that's engaging in that, and that's the evidence surrounding defendants like Alex Escobar of the Ontario Police Department. License 20330T1 at Rogers Flowers, engaging the P.O.C. by establishment, and I'm reading that license plate of that third party. These are demons they're cockroaches. They're all around, and they're obvious. It's a bullseye on all of them regarding what is surrounding me and what everyone around me is doing. And it's not reporting to work on time like they do every day. They're doing it under the fake sun, and they are maliciously targeting as an entity. And you're going to federal prison where you're gang stalking as a corrupt police officer under any circumstances where it is proven to be that fact. And there's no administrative tape that's going to provide you any due process rights out of that consequence. Period. And not only there's no due process rights to engage in and protecting your job and protecting keeping you out of what justice requires while you're conspiring the murder of someone that you're maliciously targeting in a manner that's not supposed to be discernible or recognizable. That's entirely psychopathic, and that's the behavior of somebody that commits serial murders, a serial killer. Okay, wanting to get away with killing over and over and over again in a way that nobody knows about. And you need to understand that this is the behavior of the demon-possessed that are gang stalking. And I stated exactly what I said. So let me repeat it again. The entity that's engaging in the violence of gang stalking is the same mindset that is creating what is the propensity of one to take the life of another American citizen. To engage in gang stalking is the evidence, and it's supposed to be taken and that's why I'm exposing it to you, because this, first of all, this is what the entity does. Second of all, it's the purpose of gang stalking. Second of all, you need to understand, based on the purposes of gang stalking, the condition of those who are gang stalking, the purpose of the system of gang stalking, and also the behavioral pattern, the mental sickness of those that are engaging in that, the purpose behind the ways in which the entity is engaging in the execution of the elements monitoring gang stalking as demons. These are people that are in a position that are poised to commit murder if they haven't already and gotten away with it in one way or another. But I'm just speaking to the violence of gang stalking and speaking to a population of those who are bloodthirsty, and also those who are sex offenders, and they have not been prosecuted as such. And so you're under the illusion, oh, you're not a sex offender because you don't have any offense regarding violating children or raping women or men or engaging in voyeurism. And so since that's the case, you are safe. You are hireable, okay? You can... you don't present a threat to the public. That the people of the state are gang stalking a population of sex offenders, a population of bloodthirsty people who are in a position, whether they realize it or not. It's not based on that. They're engaging in a identifiable pattern of conduct, and mental illness is not that which the propaganda wants us to be deceived by thinking, oh, mental illness is like this, and this is what you're doing, and this is what's wrong with you when you engage in that. And I'm showing you the pattern of conduct where, first of all, they're literally making up information and then calling it a diagnosis, calling that the practice of medicine. Second of all, they're engaging in what is falsely depicting the character of a person that is subject to this system that is designed to falsely depict their character, meaning you're targeting them in ways that are supposed to make them appear as though they're imagining things, they're hallucinating, they're paranoid, much like the paranoia that the demon-possessed exhibit while I'm in custody of a phone and you're making an assumption that I'm documenting you. Oh, or is it that you have knowledge? You have perhaps maybe a gut instinct more than knowledge, but we'll go ahead and concede to a gut instinct. And that same gut instinct by the target individual is supposed to establish paranoid schizophrenia. But when the demon-possessed are engaging in it, oh, that's supposed to be evidence, proof that you're documenting them, which, by the way, is no offense. When the government is gang stalking you, you're going to prosecute and document. But I just want to go ahead and use that's not the practice of medicine. That is not the diagnosis of mental illness. And I don't have to go to medical school to know that. 8EWF035. The entity is targeting, the entity is engaging in targeting, and it's relevant to how the entity is in a position poised to commit murder. You are a demon-possessed gang stalker, and you are one, whether you realize it or not, with regard to what is wrong with you. You are a threat to yourself and other people, and the right circumstances under the perfect storm will take the life of another person. That's the violence that the entirety of the population is sharing in while they're gang stalking. It's creating maniacal psychopaths. They are maniacal psychopaths, and they are the same ones that commit, they're doing so in furtherance of murder. This entity has already, that is every business that's gang stalking. That is Ocean, the manager at Starbucks, has already committed attempted murder as an entity. She then committed kidnapping on video as an entity with the intent to obstruct justice. She's going to federal prison. The fake son is showing the malice whereby she is targeting me and then engaging what is gang stalking me with L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, and A. Quesada at Starbucks, where the son is not going to be visible through the window of Starbucks, like I'm documenting, where Ocean is engaging in kidnapping and facilitation of kidnapping, i.e. obstruction of justice, because that sex offender doesn't want to be addressed as such. She doesn't want to be seen as that, even though that's exactly what she is. That's exactly what Ocean is. That's exactly what's wrong with her. Okay? She's engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct in the fake son that's over me today, where the demons are targeting, where the demons are under a fake son that will be on the same street at 12:51 in the afternoon, at 6:20 in the evening. L. Edwards and Alex Escobar were already surrounded with a body of evidence before they committed kidnapping. You're looking at the big picture, and it goes beyond these lower level demons in Ontario, California, because the federal government is the criminal. The federal government is their pattern of conduct because the states are practicing this targeting system. The states. Okay? The entities engaging in this license 5YTG584. The entities engaging in this and the federal government, like Jason Isaac Fields represents, are engaging in targeting, are demons that engage in homosexual activity because they think Satan has them engaging in what is perverted sexual activity, thinking that you're garnering some sort of spiritual power against a child of God, and that's going to empower you to steal my property and be successful in defaming my character while you're having sex with my mother, and that's supposed to break my heart so much that I'm just going to have a nervous breakdown and I'm just going to give up. Oh, go ahead and call me names and go ahead. I concede that I'm crazy and you can kidnap me and I'm not going to say a word. I will not resist. I will go ahead and give up and you win, Satan. That's literally what these unintelligent demons who are just hypersexual psychopaths, criminals and thieves are relying on. The lies of Satan. License plate 4VQP954. Satan creates pedophiles. Satan creates what are sexually perverted and abnormal, dysfunctional human beings. 45026X1 that engage in perverted acts. License 9SRR947, such as gang stalking, that engage in perverted acts such as targeting innocent American citizens, which is what the federal government, permitting someone like Jason Isaac Fields to be in that position, to abuse that position, doing so and he didn't do it by himself in the federal government. Okay, he's still engaging in targeting and still engaging in what is seeking to obstruct justice, including while the Ontario Police Department, the Ontario International Airport, Alan D. Wapner, the demons that are gang stalking as I'm on Omnitrends, the demons that are gang stalking, including this demon third-party license plate, 7UIN971, which represents an entity that is still engaging in that at this level of evidence. Demons like Jason Isaac Fields are not getting out of federal prison. Jason Isaac Fields and his sex partner, his co-conspirator, his satanic kingdom spouse, Tracy Banks, not getting out of federal prison. You're not getting out. Eric Corey Spencer, he's not getting out of federal prison. He's conspired the murder of his own sibling, whom he is gang stalking as clearly as Alex Escobar is committing kidnapping, as clearly as Alan D. Wapner is gang stalking, facilitating surveillance in the most absurdly demented ways, stalking using commercial planes. Eric Corey Spencer is going to federal prison. Okay? This is the inspiration behind defaming my character in the first place, and the entity sought to do so, and you were never supposed to hear me speak anything about it. That's also why Eric Corey Spencer is going to federal prison. Okay? The vicious act of conspiring the murder and making sure that they never get to speak any sort of truth about it, meaning cold-blooded murder, okay? And wants to also murder my reputation and steal everything that belongs to me in doing so. That's not your brother. That's not your sibling. You need to understand that that's Satan. And these are the demon-possessed that are gang stalking in California. And that third party's license plate is gang stalking me with Eric Corey Spencer. They are one entity targeting and as one body, okay? So I just want to make sure that that's clear, because this is also how, again, in every way, it's 7:48 a.m. The entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct and it's targeting together. Okay, so at 7:48 a.m., the entity is stalking with peculiarized light, maintaining light activity. This is nearest Holt Boulevard, taking a picture. The white truck along the sidewalk is a form of peculiarized light. Peculiarized light in front of 333 North Euclid Avenue. That's the entity that's stalking with flashing light, and you will see the fake sun right here over me, where I'm located at, again, this is D Street and Laurel, and at 7:48 a.m. the entity's keeping the fake sun over me. At 7:49 in the morning on August 5th, 2024, I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, that's what you're mindful of when I'm capturing the Ontario International Airport gang stalking at this intersection. 7:49 in the morning in another state off of Dean Martin at Courtyard by Marriott. Marriott Bonvoy is engaged in state surveillance. The evidence of the fake sun remaining over me at every Marriott Bonvoy venue. The innkeepers that are gang stalking, just like Economy Inn is gang stalking, and Marriott Bonvoy has the fake sun over me in Las Vegas, Nevada, where the entity is engaged in the pattern of conduct. And this is where, again, Alex Escobar, including Jason Isaac Fields, L. Edwards, Ocean, the demon gang stalking at Starbucks, Tracy Banks, the entity that is gang stalking as a corrupt agency, they're going to federal prison. And this is the evidence surrounding them while they are targeting me. Okay, and they are targeting as an entity, sharing in the ongoing objective to surround with light activity, to surround with presence, and surround with activity, audible activity, which is the guise of stalking in planes, as opposed to just inexplicable noise just coming out of nowhere and there's no plane in the sky. But for the fact that there are no planes that are arriving to the airport nor departing from the airport, that's going to include flight over this bank or hovering over this bank, creating that sort of audible activity. What? This is Tracy Banks crossing path, 9HUZ 740 under the fake sun, doing so at what is 7:49 a.m. She's doing so pursuant to knowledge that I'm documenting her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, her co-defendant, Eric Corey Spencer, probably her sex partner as well. Demons engage in incestuous sexual activity, but nonetheless, he is a co-defendant, and Tracy Banks is under the fake sun at the where I'm located right now, and this is relevant to what the entity is monitoring on a real-time, ceaseless basis. Okay, so I want to be clear, she is engaging in the pattern of conduct and is crossing path, not coincidentally, under the fake sun at 7:50 a.m., honking her horn and stating my name, Erica, while the entity is monitoring, she's monitoring. Okay, and that's what she's doing, by the way, while I'm at her apartment, and the fake sun's over Woodside Senior Apartments. There's a whole big picture there. It's already surrounded. Brinks Security is the one that's gang stalking with peculiarized light. That is license 53240X3. Brinks Security is documented already, engaging in the pattern of conduct. You'll see Brinks Security stalking with light activity, bearing weapons, that's federal prison, while they're engaging in that, and I'm documenting them doing that under the fake sun in more than just one city, okay? Speaking to targeting. And based on what the entity is doing, license 5RWK523, based on what the entity is doing, understand Brinks Security is already surrounded with evidence, because the entity keeping the fake sun from sunrise till sunset on one block in Ontario, California, means that Brinks is gang stalking when I capture them under the fake sun in Upland, California at any time of day. At the Ontario Mills at any time of day, which I've already documented. In Los Angeles, under the fake sun at any time of day, which I've documented. This is the P.O.C, and Brinks is another corrupt company sharing in the demonic pattern of conduct, engaging in what is relevant to the federal RICO case. License 9DKZ649, and it's showing the corruption of companies such as Brinks. Brinks, where the entity is concentrating plane activity. Brinks is engaging in what is light activity under the fake sun that's still here at 12:51 in the afternoon. It's still here after 4 p.m., after 5 p.m., after 6 p.m. That's the pattern of conduct. While Brinks is, again, representing what you would focus on. Oh, they're, doing something important. They're bearing weapons while they're moving monies. And they're doing so, and that's what they're not focused on that. They're stalking in the path, and they're demons. And that superseding fact lies in the maintenance of a whole specific environment. And that's getting beyond the illusions that demons present. And demons that bear weapons while they're gang stalking are going to federal prison. Period. That's an unlawful threat to the targeted individual. Where the entity commits murder as gang stalking in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder, and then controls the narrative as American citizens are murdered. And guess who lies about it? Guess who didn't see anything, or guess who bears false witness about it? These demons that I'm documenting. The people that say Student Transportation of America, license 7 HOD 461. Demons driving school buses, stalking with impossible light, sex offenders, monitoring my vagina, accessing children, 8JEH 858. That's what's driving the school buses of the children, engaging in a sex offense while in custody of children, and having what is an unlawful threat to them also on the roads and the highways, psychopaths that are engaging in a conspiracy to commit murder, driving on the roads and the highways while having children in custody. This is relevant to, again, all the ways in which the entity is threatening. So it is currently 7:53 a.m. and that is, I want to be clear, that's Tracy Banks again, engaging in the pattern of conduct. She's stalking in the path. In doing so, remember, the entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct while I am capturing the specific environment, including at Woodside Senior Apartments where Tracy Banks resides, and the fake son never left her apartment complex, which is the pattern of conduct. And so she is stalking, in particular, relevant to what it is that I'm talking about. And it's never a distraction, it's corroborating evidence. 9HST973, 50560H1, 8NNP313, 6KAM848. That's P.O.C. And understand that Tracy Banks represents an entity. So the federal government with which Tracy Banks is targeting me, her sex partner, Jason Isaac Fields, Jason Isaac Fields' partners, the agency that is engaging what is targeting me. There's no investigation of Erica Spencer. And the federal government knows that there's no legitimate investigation. So it's not as though, oh, we're investigating because this is what the demons will try to say. Oh, we were investigating in order to find out if these allegations about Erica Spencer are true or not. No, it's not. First of all, Jason Isaac Fields was gang stalking long before he got a job based on the opportunity only being given to him because he's targeting me. Okay, he prays to Satan for every so-called blessing that he has. He engages in homosexual activity to acquire these things. He's engaging in what is targeting, and that's how he's engaging in that and getting that position in the first place. Second of all, so it's not based on that. So he was already targeting before he was working. He was from San Bernardino Valley College. The ghetto in downtown San Bernardino is where Jason Isaac Fields is from. His family is from, living in the impoverished area in San Bernardino, and I only met him crossing path while he is targeting while I'm going to Valley College, okay? Where San Bernardino Valley College was also targeting. It's a corrupt institution. And so everybody that's in my class, everybody that's in my instructors in those classes, they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. And Jason Isaac Fields is a part of that P.O.C. And he's doing so while I am crossing path with him, which is where I met him. And he was not in any position or qualified to be in any, nor is he now. He only got the position that he has to abuse it to target me, first of all. Second, so it is not pursuant to any sort of investigation that is legitimate. And second of all, the targeted individual is one that is targeted well before my documentation began. The entity is engaging in what is gang stalking and calling it an investigation. License plate 8KAV187. Going to engage in a transaction with U.S. Bank, the same U.S. Bank where the fake son is present at 12:51 in the afternoon, is the federal RICO case against the people of the state that are gang stalking with corrupt companies like U.S. Bank. All right, the entity is engaging in that P.O.C. and I just want to get back to, I'm documenting in real time, and I'm also giving you an example of the entity that is targeting. Tracy Banks is co-defendant, the federal government, literally, and the federal government that's gang stalking, including while the city of Ontario is gang stalking. All right, this is 7NVZ137. This is the big picture while I'm getting these, excuse my French, I'm getting these pissants that surround me that are gang stalking on the part of the government. 7UIN325, 6ARC917, 6EIU671, 35023, B4, So the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct, and there's no investigation of Erica Lorraine Spencer. It's targeting of Erica Lorraine Spencer, and the entity does things such as placing innocent American citizens on things like a terrorist list, and that is supposed to be what is supporting all manner of gang stalking, targeting, not an investigation, not lawful surveillance, not any constitutionally mandated or authorized ongoing surveillance, the stalking conduct, the P.O.C. While the government does things such as places you on a terrorist list or engages in what are secret allegations. And remember, Jason Isaac Fields is specifically and personally interested in property that belongs to me. We're not that tight. I never told him about property that belongs to me, and he never told me about property that belongs to me. He never told me about having anal sex with Tracy Banks, my mother, either. He never told me about a marriage with somebody the age of his own mother. Okay, while he's having sex with my mom, he's basically having sex with his mother. Okay, so he's engaging in that, and I mean somebody that's of that age. This is getting to beyond the fact that he's a dysfunctional human being, and he's entirely unethical and disqualified from even getting any sort of position with the federal government. But that speaks to the stature of the federal government that hired that. Okay, that's what I'm documenting right now. That's what I'm exposing: corruption. License 7UJW943. So the entity's engaging in that, and I want to be clear. There's no investigation of me. The entity already knows that I'm not a criminal. The entity engages in targeting in these manners, and there is no ongoing investigation, and there is no mystery whatsoever. And I want to be clear, my evidence, years of evidence, is not going to support what is the ongoing unlawful threat. While the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department engaging in kidnapping with the Ontario Police, this is the federal government that's engaging in, there's no investigation there. That's what the entity would use and rely on in order to accomplish kidnapping. In order to accomplish criminal defamation, which is what Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks are interested in order to steal property that the government never told me about. This is the corruption of the entity. This is why you have pissants in Ontario gang stalking me. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison. There is no ongoing investigation, nor does any federal investigation or other investigation require any sort of prolonged, mysterious inquiry. I've done the work already. Who I am is already clearly established. 8 HRP 269, there's no mystery here. I want to be clear. The entity is engaging in targeting me, and it's already known who I am, first of all. That is malice. They're lying. There's no investigation. There's no actual investigation. That's what I'm going through in detail right there. I've been targeted before I started documenting it. So the entity is not engaging in targeting somebody and they don't know who this person. That's a very false illusion. The government is targeting. Ongoing surveillance is underway. 9RXY570. There is no investigation, secondly, because I've already done the work. So when you're talking about this level of evidence that I have single-handedly provided, the entity that's engaging in surveillance on the internet, which is exactly what's happening, knows that I've been documenting and publishing it online since 2020. And no federal investigation provided any justice. And it's the same government that has been maintaining ongoing secret court hearings about property that was never disclosed to me, pertaining to mysterious allegations about criminal conduct that I know nothing about, that I never committed. And by the way, my documentation shows that I could not have committed any of those crimes, and my history and who I am, regardless, even in the face of the lies of the entity that they are necessarily relying on in a vacuum. And that's intentional because the government is interested and invested in theft and murder in order to accomplish that theft in silence without any contest. The entity is engaging in what is a false illusion and an unpersuasive illusion, and it's direct evidence to prosecute the federal government and people like Jason Isaac Fields who are going to federal prison. He's going to federal prison. There is no investigation. The federal government is engaged in targeting. And these pissants in the state of California have exposed what the federal government has been unintelligently executing against American citizens. And they are still not engaging in providing justice because I remain subject to this system. I remain subject to it. This is a delay in justice which should have been mine. I never should have been kidnapped the second, third, fourth time. While the entity is kidnapping me, they are maintaining court hearings about crimes that I committed. There's no possible way I committed those crimes. I was kidnapped by the state. Okay, and that's proven through my documentation. There's no way I committed these crimes. I'm documenting on an ongoing basis. That's proof of where I'm at and what I'm doing. The entities engaging in this, while they are the ones, by the way, who are lowlifes. Low-life thieves, a history of being petty thieves, of being frauds, of being criminals. And they're engaging what are accusing me behind my back, by the way. Because if I'm such a petty thief, why am I sleeping on your couch in your apartment if you can't trust me and I'm stealing from you all the time? And I have such hot fingers. Okay, meaning hot fingers, meaning I steal everything. I'm such a thief. I'm so untrustworthy. This is not how Tracy Banks, this is not how the dynamic between anybody that I know has ever treated me, because I've never been that person, ever. And not only that, and so I'm just speaking at every level, it's totally illogical, it's totally false, and it's also facilitation where the federal government is not providing justice because it's the federal government's criminal conduct. The federal government acts through the states. The federal government is aware of what the states are engaging in. They know that the Ontario police, they're sitting up watching the Ontario police stalk me in helicopters. They're watching that. And it's not an investigation pursuant to any general inquiry about whether Erica Spencer committed this or committed that, or it's possibly engaged in this or in that. The entity is engaging in gang stalking. They will call it an investigation. It's not an investigation. And there is no legitimate basis to investigate me for anything. The only reason why, how do you get to that? In order to create the guise of a gang stalking by calling an investigation? Through the people of the state that bear false witness, and the state is necessarily relying on that to engage in criminal activity, and the government has to try to substantiate it by calling gang stalking, targeting things such as investigations of what is a targeted individual. And by the way, I'll slice it down for you again. You're not investigating anything when you're clearly stalking, harassing, and terrorizing by corrupt police departments who aren't all asking you questions about whether you committed this crime, where were you at this date and time. They're not engaging in that. They're not engaging in an investigation. They're sitting around monitoring my vagina in the bathroom. That's not an investigation. That's a sex offender. They're not engaging in surveillance with regard to some high sophisticated crime where I have a whole bunch of, who is it that I'm committing these crimes with, because I can't do all that by myself. Who is it that I'm working with where everybody else is innocent and they're accusing me, and obviously I'm doing it by myself while I'm documenting, and I've been documenting for years, and I'm the only one with an educational background speaking to wanting to be involved in stopping crime and putting criminals away, but yet I'm some secret criminal that's able to engage in all of this elaborate conduct that requires the federal government to investigate me, while I am clearly not engaging in criminal conduct, clearly. While they're watching, and also before. There's not even any history supporting it, let alone it's an illusion, because the government's been targeting since I was a child. You're not investigating anything. And second of all, it doesn't take this many years to engage in an investigation. And third of all, that's not an investigation when you're merely stalking me as I go into the bathroom, stalking me while I'm sleeping outside, stalking me while I'm sleeping and working in the workplace. That's not an investigation what LAPD is doing. That's not an investigation. They're clearly stalking and monitoring. The entity has no legitimacy whatsoever, at all. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, and he is a demon. He is still engaged in satanic warfare, by the way, just to note. But I'm going to prosecute for the unlawful targeting by the federal government, which he is at the forefront of, facilitating it, enabling it, not conducting any investigation, threatening my life and safety, stealing my property, having no consent to have any access to my property. I don't even know, outside of him having anal sex with Tracy Banks, how he would even know of, and Tracy Banks is a thief, trying to get away with stealing property that belongs to me, that she never told me about. I've known her my whole life. She never told me about any sort of property or anything remotely close to that ever. Okay, so while I'm sleeping on her couch and she's trying to get away with stealing property from me and wanting to defame me while she's gang stalking me in the workplace, trying to use that to criminally defame me as being mentally ill, that is grave disability under the Welfare and Institutions Code, criminal defamation, while having secret court hearings about property that was never disclosed to me, and she's defaming me behind my back and gang stalking me on the job, and that's supposed to support the fact that you're mentally ill under law that the government doesn't have jurisdiction under because they're engaging in surveillance. But the entity is engaging, this is how that pattern of conduct works, while the entity is claiming that they're engaging in an investigation. They're not engaging in an investigation. They're waiting for witchcraft to kick in, their spell work, their black magic and voodoo, and it doesn't work against a child of God. Secondly, they are waiting for me to drop dead while they're engaged in systematically poisoning me, having already committed attempted murder as an entity, waiting for me to just drop dead, and that's when an investigation would suddenly just disappear, wouldn't even need to be addressed, or it will be the basis of these are the conclusions that we and remember, the government controls that narrative because the target individual is dead, all right, they're gone, and stealing my property, which you would never know is theft. You'll never know it's theft. You'll never hear that angle of the case, the truth, okay? Well, they were targeted the whole time. 03024N1, license 9SSY291. This is all Jason Isaac Fields, the federal government's criminal conduct. License 8ZRA615. And the federal government is why the Ontario Police Department shall be disbanded. Okay? So you're talking about law enforcement, that they cannot exercise what is independence with regard to exercising the ability to know what is right and wrong under the law. So you're talking about what is an inherently corrupt system, okay? So you are gang stalking as a department, and the federal government being corrupt, guess what? That's not an excuse for Mike Lorenz and the demons of the Ontario Police. You are being disbanded, period. The entities engaging in this P.O.C. and the inability for the Ontario Police to be upright and acting with integrity as professionals like they want you to think they are. 70620B1, waving an American flag while he's engaged in un-American conduct. License 23103U1. Those are the demons gang stalking at the Economy Inn, crossing path into the fake sun at Euclid Avenue and East Street right now. And that is at 8:07 a.m. The entities engaging in this while the pattern of conduct is underway. I'm documenting the entity that's gang stalking in the city of Ontario. Last year, I'm going from Arcadia to Las Vegas, Nevada, back into California. I'm documenting on an ongoing basis, on day-to-day, I'm always reminding you about what am I doing on this day in 2024 in order to teach you the bigger picture about the specific environment. These imbeciles are under a fake sun that's remaining over one block all day long. All right, so they're all engaging in targeting, and this is no investigation. And there's no investigation, there's no mystery about what it is that I've exposed. The federal government has not interfered because the federal government is a part of the pattern of conduct. They're the reason why I am targeted by it. The federal government is the one that is targeting. Okay, the federal government is why the Ontario Police and they're done with law enforcement. They're being disbanded. The federal government is threatening my life by permitting corrupt agencies like San Bernardino County Sheriff, like the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, like the Ontario Police, to engage in kidnapping in furtherance of the objective of criminally defaming my character. This is how the government steals from American citizens, murdering your reputation and then committing homicide of that person, or just committing homicide of that person's livelihood by criminally defaming them and keeping them kidnapped in a facility. Okay, where they're gang stalking like the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, like Shannon Dykes is doing at West Valley Detention Center. They're gang stalking inside of those facilities. All right, the entities, meaning they're maintaining psychological torture, they're engaging in the elements of monitoring. Those are demons, and they call themselves deputies. And captains and every other title that Satan wants to sound impressive, they're demons. All Satan is doing is playing dress up. It's a costume, it's Halloween every day. All right, this is not law enforcement, this is corruption. And I want to be clear, the entities engaging in that, and Tracy Banks, this is why a high school graduate is so confident that she could engage in this against what is her daughter. That's a false sense of confidence because she gave birth to me, she's my mother or whatever. And also a false sense of confidence because she has people in the federal government and the police that will arrive at any moment. Every single last one of them will be subject to federal prison. She has a false sense of confidence in things, and I know what Christ Jesus is going to do. Okay, she has no actual confidence nor authority, nor do gang stalking police officers. They don't either. License 9HST973, 8NIV327, 8KNC217. License 8JFJ230. The entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, and I want you to be mindful of the fact that the entity is gang stalking at this same intersection, the Ontario International Airport, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I'm documenting gang stalking by the Ontario International Airport that's flying right here at the same intersection where I'm standing, and I'm capturing the fake sun while this third party crosses the path. Federal stalking, 9JJR663. License plate. This is how a population is engaging in surveillance, just stalking, and very easily accomplished just getting in the drive-thru of Starbucks, who's gang stalking American citizens. Okay, this is how it's underway amongst a population. EF45J41, 8XDX556, and this is the fake sun that's still here for that same population, as I've documented, including the Ontario International Airport, that deviates from the airport to fly around me while a fake sun remains over me, which is proven through evidence that the federal government is necessarily disregarding because they're gang stalking demons. Not engaging in an investigation of a targeted individual, they are engaged in targeting an American citizen. And sitting it back like demons and watching it, seeing when the witchcraft is going to kick in, seeing if the poison is going to work, seeing if the targeted individual is going to get themselves in trouble in one way or another while they are being targeted. Jason Isaac Fields is going to federal prison, okay? And having sex with a Jezebel, with a witch like Tracy Banks, is no form of protection or shelter from. He is fully exposed, and he's also exposed to a lot of STDs. He's going to federal prison with all of his STDs, okay? While he's defaming my character with the girls and boys that he's having sex with in a court pertaining to property that belongs to me, that this demon doesn't even have any actual constitutional interest or right to be invested in. He's a thief. He's a thief, a homosexual thief. All right, he's a coward, and he's engaged in criminal conduct and facilitating it by the government, calling himself a federal agent. He's not a federal agent, he's a gang stalker. All right, so these are the glorified terms of the demons that are gang stalking me. So these demons that are at the intersection of Euclid Avenue and E Street, dress them up in a uniform and put a badge on them with regard to the federal government, and that's P.O.C. 8EMJ580, 9FPK813, 9TQT425. Jason Isaac-Fields is going to federal prison, okay, for targeting me with those that are in my family and those that are formerly in my social circle, because I don't talk to Shanita Ramiah McClain anymore. I don't, and it's not because of, it's because she was targeting me. That's why I stopped talking to her. 26026, and there was no conversation. There is no conversation needed when you're a gang stalking psychopath acting in furtherance of murder. You will be clearly cut off abruptly. All right, license 43866S3. And the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct with Tracy Banks, this is what you'll find that they have in common. Oh, they're all good buddies. They're all close with Tracy Banks. Even those that I never even introduced, like Jason Isaac-Fields. How was he introduced to Tracy Banks' anus? That's a mystery to me. But I never introduced the two. Okay, Tracy Banks has a relationship with all of the demons that are gang stalking and targeting me by lying on my character. And it's all based on what is money and property that these demons thought that they were going to get away with stealing. Not only is that not going to happen, I'm going to prosecute for the corruption of the federal government that is still targeting to date, while the entity is holding on to property that belongs to me and I'm sleeping outside. You're going to federal prison for that. It's not justice. There's not going to be a press conference where, oh yeah, we were investigating this and we had to look into that and she had to sleep outside because this was underway and this process was there and we had to make sure that this and prove that. The demons are engaging in corruption, and I am the one that's proving it in a way that the government can't deny it and sweep it under the rug. The entity is engaging in what is targeting under all circumstances, and it will, even under circumstances where the federal government is not, I'll concede, the federal government is not entirely corrupt, and they're not engaging in the pattern of conduct of targeting. They're conducting a legitimate investigation, not aware of all of the corruption of the city of Ontario, and they're sitting back and watching them gang stalk me through the commercial flights of the Ontario International Airport, that is the city of Ontario, through the fire department, through the police department, through the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, every level of government, as I've documented. Say they don't know, and they're legitimately investigating and watching and learning at the same time, and conducting an investigation at their end at the same time. I am still it is still actionable because it is criminal conduct by the government. Do you understand that an American citizen in the United States has a right to never be subject to this under any circumstances? While you 8VAY491, while you remain subject to it and the government calls itself investigating, this is why you never engage in this criminal activity in the first place, because you are still going to be held accountable for what an American citizen never should have been subject to in the first place. While you had to conduct your investigation and figure out how the government and why the government and who in the government is engaging in it. The American citizen, that's not their burden. That's not their problem. They have a right to not be subject to it, period, under any circumstances. It's the incompetence and the corruption of the government that will cause what is the demise of those that are in the government to be prosecuted for it. Okay? And the state's not doing it by itself. The federal government is engaged in the pattern of conduct that the state at the state level is permitted to continue. The Ontario Police Department, they have demons that they get certificates from the FBI for some sort of training. They're gang stalkers. They are gang stalkers. Okay, they are engaging in the FBI has an office, by the way, in downtown Los Angeles in the specific environment. Okay, the branches of federal government, they maintain offices in the city with the people of the state. Okay, so you're talking about constitutionally, there is a doctrine that separates federal and state. But with regard to the pattern of conduct, it is a superficial distinction. They're engaging in the same P.O.C. And under these facts here, Jason Isaac-Fields has been engaged in what is personal interest, while he is abusing a position that he and his partners sharing, targeting me together. And not only are they corrupt government actors, they're demons. These are witches. Okay, people like to call male witches warlocks. A witch, you're engaged in witchcraft, which I find to be very effeminate. He's a witch, and so are all of his partners in whatever department, whatever agency that Jason Isaac-Fields got to by gang stalking me. He's losing that position, and he's also losing his freedom. He's going to federal prison, and the federal government is facilitating the violence that the city of Ontario, the state of California, is engaging in, as I have proven it. Not only am I surrounding them with what's going on in 2024, when you're recognizing the specific environment, what these demons, what these imbeciles are doing under the fake sun that's remaining over one block, while it's staying over me and demons are crossing paths. That's a coward with a paper plate that he doesn't want documented. License plate AGLM038. License plate GADZILA. Those are demons that are engaging in what is the amplified audible activity, and that's the criminal conduct of demons that are crossing paths. Stalkers and sex offenders who are obsessed with my vagina, okay? And they act as an entity. Okay, so the entity is engaging in what is surrounding with the elements of monitoring on a ceaseless basis under a whole fake sun. And the entity is doing that under the, sponsored by the federal government. And demons by name, Jason Isaac Fields and all of his demon-possessed effeminate co-defendants who are a part of the same agency using witchcraft, targeting me, spiritually attacking me, while they're gang stalking, which is what I'm proving through the pattern of conduct. But I want you to know that these government actors, they worship Satan. They are practicing witchcraft. They pray to Satan. They worship demonic spirits. They permit these demonic spirits to fill their vessel, their person, while they are psychopaths. You need to understand that they're also mentally ill. They are violent sex offenders. Their perverted minds and their perverted lifestyles is the proof of it, and their criminal activity is also the proof of it. But I just want to be clear, they're not just corrupt. Jason Isaac Fields is not just bankrupt morally and corrupt ethically, and also a criminal that's engaging in what is targeting and abusing his job in doing so. He is a psychopath. He is mentally ill. He's a demon-possessed person who practices witchcraft. He's a witch, and so are his partners, and they're still engaging in stalking and monitoring in the spirit, and they're gang stalking in the physical, like I'm documenting in Ontario, like Tracy Banks' sex partner is still engaging in, and like he's been engaging in since, as a matter of documentation, since 2018. Okay, the last time I spoke to that demon at his Rialto, California apartment, after relocating from Las Vegas, Nevada, where he was engaged in federal stalking across state lines, using communication devices, keeping me under surveillance with the state of California. License 6EDU433. So I just want to be clear. That's underway, and the entity is gang stalking while I'm standing in the shade, and you're looking at that ongoing pattern, which is supernatural. Not only is the fake sun still here as I'm documenting, as I remain inside where Ocean of Starbucks is engaging in kidnapping, I've remained inside of that Starbucks literally for every hour of the day and until sunset, and the entity kept the fake sun here. And as I would step out and I capture on video and images, the fake sun is still here. It's 8. I'm capturing the fake sun at 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 p.m. This is where the demons are stalking, where you'll see my shadow appearing in the shade and a bunch of demons who are gang stalking while purchasing drinks from Starbucks. Who is a gang stalker? So is the UNICARE Community Health Center. So is ARCO at 434 North Euclid Avenue. So is CHEVRON at 506 North Euclid Avenue, and every other venue. And these are demons that are merely engaged in what is crossing a path. These are a bunch of demons that are pacing. And they're doing so while the fake sun is not remaining, contrary to what's going on when I'm staying at that hotel, at Economy Inn. Just to let you know, big picture, what's going on, stalking. And that's not an investigation. The entity is not engaging in investigating anything. The entity is sitting up and watching me expose it, is embarrassed by everything that I'm exposing, but is also in no rush to provide justice against itself at all. And you're going to federal prison for it. You're going to federal prison for all the damages suffered while the Ontario police are engaged in gang stalking. Literally, the threat and the ongoing harms are suffered while the entity is in your presence. They're stalking as an entity that are obsessed with your vagina, molesting you with impossible light, keeping a fake sun, a fake moon at night, and engaging in all manner of amplified audible. This is ongoing psychopathic means of harassing one person that they're obsessively stalking as an entity, and the federal government's going to be prosecuted. And people like Jason Fields are going to federal prison, not only for stealing my money and property and intellectual property, but for being a maniacal psychopath and abusing a government position in doing so, and had every intent to commit murder. I want to be clear, also murder psychologically. This demon was attacking spiritually. Every time I was kidnapped, this demon was spiritually attacking me. This is how intricately involved Jason Isaac Fields is. Him and his partners using witchcraft, including Tracy Banks using witchcraft while I'm kidnapped, and the demons of the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the demons who are the people of the state, the demons who are the gang stalking medical professionals, all kidnapping and gang stalking that facility together. 9DIN044. And Jason Isaac Fields has been engaged in psychological warfare. This is a demon, a witch using witchcraft and spiritually attacking me because he was trying to break me down, trying to commit murder emotionally, psychologically, while I'm being kidnapped, and he is simultaneously bearing false witness about my character in court. This is understanding all manner of warfare against an American citizen. He's going to federal prison for the physical, volitional acts that I can prove, but I'm through the pattern of conduct that I'm documenting that he is proven to be guilty of. You also need to know part of what is being aware of how much of a monster he is. He is a witch, and he's been spiritually attacking with regard to trying to break down, psychologically attack a woman that he wanted to steal from. Okay, and him and his sex partner, and all of Tracy Banks' sex partners, however many of them she was having sex with, Jason Fields' partner, however many she was having sex with. And sexual activity is relevant to what is exchanging demonic spirits. So this is what the Jezebels engage in. This is what sex rituals are about. They're exchanging demonic spirits amongst each other. That is disgusting. And these perverts are stalking, spiritually monitoring me while I'm kidnapped in the jail. This is speaking to, again, the monster that is Jason Fields. That is the ingredients of a serial killer, by the way. Those are the ingredients of a serial killer. All right, but I just want to be clear. This is the pattern of conduct, and you're going to be prosecuted for everything that I'm suffering. And that's why I'm documenting as well. He's going to federal prison. Hi. A license 8KBJ670, 9RXF197. And license plate RODYANA. And they're all gang stalking by making a purchase at Chevron. So they're doing so under the fake sun. It is currently, I'm documented, by the way. This is not new, what I'm documenting over here. I'm documenting these same addresses before 2025 in the middle of the afternoon. The fake sun is over me in the same manner. That's how you're understanding what demons are doing. All they're doing is pacing, maintaining presence all around you. It's unspoken. They don't address you. That's supposed to be the cloak of a bunch of demons that are not targeting you because they don't talk to you. You're showing psychopaths and sex offenders and stalkers. 9KPK067. And they're engaging in it while they're engaged in surveillance, which you need to know is underway in the United States, and the federal government is engaged in monitoring. It's not just the fact that the city of Ontario, San Bernardino County, Los Angeles County, and the particular cities that I'm at are engaging in that. Coincidentally, it's a statewide P.O.C, and the pattern of conduct that's happening in that specific environment is letting you know what's happening nationwide. The federal government is engaged in surveillance, is aware of it, and they're not investigating what it is that I've exposed. What it is that I've exposed something that cannot be denied anymore. 9ADK895, it also can't stay a secret. 9NJJ962. 8M69169, they're gang stalking at ARCO. 9CXD189, 9TIH520. Again, I'm at this ARCO well into the afternoon, coming from Los Angeles, documenting demons at this same gas station in the middle of the afternoon under the fake sun. All right, so again, this is where somebody is stalking you, they are forced to recognize and be proven as such as an entity in an environment that proves that. 8MKW950, they require that environment to engage in what is merely presence. Okay? Presence is accomplishing what is stalking by the government that has no warrant or probable cause, and it is entirely threatening. It's not innocent, it's not harmless, and it's not lawful. All right, so the entity is engaging in that. It's the exact opposite. It's very harmful. It's essentially committing what is psychological torture, which is seeking to essentially commit murder of one's emotions, one's psychological status, like how the way that your mind works, the way that you operate, the way you identify with people and the nature of people and people's intents towards you. It affects your mind state, and the entity is essentially murdering you psychologically. 9TVZ137, and Satan wants to do that with no hands, so that they can use a term that you're familiar with probably, gaslight you. Oh no, nobody's doing anything to you. You're crazy. You're crazy. That's a spirit. It's a demonic one. 9JES298, 9RXA578, 7MBZ923, 82695G2. At the Ontario Veterinary Hospital, gang stalking. License 8DRM583, crossing path. In the parking lot, 7AVL866. 645ZL, that's a handicap plate, and DN338. License 9FKV760, in case I didn't read that one already. And it's 8:30 a.m., by the way. And remember where I'm at right now, the fake sun is over me. At the OVITT Family Community Library is steps away. So I'm referring to addresses that you're familiar with. The Starbucks and the OVITT Family Community Library, steps away from each other, less than a 4-minute walk, okay? The fake sun is here, as you already know, 6 o'clock in the evening. This is exposing stalking by everybody in this neighborhood, everybody right now, and everywhere that I'm going. That's why I have the same documentation proving it, a ceaseless pattern of conduct by the government in 2024, when I'm somewhere totally different in the same specific environment. It's remaining over me. License 9FKV760, 7MBZ923. 9GXZ646, and the demons are so psychopathic and obsessed. They're stalking the person that's prosecuting them, number one, and they're also you're looking at what has nothing to do with the physical, carnal, external, like demons want you to focus on. Oh, I drive a Lexus, which is not even an impressive vehicle to me, but just to give an example, I drive a Lexus, a brand new 2025 Lexus. Why would I be stalking you? Because you're a demon. That's why. Because it's Satan. All right, who kills people in order to afford that Lexus? Who steals and steals other people's identity in order to afford that Lexus? Who cheats in school and at work in order to afford that Lexus? Okay, who engages in what is bending over, engaging in all manner of perverted sex acts to afford that Lexus, okay? Who is generally a dishonest person, or just merely profiting from the demise of others. That's equally a bad person, okay? I don't do anything wrong to people, but you don't do anything in order to support other people that are being wrong, and you participate in it. Thereby, by your omission, you're benefiting off of that. You're gang stalking like everybody else, and your ability to drive a Lexus is contributing to it. It's nothing impressive. License, and it's literally nothing impressive. I don't care about a Lexus, but I'm just giving you an example. Because somebody driving a Lexus is stalking me while I'm sleeping outside. They're stalking me in my vagina in the bathroom. It has nothing to do with your socioeconomic status. These demons know who I am, and they know the truth that I'm speaking about them, and they're also mad about that. License plate. They're embarrassed because I'm telling you that they're obsessed with my vagina. 6LPS 887, but they are. That's a psychopath that has both of those going on at the same time. License 8DRM583. That's a psychopath who's stalking with all these demons whose license plates I'm about to read. Impossible Light moves all across the storefronts while they're all standing around staring at their phones, gang stalking under the fake sun. 27066S3. And that demon crosses path and they're monitoring together. There's no conversation needed. They're not having a meeting today because they don't know where I'm going to get up and go walk. They're just following me around, stalking as I go. And that's how I have them surrounded by evidence with what is clear evidence of stalking. 9NJJ962. 9JQX766. Same pattern of conduct. MSHU05. And that's a Arizona plate. And the fake sun is over the San Bernardino housing. This is the housing authority. Gang stalking, license 9CBD820, and they're all engaging in the P.O.C. You have two different vehicles, and same condition, same criminal system by the government. While Impossible Light is moving across the building while a vehicle is driving on the street, this is what you saw me subject to inside a Starbucks, in other words. 9NRA932, 9JQX766. And that's a prosecution of a business. That's a prosecution of the population. 7UCX185, that's a prosecution of the government. 7CBD820, those are the elements of monitoring. Crossing path in the specific environment. You have to be around me in order to gang stalk me. Okay? License plate. 9SKA523, and while they're around you, they keep what is all manner of evidence of their mental illness. The light that's shooting around like a circus while they act like it's not happening. All right, they engage in what is presence under a fake sun that's remaining specifically over me while everyone is feigning ignorance and being oblivious to it. Nobody notices it. All right, the entities engaging in what is providing evidence of their mental illness while they are clearly and proven to be stalking one person, which is in and of itself evidence of mental illness. Okay, it is 8:35 a.m. and you'll see the images of that while I'm documenting. These are the demons that are gang stalking. The Ontario Police Department engaged in what is stalking by helicopter last night. While those demons are triggered by the fact, all right, the spiritual realm is as factual as the black asphalt that I'm walking on the ground. The spiritual realm, and the truth is that these demons that worship Satan, that summon demonic spirits trying to attack me in the spirit, you engage in death magic, you engage in sending your little voodoo, hoodoo, that I have no faith in. I think it's a bunch of nonsense, but demons give much faith in it, as much faith as I have in Christ Jesus. The true and living God, 9SUJ598, they place faith in Satan and demonic spirits that are going to come back and attack them with that death magic. And while the entity is hostile to these things, while I'm on minding my business and the entity is obsessed with whatever it is that I'm documenting, whatever it is that I am noting, the demons of the Ontario Police who practice witchcraft, they're practicing witchcraft while they're gang stalking. Okay, while they're engaging in light activity, they're practicing witchcraft, they're demons. While they're engaging in amplified audible activity, they're practicing witchcraft right in front of you, they're demons. While they are engaging in pacing, like I've shown you, a whole playlist of them exhibiting severe mental illness. Guess what mental illness is? A mental illness is that which is affecting your outward behavior. Behavioral health, okay, as it's referred to. The behavioral health, that's nothing other than a manifestation of what is inherently wrong on the inside, which is spiritual, invisible. This is what is affecting your thoughts, thus your behavior. And these are demons who are engaging in demonic behaviors, which in the secular would be referred to as mental illness, while you engage in psychopathic pacing, while you're stalking under a fake sun and an engineered light amongst amplified audible activity. It is literally the mental diagnosis. The evidence, the ingredients to diagnose gang stalking police officers, and that's exactly what you're going to be subject to when I prosecute the state of California. Every gang stalking police officer, gang stalking fire departments, you're not going to be excluded from that. It is going to be the default prosecution for gang stalkers who are mentally ill. All right, you're going to be subject to it, that ongoing mental examination, and the entity provides evidence of mental illness by having a playlist of pacing in helicopters. You're looking at them being engaging in demonic activity. They're practicing witchcraft while you're looking at that. And I have a playlist of it. And the Ontario police are not the only demons replicating that same behavior while they are stalking, proven to be stalking in a specific environment. That's not a coincidence. It is exactly what I've told you. And it is also at the same time the ability, the proof, the necessity of diagnosing closeted mental illness. License 8UMH340, 8MQB725. And by the way, the entity is engaging in that while they're pacing. On the surface, you're looking at traffic. These are demons that are together pacing. And if it was just one person, that one person would be driving up and down the street, 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 up and down the street. The demon possessed are doing it as an entity. Hence, traffic in California. All right, that's P.O.C. License plate 9EZS166. License. The entity is gang stalking by the Ontario police, who are triggered by the reality that all of the demonic spirits, all the acts of death magic, everything that Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy Banks and whoever else that Jason and Tracy were having sex rituals with, engaging in trying to conjure up some sort of spiritual authority over Christ Jesus, which is impossible. It's impossible. License 8TJA082. Christ already defeated Satan, already defeated death. He already defeated it. I just want to be clear. Like I stated years before, I've stated it on more than one occasion. You are witnessing what is happening in time. This has already concluded. How this is, it's already over. I already have been victorious, and that is victory given in Christ Jesus. We are merely going through Christ is outside of time. He's outside of time. God is a spirit, and he is outside of time. We are in time, and you are witnessing the formal process of that which I have already told you how it is going to end. These demons are witnessing their demise and thought that having group sex, anal sex, summoning all sorts of demons through their homosexual activity, through their pedophilia, while they're summoning demonic spirits, exchanging demonic spirits amongst each other, they thought that that was going to garner them some sort of spiritual authority. They are deceived by Satan, and they are hell-bound. But for any sort of repentance, they're going straight to hell. And not only that, they're being prosecuted, and it's going toward the inevitable conclusion that I stated before, years before. We are merely in time. You're witnessing the formal process of that. There is no deviation. I'm documenting what is ongoing obstruction of justice, delays to justice. That's a prosecution. That's not stopping the conclusion. The Lord God knows exactly when is the perfect time for what he has decreed is going to happen, shall happen, and no demon in hell is changing that schedule. These demons are delusional. The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and there is no defeating Christ Jesus. He has already defeated death. They are deceived by Satan, and a whole bunch of people who have been deceived by Satan are engaging and are surrounded by evidence of their criminal conduct, and they're going to be prosecuted for it. It's an epic prosecution and it's also historic, never before done, because it's never before been proven, because it's been going on for years, decades, but never before proven. HOOP*1, that's a license plate, and we are merely going through the formal process of that which has already been decided. These demons lost, Satan lost. And by the way, I want to be clear, Satan is a deceiver. He is the father of lies, even to those that are working for him. That's what the demon possessor, that's what the Ontario police, that's what Jason Isaac Fields and Tracy, that's what these pedophiles and these sex offenders are engaged in while they're gang stalking, engaging in sex rituals, all manner of perversion, because they're summoning demon. All they're doing is bringing on judgment on themselves. They're bringing on more mental illness. Demonic spirits bring on what is a means of tormenting American citizens, but That's the legal analysis. Tormenting human beings. These are demonic spirits. They torment you. They use you like uncompensated prostitutes. These spirits are using the bodies of the people. This is where you have mentally ill that can't control themselves, so they engage in more and more pacing, more and more pacing. That mental illness is manifested in the behavior. You're going to diagnose and treat that. But that's a demonic spirit that's in that person, and no medication is going to help it. But you're going to treat it like you would any other volitional behavior. Oh, you're not able to control your behavior? Okay, well, we need to subject you to some mental examinations, and that's going to be the basis of a diagnosis. And you separate and protect the public in the way that is necessary. This mental illness is that which is a threat to not only the demons themselves, but to the public, because they have an impulse to engage in what are psychologically targeting other people that they want to harm inexplicably. For no reason, they want to harm and target. The reason is that they're demons, and that they are engaging in what is targeting people based on whatever those demonic spirits are leading them to do. 4YRM815. But I've shown you the pattern of these demonic spirits. They engage in an identical pattern of conduct. And literally their criminal conduct is used to diagnose them. 75387F4, 9WRY779, I believe. Let me get this license. 8WBY779. So this is that pattern of conduct, and the entity is engaging in this while you're witnessing the demon possession of a government, actors, the demon possession of a population. They clutch the hands of children. They engage in what are teaching children in school, driving children on school buses, wanting to present as normal, everyday human beings who are in a position better than the targeted individual, while they are the cause for the targeted individual's merely economical status. Because you're gang stalking me on the job, I have a right to not, and I'm not going to subject myself to that level of violence. I'm also not going to be provoked to engage in anything foolish. I'm going to protect my accomplishments, which includes my bar license, while a bunch of envious demons like Tracy Banks like to lie and state that I'm not an attorney anymore. That's somebody that's envious, who is engaging in what is group sex because she thinks that Satan is going to give her spiritual authority over me. And it doesn't exist in Christ Jesus. License 8WBY779, 13443C4, 9AQW334, 40609W3, 8KEB387, 9RZM939, 9TRB809, 52580Y3, 8XRV628. And I read this one. I'll read it again. HOOP*1. It's got the symbol like a star and the number 1. License 7JHK357, 03007F4. And also overnight, the Ontario Fire Department, that's Michael GERKEN, engaged in criminal summoning pursuant to monitoring me. All right, and these are demons that are stalkers. You have to be right there at the corner. You were already there while you are arriving in a fire truck with regard to light activity and the use of sirens, like you saw AMR doing under the 9:42 a.m. fake sun, 11079A4, where the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking while this demon pulls up. And these are all license plates that are gang stalking with the City of Ontario, and the Ontario Police Department gang stalking with them. Remember, the pattern of conduct is ceaselessly underway. The Ontario Police Department gang stalking in helicopter while I remain, and that was ARCO engaging and targeting me with the Ontario Police Department by helicopter. The demon-possessed gang stalking all night, doing so by pulling up to a gas pump and putting gas in their tank, while Impossible Light and the demons are stalking by helicopter activity, doing so pursuant to hostility. These demons are triggered by what they did. You're the one that summoned those demonic spirits that use that death magic that you don't have any authority to overwhelm or resist. Those demons are coming back for them. Everybody that summoned that, everybody that woke that up, that conjured that up, it's coming back for you. License 7JHK357, 9SCC819, and they're engaging in public corruption, and they walk right into the buildings, engaging in the P.O.C. They're all engaged in federal stalking, and this is public corruption by a bunch of sex offenders as well. They dress up and go to work, and they're monitoring my vagina on the job. 9SAH995, 8G57590, Impossible Light inside of this parking lot, 5ULV778, 71355C4, 7UTD167, 51119S2, 9NGE722. And while I am at this venue, which is the parking lot adjacent to, and by adjacent I'll be specific, the parking lot which is south of the ARCO and the CHEVRON, The ARCO is located at 434 North Euclid Avenue, and it is north of the Ontario Downtown Apartments at 320 West G Street, where across the street is the U.S. Bank, where I showed you the fake sun video of Southwest Airlines flying over that corner. This is where the entity is keeping the fake sun, EE45P80 paper plate. And what you're looking at, big picture as well, that is not going to be seen through Starbucks' window on Euclid Avenue, like I'm documenting when I'm there, and demons like this third party, pacing EE45P80 and 82695G2 under a fake sun, stalking like a psychopath, stalking you, and then looking the opposite way like they're ignorant about, that's a demon, that's a psychopath, that's a sex offender, that's somebody that's in need of mental examinations, so that it could be clinically diagnosed and that it is also recognized by other people who are put on notice. License 7YNC485, 6TLD007, 9LCV852, 7YXN152, 5AQP557, 4U66377, and this fake sun is not visible through Starbucks' window that is on Euclid Avenue facing the direction east, where this fake sun is not in alignment with that window, and that's not rocket science. The entity is stalking with the fake sun, and where you see that fake sun, that's where they committed kidnapping. And you would committed kidnapping, meaning I was placed in handcuffs, my property was seized, my documentation, my evidence, you have the audacity to interfere with my case while you're trying to threaten me and take my life and target me and try to falsely depict my character. You can bet on the fact you're going to federal prison, because that's exactly where you're going. No American citizen is going to be subject to that level of audacious crime and impunity by a corrupt government. Not only are they corrupt, they are entirely, the level of impunity, it is like unfathomable. And what the entity is doing, I want to be clear, you have surrounded yourself because you're going to federal prison. As clearly as I was there and I documented the proof that I was there, so the entity can't deny, oh no, she was there and she's, or the fact that I was there for whatever reason, no, that's also clear that you're targeting. You make up whatever it is pursuant to your ongoing targeting. I've never been a criminal. You don't have any jurisdiction when I'm documenting you violating my rights. The entity is clearly making up information on all accounts and also gang stalking with the people of the state, proven through the body of evidence showing even that establishment is the basis of identifying targeting. You're going to prison. I'm going to state it just like that. You're going to federal prison. That's why I'm always reminding you about where's the fake sun at, because that's not in the window of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. That is not over Alvarado Gardens, where LAPD is gang stalking all day and all night. The sun never leaves that apartment complex. This is the entity that's going to federal prison for kidnapping. License 9LRM274. And the entity is very much obsessed with me. It's proven while they're stalking in 7-Eleven. It's proven while they're stalking while I'm inside of a library. It's proven while they're stalking while I'm inside of an apartment. This is what Tracy Banks is doing, a bunch of old people at Woodside Senior Apartments. It's proven while they're stalking you with impossible light. They can't even drive by you without trying to touch you and affect you in one way or another. They're obsessed. They are psychopaths. Okay? They are obsessed. And they're also obsessed with your demise. And it is the work of Satan. License 6CSP 995. This is P.O.C. And it is currently 8:49 a.m. What I'm documenting, walking out, and my podcast documentation is as probative and as central to the prosecution of showing the entity that it's targeting. Because the entity has the fake sun as I walk out in the evening, and I'm documenting on podcast, and the Ontario International Airport's flying over this back parking lot of the OVITT Family Community Library. And I'm walking in Engineer Light while they're plugging up their Teslas, gang stalking, charging their phones. Traffic is under the fake sun. Every business that I'm documenting, these license plates are under the fake sun. That's here at 8:49. They represent the same entity while the fake sun is still here in the evening at the same address. This is an entity that is targeting. And you need to understand spiritually, this is demonic activity. This is the practice of witchcraft that is exposed. It's in plain view, and now you're not ignorant about that, but you're witnessing them engaging in what is psychological torture. The affect that gang stalking is supposed to have on the ordinary target individual is the practice of witchcraft. You're being spiritually attacked. Okay? You're being spiritually attacked, and being spiritually attacked is combined with what is physically attacking. Monitoring with the City of Ontario license plate 7WOA484, 7V86509, 8SFA072, 65637J3. The City of Ontario, these demons, Pollyon, vehicles of the municipality, wait till I cross the street, then start beeping. Pay attention to what you're hearing in the background. And these demons are stalking 7VHZ496, 7MBW934. Those are the demons that are obsessed with my vagina, okay? You're being removed from office when you're wasting money on vehicles, AZQZ937. When you're wasting money on vehicles, he's driving through engineer light. You'll see it along the driver's side. That's an Asian male with glasses. He looks to be about 60 years old. License plate 1602154 at the fake center is over me at Lemon and D Street, where I'm present in this parking lot documenting license plates in the evening. You already know that the fake center is remaining over the OVITT Family Community Library, where you are using vehicles attributed, useful for the municipality who has demons operating them, monitoring. You're being removed from office, sir or madam. Paulion is out of office. Gang stalking mayors, you are delusional as your evidence, as the evidence proves that you are by gang stalking. You are delusional if you think that you're sitting in office for another 20 years. Okay, you're not. It's 20 years too long. Paulion's been a terrorist, an un-American enemy while he's sitting in a position as a mayor. And the wasted expenditures on hiring demons that are engaging in surveillance by hiding it, by painting curbs and getting rid of graffiti off of the walls and watering the grass throughout the city. They're stalkers. They're demons. They're psychopaths that engage in stalking somebody by engaging in that malicious way. Oh, I'm not stalking, I'm watering the grass. That's literally what demons rely on. Oh, I'm doing this. I'm not stalking. I don't even know you. These are demons. They're psychopaths. And you're going to look at the evidence and you're literally going to diagnose. The entity that sought to falsely depict the character that is project mental illness on the target individual, that same behavior, that same hardcore direct evidence proving that you're a stalker is going to be used to diagnose you. That the entity that engages in it, because you'll see it through their behavior. They're supposed to be focused on this. Oh, I'm focused on my babies. I love my children so much. Oh my goodness, look at my newborn. This is so cute. Oh, I'm so focused on breastfeeding. And they're monitoring. You're going to diagnose that's a malicious psychopath. And that's a demon-possessed person that is poised to commit murder and engage in getting away with it, because you're never supposed to question that person. They're supposed to appear as quote-unquote innocent, whatever you attribute, whatever you think innocence looks like. You're ignorant. You are ignorant. You're relying on the carnal, the physical, which is what deceitful demons need you to do. And you're doing it in a vacuum. You have to do that as well. 6ETX304, 9RBW860. 9CYV689. The mayor, as I'm documenting all facets of the P.O.C., the mayor is being removed. The police department is being disbanded. The Ontario International Airport is a threat to national security. What are they doing having planes flying over? Don't you have something? No, clearly you don't. License 6ETX304 is stalked with impossible light under a fake sun that's still over the OVITT Family Community Library, which I documented literally in this back parking lot in the middle of the afternoon. So that's sitting on the record, and it's also before 2025, but I vividly recall being in this parking lot as of 2025, making very specific points about my being at a different city, different location, this fake sun is here while this demon is crossing path, and engineer light is irradiating all over the gate of the OVITT Family Community. That's a psychopath that's monitoring me, and also knows what's going on with my panties as clearly as he knows who I am, while the fake sun remains over me for his gang stalking purposes. 9HWA291, C176R1, 9GZD299. 8CFW391, 7CYX190, 7WYA818. 9CIJ919, 7JME684, 9PMP781, 8FCX167. Don't forget about Laverne College of Law. Documentation showing the fake sent over me at Laverne College of Law. It's in 2020, 2021, replete with the Ontario Police gang stalking me by helicopter. The fake sent is over me in the morning. I'm looking at Laverne College of Law right now. It is during the 8 a.m. hour. Yeah, it's 8:54 a.m. This is documentation, comprehensive documentation. The entity, like I said, is already, you can imagine me being a cowgirl with the rope in the hand and getting ready to throw that lasso, because that's how surrounded, that's how locked in. They're in a chokehold with evidence already. It already is, while they're still stalking. And obsessed, okay? If I reach for something in 7-Eleven, I reach down to get a cup to fill it up with ice, those demons come out of nowhere, surrounding, getting a Slurpee, getting a big gulp, okay? Getting a bag of chips, going to the microwave, surrounding, stalking. That's how obsessed they are, and they're surrounded with evidence. And it's already done. I'm letting you know what I stated before is exactly how this is going to end, because we are in time and Christ Jesus is on the throne. He is outside of time. That's the ability to speak on what he actually said before it actually happens, which is also a testimony to the reality of Christ Jesus and those who actually know him and who are speaking on his behalf, who are not contradicting scripture. okay, and who are under no circumstances speaking for Satan, the enemy. Okay, which is going to be clear. Okay, there's a clear distinction between the two. And Christ is outside of time, and that's the ability to tell you beforehand. I'm going to tell you how this ends right now. And I was kidnapped several times after I stated that. Like 5, 6 more times I was kidnapped. But I stated before how this is going to end and what's going to happen. They're engaging in kidnapping, you're going to prison. You're stealing my evidence, you're going to prison. You engage in criminal summoning, you're going to prison. You're engaging in what is kidnapping as a sheriff in a court, you're going to prison. You're sitting on that bench. I'm going to strip you of that robe and you're going to prison. The entity you are learning about, the entity's ongoing motivations, besides the fact that they're psychopaths who target American citizens for a plethora of reasons. Because this is evil. This is the world that we're in. These are the times that we're in. Contrary to what you've been told, people are not inherently good. This is not cynicism and pessimism. This is scripture. We are born wicked, sinful, in need of a savior. It is not truthful. It is not to say we're all born good people. That's a lie. So that you can look at the ordinary targeted individual and assign innocence to them when all the evidence is proving they're gang stalking psychopaths, malicious in how they're engaging in that P.O.C. That is not a good person. That's a malicious, wicked person. And they're targeting someone else. In furtherance of trying to murder that person and specifically do it in that manner so that they can appear as one way and the targeted individual can appear as another. That's the whole purpose behind targeting as a whole population. The average nuclear family in Ontario is a bunch of psychopaths and sex offenders, and they're rearing up their children to be little targeting demons. That's a tragic state that we're in, and you need to understand the implications regarding this country, because this is California. And you have mental illness that's surrounding you, and you are under the preconditioned deceit. Okay, it's a deceitful notion that the average person, mental illness is only there when you see them crashing out in the middle of the street. Somebody that can't take care of themselves, obviously, because they're disheveled. They've got grease on their face. They smell like urine. They got fecal matter on their clothes. They can't seem to keep a roof over their. That's supposed to demonstrate mental illness. These demons are walking around trying to present as sane. They're stalking in planes and helicopters. They dress up in uniforms. They drive shiny vehicles. Some of them go to college. Some of them have 2.5 kids. Some of them are stay-at-home moms. Some of them are pregnant while they're working at the daycare, leading Bible study. Okay, standing on the pew, giving the message every day of the holy word of God. They're demons. They are demons. Okay, you need to recognize that the ability to identify that is based on the scripture says that you will know them and you will know them by their deeds. I am pointing out to you the deeds that are proving federal group stalking and monitoring, and you will know them not by how they present, not by what they state. That could be additional evidence, though. I mean, when you exercise wisdom, there's a whole bunch of contributing factors. But scripture says that you will know them and you will know them by their deeds. Even if somebody, for example, cusses like a sailor. Okay, and they state that they love Christ Jesus and they may cuss like a sailor, but they would never put their hands on another person. They would never gang stalk someone else. They would never engage in sitting up and watching somebody take their clothes off in their home. You like watching them bend over and look at their anus, like you like to watch them wash their body in the shower, secret cameras. And then you like to walk outside of the apartment after you watch them inside and you live next door to them, and then you like to walk and say good morning to them. And they have no idea, none the wiser. Okay, you know them by their deeds. Okay, so you're talking about the ability to harm another person. That's the threat that the demon-possessed pose. And that's the difference. The Bible says that you will know them and you will know them by their deeds. Them are identifying those that actually know Christ, those that are not walking around as covert psychopaths, willing and capable of committing murder under any perfect set of circumstances. Okay, so the entity is engaging what is a threat while I'm exposing this system, and you need to be aware this is not instilling fear, this is providing information, which is also scripturally based. And I'm also not stating, by the way, I'm not stating that you should be cussing like a sailor. I'm getting to the core of the person. And Christ is the only one that knows the heart. So you cannot judge and you do not judge based on what somebody wears. Look at Alan D. Wapner. This is a whole psychopath, and he's cheesing on the Ontario.org website. Excuse me, Ontario.gov website. He's a psychopath. He's a sex offender. He's a domestic terrorist. He's an enemy of American citizens and of the United States. By virtue of the criminal conduct that's underway in the city of Ontario under his corrupt and dangerous leadership. And that is, the evidence directly supports that. The level of criminal conduct, the level of corruption, the level of execution, and what is necessarily required with the money, with the manpower, with the time, with the knowledge, the ongoing diligent stalking by a whole population over one person. Alan D. Wapner is not under any circumstances possibly ignorant. And for him to claim it, you don't need any demon to admit that they're a demon. First of all, I'm going to prosecute based on facts. I'm not prosecuting you, and there is no actionable cause for being a demon. But there is one when your demon possession is animating your unlawful behavior, which is coloring the crime, coloring the character, okay? This is it's extraordinarily harassment, and it's also terrorism while the government is engaging in facilitating, enabling it, funding it, okay, perpetuating it. What like the city of Ontario is doing with a whole population of people in a whole demonic environment. And to have to go to that level, to that degree to prove it. This is understanding how domestic terrorism is going to be recognized and prosecuted. And it's also disincentivizing it, because I guarantee you, no other mayors in this country want to be diagnosed or even associated with mental illness. They're going to get their act together really quickly because they don't want to happen to them what's going to happen to Paul Leon, what's going to happen to Karen Bass, and every other gang stalking mayor. Gang stalking police departments that are going to be disbanded, that are going to be publicly exposed and embarrassed, let alone prosecuted. And public information is crucial in the execution of the provision of justice. It's crucial. You don't get to just silently just disappear and just be removed from office. License 7HJT354. It's not going to happen like that. Even if you're not in office anymore and you moved yourself beforehand, like Alan San Victoris of the Monrovia Police Department in November of 2024, it will be public information regarding what he is engaging in, what I am subject to under his corrupt leadership, and what he knows about me regarding the ongoing evidence of the monitoring of this evidence, and what is still underway, regardless of the name of the demon in that position that he resigned from, the chief of police over the Monrovia Police Department. Whether you're an officer or not, it will be known who and what and why. Public information, which is crucial in this country. You should have access to all the information. They want to tell you about everything else in order to corrupt you and your mind. They need to tell you about what's going on with regard to not being deceived anymore about what's actually going on in this country, like surveillance. License 8VPD021. These demons are stalking with impossible light under the fake sun. And again, relevant context is the bigger picture. I am documenting the Ontario City Hall before 2025. You look at everything that is published on the internet. Everything, because I provided it for a reason. That's looking in a vacuum. Okay, you're not just looking at 2025. You're not just looking at today and yesterday, even though that in and of itself, with regard to the precedent that I've already established, you will be able to prosecute where the government is targeting you. Okay, the federal government is learning, is studying, is aware of what it is that how the government is engaging in targeting, and you're able to identify that P.O.C. Okay, so that's beyond P.O.C. Excuse me. That's beyond what is probable cause in order to establish that the government's engaging in the pattern of conduct targeting. All right, so with regard to what I am establishing precedent, yeah, you're going to have, and I understand that, and that precedent is established. The precedent will also be in the form of a prosecution on the record, referring to the Erica Spencer v. U.S. government, okay? The entities engaging in just to give you an example, this is precedent, because you will be able to refer to what is a fact and no longer an unsubstantiated, unsupported conspiracy theory, and it's only been maintained as such and regarded as such because it's a part of the pattern of conduct to render illegitimate the fact that the government is gang stalking, is monitoring, which is demonic. Nobody wants to be associated with that, but they can't avoid it now. The demons are proven, are shown, they're fully exposed under their whole fake sun. They are fully exposed. Satan can't hide anymore. And you need to understand, what is the response? Satan is very much increasingly desperate now. These are the times that we're in. Okay, Satan is running out of time. And Satan knows that Christ is coming back. And when that happens, his time is up. He's deceiving, like the people of the state who are gang stalking. These are demons that are engaged in criminal conduct. All I'm doing is physically addressing criminal conduct. But this is spiritual. This is demonic activity. These are people who are lost. They have been deceived by their own enemy, whom they are working for, who is laughing at them. He's got them in a whole trick. Okay, and the trick is they lose their soul. They're literally going to lose the rights that they never had to engage in the first, but they're going to lose substantial rights when you're prosecuted for terrorism in the United States, like the ability to be here. If you're a gang stalking immigrant, you're out of this country. You're being deported. It's not a right to be here. It's a privilege. And that privilege shall not include terrorizing American citizens, gang stalking with any city in the state of California or in any other city or municipality in this country. And that government, they can't help you. They cannot help you. In fact, what you're witnessing the government do is incriminate you. License 8VPD021, like I stated, 9SEJ254. This is all City of Ontario vehicles. And I've already been in this circumstance documenting this before 2025, including at a later date in the middle of the afternoon, 3, 4, 5, 6 in the evening, documenting California, University of College of Laverne, University of Law, this institution is very unimpressive, and I'm also unimpressed by it because they're a gang stalking institution. They're corrupt. And these demons sit up, go to this institution, they want to study to be lawyers, attorneys, and they're already engaging in, not that there's any level of criminal conduct that's okay. That's not what I'm stating, but they're engaging in one of the worst. While you want to also be an officer of the court, where you are going to take an oath. And guess who is going to read an oath? A gang stalking judge. This is corruption that is embedded into the system in the state. That's why I'm so unimpressed with this institution, which the name of it I cannot even recall because that's how forgettable they are. I remember their criminal conduct, but it's very forgettable, the name of this institution. And it is one that I'm advocating removing as institutions. When you're corrupt, engaging in this pattern of conduct, it is literally speaking to moral turpitude. This is speaking to a bar from, and by bar I mean a blockage, preclusion from being able to take the bar. You can sit and go to law school if you want to, but you won't be sitting for the bar. You will not be practicing law, engaging in what is the conspiracy to murder an American citizen. Gang stalking while you're going to the law school. You're sitting there gang stalking at the law school. The law school, the institution itself is engaging in the pattern of conduct. Are you kidding me? The University of Laverne College of Law. It's a gang stalking institution. All right. Otherwise, what I support, what I advocate, this is how you are disincentivizing corruption. Because I'm telling you right now, it's not good for business. It's not good for the reputation. People are not going to want to go to a law school that can barely hold on to the accredited status, let alone refrain from engaging in criminal activity while you're in the studies of law. What is it that you are learning? Okay, you're talking about on the surface and also in substance. What are you actually learning and benefiting while you are engaging in corruption, while you're being subject to the studies of law? You're not even fit to be in that field. Bottom line. And you're not fit to be in a position to instruct those that want to be in that field as a gang stalking professor at a corrupt institution under the fake sun. That's what Laverne is engaging in. It's pathetic. If you cannot hear it through the tone of my voice, it's pathetic. Terrorizing me under the fake sun with the Ontario Police Department. It's documented, it's on the record. In the afternoon. It's currently 9. It's 9:08 a.m. Gang stalking me while I am at the same institution under the fake sun. And those demons are sitting in class, opening up a civil procedure, and while they're gang stalking me, while they're all inside of the classroom, monitoring with communication devices and accomplishing the requirements for civil procedure as a first law year student. That's ridiculous. No, you're not going to be sitting for the bar. And this is how you're going to prosecute what is public corruption, because that's understanding the problem now. It's not just Starbucks. The problem is public corruption. So when Starbucks discovers and experiences how bad it is for business, how much it doesn't serve them to do so, all right, when police departments figure out, well, this probably isn't, we don't want to be associated with that. We want to be taken seriously. We don't want to be shamed and embarrassed and be taken as a joke as law enforcement. And we are subject to crime. We don't want to be embarrassed by that either, by the federal government just shutting us down altogether. They are going to learn that it is something that is not benefiting them. This is how you are disincentivizing it. That's a matter of prosecuting public corruption through the policies that you are witnessing are necessary. Shutting down corrupt institutions. You're not going to medical school. You can go to medical school if you want to, but you're not going to sit for any sort of exam to be in the medical field. When you're gang stalking at the institution, when you're a gang stalking law school, you're not sitting for the California bar. Okay, you can learn all you want to. Go ahead, sure. You're not sitting for the California bar. All right, the entity is engaging in that, and that's going on the record, okay? The entity is engaging, and this is relevant for how you are addressing public corruption. You are only harming yourself. You want to put these puppets in positions of authority. They're the same ones that are engaging in fictitious prosecutions of me trying to obstruct justice. Getting out of law school, taking the California bar, working for the local DA, maintaining their own law office. These demons in Ontario, they're gang stalking attorneys. So their law offices are the facilitating venue. Fake sun over me, they're monitoring while they're engaging what is the use of which is criminal conduct, which is a basis to lose your bar. You will understand how this is going to be embedded to existing policy and prosecute you. You will lose your California bar, your medical license, whatever it is that you use, you are going to lose. All right, so I just want to be clear. This is the entity that's engaging in that, and it's 9:10 a.m. The fake sun is over me, where I've already documented this venue engaging with specifically targeting me, and doing so with knowledge. And while the entity is obsessively stalking, like L&D WAPNER, the commercial planes, let me be clear, the prosecution is also sure as well. And this is speaking to what is the necessity of removing national security threats like the Ontario International Airport, millions of dollars, which is wasted on criminal activity. All right, Southwest Airlines is gang stalking, flying over the venue, as I'm documenting yesterday at 10 in the morning, and I'm documenting Delta Airlines doing the same thing over the same venue under the same circumstances of a fake sun, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, 6 o'clock in the evening. It's 9 right now, and this demon is crossing path monitoring, 82544V2. And doing so while the fake sun's at the same entrance, 215 East C Street at the OVITT Family Community Library, and moving abruptly as I move, walking through the neighborhood, walking through the plaza. I have not been at the Ontario Town Square, but yet while I'm there, during this time I've been discussing and documenting the P.O.C. The entity is keeping the fake sun over the Ontario Town Square, okay? Where the Ontario Montclair School District is gang stalking at the Ontario Town Square. This is the evidence of what is targeting, and these demons do so while they're in positions that also exposes why demons are a threat. While they're targeting me, you need to understand that children who are being taught and made into predators and made into little demons who are gang stalking, they are engaging in and they are growing up amongst the people of the state that are targeting as well, and they are a threat while they're engaging in that and while they're having access to children like the Ontario Montclair School District. 9RXF197. And the Ontario Montclair School District, the entity that's gang stalking me, are also maniacal psychopaths, because then they are then enraged because I'm documenting that. But that's what they're doing, and that's the legal implication and also the logical implications regarding criminal conduct that they are engaging in as a matter of public corruption. Just because you don't like that conclusion doesn't mean that that's not the truth. It is. I didn't make you do that. You did it. I documented it. License plate. This is U-Haul, the third party, and a demon is a third party driving it. License AM54456. That's an Arizona plate using a U-Haul vehicle to cross path. It's a P.O.C. And the fake sun is over the same venue. I'm walking out of this same entrance, 6:22 p.m. where they're monitoring my vagina in the bathroom. I'm walking out of the same entrance at 6:02 p.m. the Ontario police flying over my head while the fake sun is at the same entrance where it is right now. This is the pattern of conduct where the entity is keeping the fake sun at this time of year when I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. Like I've said, the entity is engaging in this P.O.C. and it is exposing how the entity is very much fully aware and welcoming because the entity's impunity is also relevant. Remember, so they're not only proven as engaging in targeting, which the entity never planned on happening, they are then being documented and being analyzed, witnessing how they are clearly accepting the removal of the Ontario International Airport as the threat that it is. Oh, they're fine with that, and they will continue targeting. And the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department based on the threat that it is, oh, they're clear with that, and they continue targeting. And the people of the state being prosecuted subject to federal prison, subject to all of the penalties inherent to the prosecution for stalking, monitoring, conspiring the murder of an American citizen, engaging in attempted murder already as an entity, monitoring the evidence pursuant to federal stalking, monitoring and witnessing the supernatural exposure of what the entity is doing. Understand, they are witnessing the reality of Christ Jesus while they are subject to that which they never anticipated, that they would not be held accountable for it. And it's happening, and they are showing how they are perfectly fine with the consequence. Not that it matters what a defendant, a criminal, is perfectly fine or comfortable with, but you will pay attention to and pay close attention to because it's informing federal law. It's informing legislature. It's informing legislation, and it's also informing the prosecution of this specific entity, which is going to establish precedent. When the entity is engaging in the behavior that these demons are engaging in, and I document it, while they are witnessing their exposure and they are mindful of, while they continuously engage in it, how it's going to be addressed under federal law and what defendants, criminals, sex offenders, conspiring murderers, what they are communicating intentionally and knowingly while they are engaging in that pattern of conduct. There is nothing innocent and nobody is mistaken. L&D WAPNER and the Ontario International Airport, every airline, are clearly gang stalking. They are also clearly demons, clearly engaging in demonic activity. So while the entity is openly engaging in that with knowledge, because they're monitoring all the evidence every step of the way, and they engage in more criminal conduct as you document that, that is what is going to inform the prosecution. That's what's going to inform the prosecution. So you're not going to be in federal court talking about, well, you know, we would just ask for mercy, Your Honor. We would just ask for consideration that, no, there's not going to be any of that, because the entity had years of conspiring murder, trying to obstruct justice, number one. Number two, the entity is engaged in criminal activity, mindful, aware of every piece of evidence that was uploaded, and the entity engaged in more criminal conduct, more violence, that is, the more that it was documented. There will be none of that in federal court, and it's also going to inform the federal laws that are going to surround what is now known the states that are engaging in terrorizing, surveilling American citizens against their constitutional and human rights. It's serving to legislate around the psychopaths as you're witnessing them behave when they know that they're caught. In other words, this is P.O.C. It is currently 9:16 a.m. and I'm at the OVITT Family Community Library where the evidence shows. I'm at the side of the OVITT Family Community Library. And that's where the entity is concentrating plain activity. All right. It is, again, 9:16 a.m. and it is August 8th. Criminal summoning by Ontario Fire at 9:26 a.m. And I'm going to show you how the fake sun moves from the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library while the Ontario Fire Department, that is Michael Gerken, targets me. Through the outward demonstration of severe mental illness, that level of corruption and wasted expenditures with regard to a whole elaborate conspiracy to target one person, through the wasted resources of stalking through fire trucks, the use of fire trucks, and through in concert with the people of the state, especially while that whole conspiracy is already proven and prosecuted on the internet, which is what I've also completed. It's currently 9:26 a.m. where Michael Gerken is engaged in criminal summoning. That is the malicious pattern of conduct. Demons are manifesting as they create audible activity in the engineered light while they are in the path. You're listening to, witnessing demonic activity as Michael Gerken and everybody of the Ontario Fire Department are engaging in that demonic pattern of conduct under the fake sun, all centered on what I'm doing as I walk from the entrance, where you will see the fake sun as I documented moments ago, and it's no longer grand departure, but that's not what's happening when I stay inside of that building when it opens at 10 and I don't come out again until 3 o'clock and I show you it didn't move from the entrance. That's how you know that Michael Gerken is specifically targeting me. And you also know that Michael Gerken is demon possessed. And that's relevant to his mental illness. And it is a disqualification from being even in being a firefighter in the first place. But it's going to be disqualification removal because he's engaged in the corrupt system, the sex offense of gang stalking. As a whole fire department, that's requiring mental examinations of everybody engaging in that. 9:26 a.m. is criminal summoning by the Ontario Fire Department, which is the City of Ontario, the inevitable removal of Paul Leon. All the public corruption is happening under his dangerous leadership, where he is gang stalking as a mayor. It's 9:28 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, the people of the state gang stalking with the through the facilitation of the City of Ontario, Michael Gerken. The Ontario Fire Department, demons that are just so happen to be engaged in or trained in how to put out fires are actually engaging in state surveillance. That's the actual purpose of the fire departments in the state of California. 6AHU 978, 9HYX 773. They're all gang stalking with the City of Ontario. 8FHG 211, 6XCP 114, 9MHN 922. License 8VXF 855, 8ROY 042, 8J 71367, and license 9GRC 491. License plate stalking with the City of Ontario 8SLR 820, 7RCG 100, 84485W3, 9GED 996, I believe, 7LGZ 932, 8LHV 614, 9H14628. That's Body Armor. They're a gang stalking company. They make that software drink, Body Armor. They're gang stalking. 9HDZ 834, and Chaffee Joint High School. They're demons. Impossible Light on the outside of a school bus are sex offenders that should not have access to children. Chaffee Joint High School, license 1698612. 9HDZ 834, in case I didn't read that one. And DST, Corona, California, that's a business. License 10625F4. P.O.C, license 7KJU 644 8UN R566. You need to understand this represents a mere sample of all those that are concerned with my vagina. These are sex offenders, one after another. I'm identifying. 9MRL631, license 5TID348, license 9KHK144, and they liken themselves to those that are not sex offenders, while the demons in them have them in a delusional state. Just speaking to how demons don't like to face the truth about themselves, while they're engaging in criminal conduct, which is demonstrating to themselves, the psychopaths and the sex offenders that they are witnessing it, and it is unavoidable, while they're monitoring the evidence that they're engaging in criminal conduct, which they are aware that they're engaging in, but they are able to maintain a sense of delusion while everybody acts like they're not engaging in it, while everybody acts like it's not happening, especially while I am sounding the whistle, blowing the whistle, and nobody can avoid that. These are demons that are facing the evidence of their own mental illness. You need to understand how deep the delusion of the demons who are gang stalking runs, and this is pursuant to not delusion like they don't know. They know exactly what they're doing, and they engage in what is delusional behavior while they act like it's not happening, while they're still engaging in it at the same time. When I say that this is mental illness, that's exactly what I mean. And they also are delusional with regard to the fact that they're sex offenders who have their minor children in their car seats in the back seat while they're engaging in gang stalking another person, and also monitoring the vagina of another person while they have two little babies in the back seat. And this is how they are maintaining that delusional reality that you're not a sex offender because you have two kids, and that you're not doing it because you didn't say anything, you're just gang stalking and these are the delusional narratives that the demon possessed tell themselves. And they're also delusional with regard to facing anything other than the pit of hell if they do not repent before they run out of time, whatever time that they have, because tomorrow is not promised, and they're being prosecuted for criminal conduct. But this is speaking to the condition from which they need to repent. All right, it is currently 9:32 a.m. The entity sounds plain activity as I get up from my seat. That's monitoring. As I'm documenting the license plates, understand that the people of the state are monitoring while the state keeps that on. They're monitoring everything I'm doing. And what am I doing? I'm the federal prosecutor. So they're monitoring the federal prosecutor. Okay. And they're doing that with knowledge and intent to obstruct justice as well. You're going to prosecute for that. Okay. So it's currently 9:32 a.m. This is P.O.C. 8DMU 975. 8WET034 9MZK741. All right, and these demons are just monitoring the evidence that's uploading onto the Google Drive. And the Ontario Police is being disbanded because everything that I'm documenting is pursuant to criminal activity by that police department that's committed kidnapping. So they are crossing path right now at 9:57 a.m. under the fake sun that is not over the roof of Economy Inn at 201 South Euclid Avenue, where their partner, driving license plate 1644200, at 9:45 a.m. and at 10:02 a.m. is under the fake sun, which is the evidence of that whole department that's stalking, including right now while you're documenting the stalker. The audacity of a police department to engage in keeping you under surveillance so that they can secretly murder and kidnap you is the evidence that is more than enough to disband the Ontario Police Department for repeatedly kidnapping and acting with this level of impunity, threatening my life. You're being disbanded for it. It's currently 9:58 a.m. where the Ontario Police are driving north on Euclid Avenue under the fake sun while they know that they're being documented and the people of the state are being documented. It's P.O.C. It's federal stalking, which is relevant to the criminal conduct that Mike Lorenz and everybody working for that corrupt police department are engaging in. Federal stalking. They are literally criminals while they're engaging in the evidence of the P.O.C. in real time, like I stated. That's the entity that's engaging in targeting while I'm uploading evidence onto the video of the internet, where all of the entity is monitoring my devices. The substance of that documentation that they're illegally keeping under surveillance is evidence to prosecute them with. P.O.C. Okay, it is currently 10:04 a.m. Capturing images of the people of the state gang stalking with Southwest Airlines. That is targeting with this third party license plate is crossing path right here at 240 North Euclid Avenue. That's the Wells Fargo, the establishment that's gang stalking. Remember, Wells Fargo was across the street from the 333 North Euclid Avenue U.S. Bank, where Southwest Airlines is on video 3 hours earlier during the 7 a.m. hour. It's 10 o'clock. And the fake sun is across the street from where it was 3 hours ago. There's a 3 hour difference between here and Florida, the West Coast.
the south, however you want to define that. And the fake sun is on the same block where I'm documenting 3 hours later. That's where you're understanding encircling Southwest Airlines, the people of the state, the federal RICO case against that company, which is engaging in what is a statewide pattern of conduct. Every business in the state of California is engaged in criminal surveillance, and the criminal conspiracy to murder an American citizen whom it is keeping under surveillance through the corrupt business practices, such as stalking in a commercial airline plane over the facilitating venue where you are looking at the direct evidence of that criminal activity, the supernatural maintenance of the sun over me at the Ontario Town Square at 10:02 a.m., and also over 333 North Euclid Avenue where Southwest Airlines is stalking. And again, Southwest Airlines being at that elevation at that time, in that environment, is that which is irreconcilable with what is also going to be proven stalking by the airport through the investigation of all of the activity of the Ontario International Airport, where they're deviating and also engaging in what is refraining from publishing online the gang stalking conduct that they're engaging in through the airlines, where I'm documenting it, because arrivals and departures are not included in what the entity is doing over at the Ontario Town Square and over the U.S. Bank at 333 North Euclid Avenue. And taking off from the airport is also establishing that when you are taking off, you will not be at a low elevation of, again, miles away from that airport when you are taking off immediately from the airport and proceeding with a flight. Those of you who have ever been on an airplane, because I have plenty of times, I've already traveled the world, I've been on planes, the entity is clearly stalking. It's very highly unintelligent. I'm just breaking down how you're going to prosecute on more than one basis beyond my documentation alone. There is no evidence that's supporting what Southwest Airlines is doing, also under the fake sun, but also with regard to what taking off from the airport entails, and it doesn't include hovering over Ontario Town Square, okay, or over 333 North Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is remaining for 3 hours at one block, where it could never be in the city of the state of any other state, including Florida, okay, Las Vegas, Nevada. But that's what I'm documenting at this time of year in 2024. That's the prosecution of that company. That is also engaged in monitoring the evidence against them, and that's the unlawful threat that Southwest Airlines personally poses to me, which is a violation and an act of obstruction of justice, which is also relevant to that RICO case against that corrupt company, who is profiting off of my demise and facilitating also the ongoing conspiracy to commit murder as an entity that is, while Southwest Airlines is that entity that is gang stalking, and they do so with knowledge and intent, and engage in more of it while they are being documented, which they maintain ongoing surveillance of. Okay, it's currently 10:07 a.m. and you'll see the fake sun that is remaining over me at the Ontario Town Square. And you'll recall Ontario police are gang stalking at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, that's Economy Inn, and at 10:02 a.m. on video, where you can look at it yourself. The entity is keeping the fake sun over the roof of that hotel, where Southwest Airlines is also proven to be stalking me specifically. And Southwest Airlines is stalking me in furtherance of committing murder and keeping me under surveillance for that unlawful purpose with the government, in conformity to a pattern of conduct in a multiplicity of cities, by the way, while they are keeping that evidence of itself targeting me under surveillance as well. This is speaking to the national security threat that Southwest Airlines actually is. Okay, it goes beyond the poor customer service and the caliber of customers that ride on their planes. Okay, they've gotten some bad media on that. You need to understand that these are demons that are gang stalking. And Southwest Airlines is actually hostile to your constitutional rights. They are hostile to American citizens that enforce their rights. They are targeting American citizens, as Southwest Airlines is surrounded with the evidence supporting that. And that is the attitude of any gang stalker, including gang stalking companies. It's currently 10:08 a.m. I'm going to show you the fake sun that's now over the entrance, where it's not, where Southwest Airlines is stalking as I'm at the Ontario Town Square. It's also not over the entrance of the Economy Inn, over the roofs rather, excuse me. I'm capturing the fake sun where Securitas is crossing path, and the entity is gang stalking with City of Ontario that's using a U-Haul vehicle, unloading racks while they're pacing in and out of the door, engineer light across the wall, while they fix their vision, their focus on, while the elements are underway. 7MVZ 377 is monitoring with them while the airport is hovering over this apartment building where the fake sun is still going to be present at 4 o'clock. And that's how you know these are psychopaths and also sex offenders who are of both genders monitoring my vagina while the airport maintains a means of aerial surveillance while a bunch of demons are stalking with impossible light activity. Mental illness revealed. 8FKR 546. P.O.C. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct.
AH84644 is the U-Haul license plate, that's Arizona, while the City of Ontario, that is through the entity that is gang stalking through the employees pacing in and out. This is staff members that are engaged in federal stalking, walking in and out of the venue, while engineer light is all over and the fake sun's over. That's, again, no respect of persons with regard to the criminal pattern of conduct, which, again, the Ontario Police Department have shown you. Okay, when the criminals include the police, the entity is going to be prosecuted regardless of your status. And that's just an example of that. That's P.O.C. It's 10:10 a.m. Okay, the line of gang stalking demons working at the venue. And the engineer light that's on the floor inside of the library, that's not sunlight while the sun's over Economy Inn, while the sun's remaining outside of Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. That's engineer light while a bunch of gang stalking demons who are working as librarians are pushing a bunch of carts, making a bunch of noise as I walk in, anticipating my presence. Those are demons. That's the City of Ontario, gang stalking, sex offenders working at the library, calling itself a family community venue. That's P.O.C. and that's called malice by your average psychopath. That is gang stalking. It is 10:11 a.m. Those images will be captured. Those images will be published on the Google Drive. This is ongoing surveillance inside of the venue of the same psychopathic nature. Very demented behaviors while a bunch of demons are sitting around obsessing over me, what I do, what it is I document, what I reveal about them, while they are engaging in what is monitoring, not just physically stalking where I go, but stalking where I go as an entity and monitoring my physical movements and my activity on the devices, which is revealing mental illness by those engaging in that conduct and public corruption by the government engaging and facilitating it. And this is what Southwest Airlines is engaging in while I'm remaining inside of the venue. It's 10:12 a.m. This is P.O.C. Oh, by the way, Southwest Airlines headquarters is located in Dallas, Texas. Where the fake sun is necessarily also going to prosecute Southwest Airlines while the sun is remaining in Dallas, Texas at their corporate headquarters. Southwest Airlines is being surrounded with evidence that they are engaging in state surveillance while the fake sun remains over me, and they maintain commercial flights over the senior citizen complex at the entrance of the OVITT Family Community Library where the fake sun is still present. 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 hours later with regard to their engagement in that pattern of conduct as a corrupt company. And the fake sun that is necessarily over their corporate headquarters in Dallas, Texas is speaking to the fact that Southwest Airlines and every other airline is engaging in that P.O.C. as well. It's 10:13 a.m. P.O.C. All right, documentation of what is ongoing harassment by the venue, OVITT Family Community Library, where the fake sun is remaining over the venue and engineer light fills the venue. And you see things such as a bunch of demons with carts as they are crossing path and engineer light monitoring upon my entrance of the venue, which is also malicious conduct of the entity that is hostile to my documenting them. So that's the iteration of the pattern of conduct. Those are a bunch of demons that are also sex offenders monitoring in the restroom in the side of this venue while they're targeting by pushing loud, noisy bookshelves to go into that U-Haul vehicle. That's gang stalking while loading and unloading, which is pacing, and engineer light under the fake sun that's at the same entrance after 6 p.m. This is the pattern of conduct. And OVITT Family Community Library is maintaining a harassing and terrorizing environment. In doing so for the duration of the day, this is the ongoing psychological torture pursuant to the perpetual sex offense committed by the establishment itself, the business. It's the City of Ontario. It's a state facilitated venue, first of all. So this is the City of Ontario that has a library, and the library itself is a state actor that's engaging in criminal surveillance with the people of the state, the very patrons. The employees are state actors. In the same way that the patrons are state actors, it's just that the people, the patrons that are not working for the City of Ontario, for example, as you're getting to the details of prosecuting the government that's engaged in public corruption, they are vicariously engaging in criminal conduct on behalf of the state. Whereas employees of the City of Ontario, where they receive a paycheck from the City of Ontario, they work for the state, they are directly engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct. So that's what I mean with regard to that distinction. They're all demons engaging in gang stalking, and literally amplified ongoing noise is maintained inside of this library pursuant to what I'm doing on my device. And the evidence is the fake sun. The evidence is literally my documentation of it.
Okay, I'm documenting it, and I've already established my credibility, and that's what I mean by the evidence is literally the fact of the fake sun remains over this venue. From before entrance, remember what I'm documenting on July 15, 2025, the fake sun as I'm facing the OVITT Family Community Library, and then over 3 hours later, where it opens at 10 a.m., it is over the top of my head, and as I walk out in the afternoon, after 3 o'clock, it's still at that entrance at the top of my head, and as I walk out after 6 p.m., that fake sun is still at that entrance, which is what I've already documented. Inside of this venue, where everybody has multiple shadows, perpendicular shadows, multiple shadows that are varying in concentration of hue, which is relevant to they're all pacing around, creating light activity and ongoing noise while they are monitoring. And this is exposing what is mental illness that is very prevalent. While the system is underway and exposing those that are presenting and not persuasively any longer as normal people minding their business who are not mentally ill, while they're not engaging in criminal conduct, and they are engaging in just that and suffering that mental illness and doing so very maliciously. And the entity is also engaging what is harassment while they're maintaining amplified loud noise, and it's also clearly the pattern of conduct because it's so antithetical, the very opposite of how this venue is supposed to be maintained as a quiet, peaceful environment where you're able to study and focus. The entity engages in what is harassment, for example, asking me to be quiet while I am doing things such as say I shuffle a deck of cards, which I've done before. The entity is maintaining ongoing amplified booming inside of this library. Inexplicable amplified audible activity because the kids upstairs inside of the library are going to be the cause of amplified booming while I'm on the basement level. This is the absurdity of the pattern of conduct. It's the maintenance of that P.O.C. amplified audible noise inside of a building, while you know that Southwest Airlines and American Airlines, Delta Airlines, and Alaska Airlines are gang stalking while they maintain that harassing and terrorizing environment pursuant to amplified noise and engineered light, while the fake sun is over the building and the state is engaging in psychopathic pacing, monitoring me specifically while a bunch of demons are sitting around stalking inside of the library. Okay, so I want to document that, and that's relevant to what I'm documenting, what I'm publishing. And at 10:35 a.m., the entity's engaging in this all day long. Okay, but the entity is maintaining ongoing, inexplicable, loud booming inside of the library. While I am in operation of my device, it is pursuant to monitoring my device. They do the same thing with regard to monitoring my person. They do the same thing in the bathroom when they're monitoring genitalia. When they're monitoring anybody in a bathroom, that's a sex offense. All right, the entity is engaging in this while you are maintaining surveillance inside of the venue. So I want to document that. This is relevant to the prosecution of the entity. This is what the entity is doing inside of my hotel room. And you are looking at the same exact maintenance of the crime scene, the specific environment where surveillance is underway by a bunch of demons. Okay, so the entity's keeping engineer light inside of my hotel room, established. The entity's keeping the fake sun over me at that establishment. Inside where my hotel room is where that fake sun is positioned at that hotel. And that's Economy Inn as of late. In 2024, I'm going all over the place. I go from Arcadia to Las Vegas, Nevada. I go to San Diego in August of 2024. And the entity's keeping the fake sun over every hotel as I'm documenting. I go to Holiday Inn. I go to Hilton in Azusa, California. The entity's keeping the fake sun over every facilitating venue. This is the same P.O.C. while the entity's engaging in that and keeping a harassing environment while a bunch of demons are stalking you by merely checking out a hotel room to maintain presence in the path. By merely sitting in the library, working at the library, being a patron at the library, driving by the library, flying over the library, and they're all together targeting me. Okay, and this is documentation of what is harassment as an entity that's engaging in that psychopathic, highly demented pattern of conduct. And they're doing it while they are engaging in what is monitoring the evidence also against itself. Every employee that works at the library is engaging in criminal activity, and they are also doing so having committed more than one kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice. Very much aware of everything that I'm documenting. And that's also going on the record. There is no statute of limitations with regard to federal prison for engaging in kidnapping. It is currently 11 a.m. I want to document that at 10:35 a.m. The entity is filling I'm on the second level, and engineer light covers everything. So they're in the engineer light, the fake sun's over the building, Everybody in here is pacing. They're all demons. They're all monitoring, stalking. And they're psychopaths as though they're concerned with something else. This is the outward behavior of the demon possessed, as though they're focused on something else. They're doing something else. They don't know you. They're not focused at you. They're not looking at you. And everything that they're doing is maintaining stalking with noise, stalking with light, stalking in the path. And they're doing so also while the establishment itself is filled with just loud booming noises. And then when you ask somebody about it, oh, I didn't hear it. I don't know. I mean, you're dealing with demons, okay? You're going to prosecute for that. You're going to diagnose with that. It is not evidence that it's not happening, contrary to what the government intended for that pattern of conduct to result in criminal defamation. It's 11 a.m. This is P.O.C. All right, Ontario police are stalking by helicopter. Fake sun is at the same venue it was this morning, by the way, and flying over the venue. So I want you to see the fake sun where they're flying right here, just like I captured on June 4th, 2025 at 6 p.m. upon my exit, and it is 5:59 p.m. And not only is this the fake sun where the Ontario police in a black helicopter flying right here, flying over the parking garage, the same parking garage where this sun is over this parking garage as I'm in the parking garage that's filled with engineer light, and the fake sun is right here. The entity is keeping the fake sun at the same entrance. This is where it was this morning at 10. That's impossible audible activity, speaking to Ontario police being demons. They're exhibiting their demon possession to you while they are stalking in a demonic environment. And while you're seeing shade here, listening to amplification, these are demons. This is demonic. That's impossible light activity. And it's appearing underneath the covered structure, and the librarian is monitoring. She's monitoring while that amplified train activity is ongoing. And inside of the library, which is where you'll see the pictures, which is where the Ontario police engage in stalking and exhibiting to you not only their demon possession, but the fact that they are going to be disbanded as kidnappers, keeping me under surveillance. That's exactly why Alex Escobar is going to federal prison. Okay, that's exactly why. The entities, they're skateboarding in impossible light, and they're pacing with the demon inside of the parking garage that's exiting out at the same time under a fake sun. This is P.O.C. That's impossible light activity. It's underneath the shaded structure, and they're monitoring. They're monitoring with the city of Ontario. And this is a fake sun. This is where it's at 10 o'clock. They're all demons. All of them driving in impossible light, and then impossible light shoots off of their cars when they drive by. Not naturally happening. The fake sun is at the same entrance where it is at 10 o'clock. Not naturally happening. The Ontario police are also demon possessed. Mike Lorenz is a white male who is a demon possessed gang stalker engaging in criminal activity and also employed by a law enforcement agency engaging in surveillance. Okay, his demon possession has absolutely nothing to do with his race and his obsession with a black woman's vagina, because that's exactly what is wrong with Mike Lorenz. He's a sex offender. And every single last person, including Alex Escobar, are engaging in stalking in the most absurdly demented manner using helicopters because they're demons. And so is this. This is my shot right here. They're driving in the shade. Light is manifesting in the shade, and the fake sun is at the same position that it is in the morning. Remember when the Ontario police are engaged in police training? Put that in air quotes. And the fake sun, while I'm standing at 330, I believe, 303 North Euclid, 7 in the morning, the fake sun's in the same position. And that post is relevant to the Ontario police that are gang stalking right now. It's not police training. Everything concerning the Ontario Police Department is revealing demonic activity, demon possession. And those demons are being removed from law enforcement. Okay? The entities gang stalking, just like Alan D. WAPNER and the Ontario International Airport are engaging in. That's criminal conduct that Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, American Airlines, Alaska Airlines, United Airlines, FedEx, UPS, Amazon Prime are all sharing in criminal monitoring as they're doing so. That's a demon while impossible light moves across the curb in their crossing path. They also monitor my vagina just like this when they know I'm naked. 6ZOU491 is a sex offender. And he's gang stalking with Mike Lorenz, who is going to be removed from law enforcement. This is terrorism as you're documenting the fake sun. Remember, the entity's keeping the fake sun. I'm in Monrovia, California at the Courtyard by Marriott in Monrovia. And the Monrovia police are gang stalking the entities keeping the fake sun as I'm documenting in the morning outside my hotel room window along the 210 freeway in Monrovia, California, and I'm capturing it in the evening at that same venue where the Monrovia police are gang stalking in helicopter. I'm capturing that under the fake sun at that same exact hotel. This is the P.O.C. The entities keeping the fake sun. Remember, at 6:04 p.m., the Ontario police are flying in a circle
stalking at Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, just like they're stalking here in the same specific environment, not the natural environment, the environment where ongoing surveillance is obvious, and surveillance is underway by demons, 57410J1, who have no problem showing the fact that they're demons, that they're stalkers, and that they're sex offenders. And that is the conduct that is putting the Ontario Police Department permanently out of business. The gang stalking conduct by the people of the state, the gang stalking conduct by the city of Ontario, and the gang stalking conduct by demons like Alex Escobar, he's going to federal prison. This is P.O.C. As clearly as you see this fake son, he engaged in kidnapping on this same street at 7:15 in the morning at 507 North Euclid Avenue. He committed kidnapping with L. Edwards and A. Quesada. All three of those demons are going to federal prison. And every other demon that's engaged in gang stalking while wearing an Ontario police uniform, they're going to federal prison. And they're monitoring with the people of the state inside of the venue. That's covered. That's a covered structure. There's no sunlight that's going to be on the inside. It's absolutely impossible. And these are demons that are fully exposed as such. Walking your dog in engineer light is a demon that's gang stalking. Walking your dog under the fake sun is a demon that's gang stalking. Walking and getting books with demons that are in the custody of minor children is gang stalking with the police that are being disbanded in Ontario, California. This is P.O.C. This is all federal stalking, Title 18. And that is also not going to be over the hotel, like I'm documenting, at Economy Inn, like I stated, where the Ontario police are flying in circles for 10 minutes on video. Look at it because it's already on the internet. It's what's putting every other kidnapper of the Ontario police in federal prison. And sex offenders like this staying in the rooms at Economy Inn, keeping my vagina under surveillance. Sex offenders. License 8XLN046. Ongoing predators, ongoing stalkers who are demon possessed. This is mental illness that is uncloseted. Every single last one of them are psychopaths, and they're engaging in demonic activity right in front of your face. This is P.O.C. 6:04 p.m. The Ontario police are being disbanded for the ongoing maintenance of terrorism, domestic terrorism, keeping my vagina under surveillance as a corrupt police department, and stalking me from place to place, day and night, under a fake sun, where their mental illness is going to be at the forefront of their prosecution and the disbanding of that entire department. This is P.O.C. It's 6:04 p.m. I was on this street this morning, C Street. I was in this parking lot this morning. The fake son's at the same location. This is the pattern of conduct. Okay? They're all going to be prosecuted. That's the sounding of that horn, the sounding of the amplified train. These are demons that are monitoring. And you need to know that they pose a threat to the public in this country because they're murdering American citizens. They're keeping them under surveillance. They're violating them sexually in ways that you are not ignorant about anymore. And they're going to be disbanded as they're calling themselves the Ontario Police Department as well. It is 6:05 p.m. This is P.O.C. at 215 EC Street. P.O.C. License plate, Latino male, 5412983. Impossible light while he crosses path under the fake sun. Gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department. And I just captured video of the fake sun that's at the same location where the Ontario Montclair School District are present at the same Ontario Town Square at 7 in the morning. Yes, those are sex offenders that work for the school district, having access to children, working with children, even hiding behind the guise of wanting the best for other people and doing good and doing well in the community, all right? And serving a noble purpose and working with children in education. And they're doing so under the fake sun at this same Ontario Town Square where the Ontario police are gang stalking with such charlatans in a whole fake environment while they're engaging in the ongoing conspiracy to murder somebody that they're gang stalking under the guise of being a school district. Everything about the city of Ontario is demonic, including the demons that are working in the education field, okay? And that's what you'll recall about this Ontario Town Square. The fake sun is still present 11 hours later. And that's exactly what I was speaking of when I was in their presence, and you're looking at a bunch of hypocrites, you're looking at a bunch of sex offenders who hide behind children. Those are the same children that they traffic, that they violate, that they corrupt. With things that children don't need to know anything about, while they're also gang stalking with them, okay? And that's the significance of the Ontario Police, because the Ontario Police are gang stalking, like I documented at this Ontario Town Square, where the fake sun is over me while they're having that summer fest session with the Ontario Montclair School District, a bunch of demons under the fake sun, engaging in surveillance. All right, the entities engaging in this with the Ontario Police Department, it's not something that is benefiting children. It's something that is facilitating domestic terrorism and sexual violence and psychological torture. And that's getting beyond those illusions where the entity is engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct. And the entity, I just want to be clear, what you listen to, and like I stated, what you're always paying attention to, we're beyond what is proving. You already know that first of all, the Ontario police are all stalking the entire department. What you are paying attention to, not only the impunity, the attitude of the gang stalkers who are already proven to be engaging in targeting somebody that they're conspiring to murder and have already committed attempted murder as an entity. You're paying attention to the fact that you're witnessing them engaging in demonic behaviors. You're witnessing the demon possessed. Pay attention to what they're doing in the environment that I showed you that they're doing it in, because that's what the police department is going to be disbanded, and why. Their mental illness is at the forefront. Their mental illness is what inspires psychological torture, sexual violence, criminal conduct. That's directly opposite of what you're supposed to be engaging in under the oath that you take and the position that you hold and the office that you represent. They are going to be disbanded for all of the above, and you are witnessing them engage in demonic behavior. Those are demons that are engaging in relevant positioning. They're showing you that they're demon possessed. They're demons that are engaging in audible activity amplified. They're demon possessed. They're demons that are engaging in stalking in the most absurd manners. They're demons. They're demon possessed. That's what you're paying attention to. It's no question that Mike LORENZ is stalking. It's no question that Mike LORENZ is also mentally ill. His demon possession is, which you are looking at through the pattern of conduct. You are literally able to look at on the internet and witness the evidence of severe mental illness by the so-called chief of police. It's not a chief of police. That's Satan playing dress up. And Satan's going to be ripped of that costume and being addressed in the proper labels, like domestic enemy, like domestic terrorist, like psychopath sex offender, okay? Like being identified by the Department of Justice as the enemy to American citizens, the threat that he is and that department is to the state. As I am documenting the fact that they are gang stalking me as an American citizen, whom they are very much aware of, is documenting it. In fact, that, as the psychopaths that they are, that inspires them to engage in and inflict more violence. Okay, that's P.O.C. That's what you're recalling when you're looking at the demon-possessed, the Ontario Police Department, who share the condition with everybody in that environment. Everybody walking outside with the 2 kids, with the dog, locking the doors of the library. That demon was monitoring, not concerned with securing the library doors. She did so in engineered light while the entity was amplifying the Union Pacific train. First of all, you're not going to hear it, and you're not going to hear it at the volume. It's competing with my voice. That's demonic, and the entity, including the Ontario police that were stalking in a helicopter, are exhibiting to you the fact that they are demon-possessed. All right? The entity is engaging in a whole pattern of conduct right in front of your face, and they are showing you the fact that they are demon-possession. Their demon-possession, in other words, is no longer something that is hidden from you. You are able to see it while they engage in the pattern of conduct. All right? It is currently 6:10 p.m. The entity is engaging in the P.O.C. They're being disbanded. This is what they're doing at Economy Inn. This is what they're doing at Woodside Senior Apartments. This is what they're doing when I am remaining at the Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue. This is what I'm documenting while I'm remaining at the Motel 6, as I documented in 2021, while I am documenting the pattern of conduct as I remain in the city of Ontario, which I have been documenting for years, okay? And at this Ontario Town Square, which is the same property of the Ontario OVITT Family Community Library, this is where I'm documenting the fake sun that is rising. This is where on July 15, 2025, you're looking at the Ontario Police Department, a bunch of those demons, a group of them. As you'll see published video, they're standing at the Ontario Town Square under the fake sun, under the guise of just having a meeting, right? You can have a picnic. You can give birth to a child. You can have a church service and a Bible study. You can have communion and blaspheme the name of Christ while demons do that. They're doing it under the fake sun. They're doing it under the sun that's still present as I capture video proving it to you, which is speaking to what is supernatural. They're demons. They can call the pattern of conduct whatever they want. It's the P.O.C. That's what they are doing. They're demons. It's demonic activity. They are showing you how they are being demons right in your face. They're showing you that they are of their father, Satan. These are demon-possessed people. They are not normal human beings, and I'm prosecuting them for criminal activity. And the Ontario Police is being disbanded. It's currently 6:12 p.m. That's P.O.C., and you're mindful of every other venue where the Ontario Police are already surrounded with video. Video evidence, ongoing evidence of what is targeting. And that is why and how you are able to look at what Alex Escobar is documented engaging in and the environment where he's doing that. He's going to federal prison. That's exactly where he's going. And every other gang stalking police officer, they're going to federal prison. And the Ontario Police continuously is demonstrating why that should be nothing less than the penalty for being gang stalking, bloodthirsty, sex offending demons. Okay, it's currently 6:12 p.m. This is P.O.C. upon my exit of the OVITT Family Community Library, engaging in surveillance all day long. All right, sitting around stalking and monitoring me, obsessing over me. It's pathetic what the living dead do. It's pathetic. They are literally hollowed out zombies. They are consumed with the ongoing obsession of Satan, which is attacking and focusing on those whom he cannot have, whom he doesn't already have utter control of, whom he hasn't already deceived. And that's why you have a population of people stalking one person, because Satan has all of them already. It is currently 6:13 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, this is United Airlines gang stalking, evident through what is the maintenance of the fake sun over the same Ontario Town Square where they're gang stalking me at 7 in the morning. Pursuant to what is specific knowledge about who I am and where I'm located, which is proven through the maintenance of, this is indeed the Ontario Town Square, and this is indeed the fake sun. This is my shadow. It's not far off. It's not in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's not over the Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, which, by the way, is evidence of a fake sun as well, because the sun is not going to remain on one street in one city all day long, okay? The entity is stalking, and the entity includes United Airlines. Okay, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct and is doing so pursuant to what is a body of evidence proving that they're not engaging in anything other than what is the pattern of conduct. I'm currently, as of right now, uploading at 6:15 p.m. where United Airlines is what is crossing path, engaging in federal stalking monitoring on a communication device at 224 North Euclid Avenue, where they're engaging in the same, as I'm documenting at 7 in the morning at the Ontario Town Square, as I'm documenting feet away at the Metro 102 apartments, where United Airlines were so prudent, so intelligent, all right, demons lacking self-control and having no legal strategy with regard to how I'm going to civilly and criminally prosecute them as domestic terrorists in the United States, relevant to the federal RICO case against United Airlines specifically, and the state, the government itself, who are targeting me with the Ontario Police Department that's being disbanded, in furtherance of murder and kidnapping is the objective behind gang stalking using commercial airline planes, and the entity is doing so at the same exact venue. Remember, in the morning, I'm standing at this wall, and the fake sun is right here, and I'm facing the same wall, and I'm looking at what is the fake sun in the same position. That's the OVITT Family Community Library right there. I'm at this venue at 7 in the morning. This is the pattern of conduct where United Airlines and every other airlines is engaging in gang stalking, okay? And it's going to be a civil and criminal prosecution, and the entity is doing so, just like I stated, when I'm on Omnitrans and I'm driving, being driven north up this street, and the fake sun is on this same street, Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. This is the unintelligent system of gang stalking, and it is the surefire and unambiguous evidence of what is targeting by a government, and every business is engaging in state surveillance. Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2, and it is underway in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder as an entity that murders American citizens whom they're keeping under surveillance, whom they're targeting, and that entity is engaging in what is essentially organized crime and covering up, controlling the narrative with regard to your never knowing the fact that it was a murder committed by a government, a body. That is gang stalking altogether. Okay, that's what United Airlines is engaging in, and United Airlines is intentionally doing so. United Airlines has already committed attempted murder as an entity. United Airlines is still gang stalking in violation of the Title 18 federal stalking statute in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy to commit murder against myself, the targeted individual. It's currently 6:17 p.m. This is P.O.C. at the Ontario Town Square. United Airlines is engaged in and is facilitating federal stalking monitoring on my device, intruding on a federal case, which is also another law that they're violating in that ongoing racketeering. They're engaging in what is monitoring the evidence against itself and against the government. P.O.C. Alrighty, this is another plane right here. Crossing paths seconds later as I began accessing the internet in order to upload another video. United Airlines engaged in the pattern of conduct, as is every other airline, and this is the fake sun again. You're talking about the frequency. This is criminal conduct regarding what has nothing to do with arrivals and departures from 2500 Airport Drive and 2900 Airport Drive. The entity is publishing flights on the website of the Ontario International Airport, and it does not include the gang stalking conduct by those same airlines who are engaging in criminal activity in concert with the City of Ontario that's maintaining what is a facilitating venue, the Ontario International Airport, which is a national security threat. They're doing so at what is 6:19 p.m. in conformity to the pattern of conduct. As I go right here, this is what you're looking at. This is what I'm doing, and they know exactly what I'm doing in that specific environment. In that specific environment where they are monitoring what I'm doing on my device and the simultaneity of what is occurring under the fake sun. Remember, there's no coincidences here. It's with simultaneity to what I'm doing, not coincidentally. It's with simultaneity under the fake sun that's at the same Ontario Town Square. Seconds after, you're talking about the frequency of flights that are not published on the website pertaining to what these airlines are actually engaging in its criminal surveillance. And this is relevant to impunity. Gang stalking pilots flying commercial planes, they're going to federal prison. Just like gang stalking police officers stalking in helicopters, they're going to federal prison, and they're also going to be diagnosed with regard to the impunity with which they're engaging in entirely demented stalking patterns, including under a fake sun and an engineered light, while they facilitate that conduct with the people of the state. This demon's sitting right here just engaging in surveillance, just ongoing free willy gang stalking. That's what this demon is doing, and he is a sex offender. He's stalking in the path, and the government is providing ongoing facilitating activity. And this is a psychopath, a demon-possessed one that also knows what's going on with my vagina. He starts smiling and looking up in the sky and getting active because this demon is focused on me and knows what I'm stating. All right, that's the nerves of a demon that's monitoring. The entity is monitoring with all of the people of the state. The entity is doing so in an environment which is showing you targeting as well, because this is not in Monrovia, California. This is also not going to be at the same address that it is at 7 in the morning. This is also not at the same time in Fontana, California, like I'm documenting in 2022. This is also not over Woodside City Apartments, where the fake son remained at Tracy Banks's apartment complex, where the Ontario Police and Alan D. WAPNER, that's Mike LORENZ and Alan D. WAPNER, targeting me at that facilitating venue. This is not even at what is Starbucks, the corporation that's gang stalking. But it is in conformity to the pattern of conduct while I engage in this on my device, uploading videos, documenting the pattern of conduct. And this is what the entity is monitoring and doing so in real time. It is currently 6:21 p.m. This is a screen recording to show you what United Airlines is engaging in moments earlier, pursuant to the same real-time knowledge.
Airlines gang stalking, evident through what is the maintenance of the fake sign over the same Ontario Town Square where they're gang stalking me at 7 in the morning. Pursuant to what is specific knowledge about who I am and where I'm located, which is proven through the maintenance of, this is indeed the Ontario Town Square, and this is indeed the fake sun. This is my shadow. It's not far off. It's not in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's not over the Economy Inn at 2301 South Euclid Avenue, which, by the way, is evidence of a fake sun.
And so this is where the fake sun is at right now, at the Ontario Town Square, and it's 6:14 p.m. Moments later, as I finish this video and I go right to upload it, this is where the entity is maintaining ongoing flight. Another one, just no hesitation. Documentation of terrorism. The demons are not deterred. They continuously engage in it. And you're going to remember what's here in the morning. At 10 o'clock in the morning, this is the same location on OVITT Family Community Library where the fake sun is present, where United Airlines is gang stalking, where, in other words, the Ontario Town Square gang stalking, because this is what you saw at 10:03 a.m. and who was stalking? Southwest Airlines. Okay, Southwest Airlines is gang stalking at the same address, 224 North Euclid Avenue, the Ontario Town Square, where I am right now, and I'm capturing the supernatural. Okay, the same clock. This is where there is no movement of the sun, and this is where Alan D. WAPNER is targeting with a population full of sex offenders who are psychopaths, gang stalking in this manner, stalking a stranger, stalking a stranger's genitalia, stalking a stranger as a demon, doing so in the demented manners that the people of the state do, including using commercials, including the government using things like helicopters, including the entity spending millions of dollars in doing so over one person, regarding what are a bunch of demons that derive pleasure from psychologically harming and stalking and sexually violating, because that's what Southwest Airlines, that's what United Airlines, that's what Amazon Prime, Alaska Airlines are engaging in. And yet, as I'm showing you today, in the environment where the fake sun is present, don't forget where I'm at right here. Alaska Airlines was having a good old time gang stalking this morning under the fake sun. So let's recall what they're doing, because you're remembering where they're doing it at. The entity is gang stalking at 10:02, and even before that, this morning, Alaska Airlines is gang stalking while this is all over Family Community Library. The fake sun is still at the same address. The Ontario Town Square is the same venue. It's all one plaza, okay? But I'm capturing the fake sun. Sorry, let me go and show you what was already documented as I go through. This is Alaska Airlines gang stalking. This is at 9:11 a.m. where I am at the same OVITT Family Community Library. And just so that you are, this is the OVITT Family Community Library right here. That's the same entrance. The fake sun is over the same Ontario Town Square. And the reason why it's on this side is because I'm no longer at the entrance where I just captured video of the Ontario police terrorizing me, greeting me with stalking by helicopter in that readily identifiable specific environment. You are reasonably and actually being placed in fear by the government that's stalking you, and you know that you're being stalked because of the specific environment. That is tangible evidence and no paranoia whatsoever. The Ontario police, they're being disbanded, and that's where the fake sun was at, where Alaska Airlines is gang stalking, just like United Airlines is gang stalking, just like Southwest Airlines is gang stalking at the same exact address. This is P.O.C. It is currently 6:24 p.m. and the entity stalking in planes at the end of the environment where the fake sun is present, evidence of stalking in commercial planes. Psychopaths are going to prison for this. All right, and they're doing so while they are monitoring what I'm doing on my device as I upload onto the venue of the internet, and I will be uploading this right now onto the venue of the internet. This is federal stalking under Title 18. And it's also demonic activity. 6:25 p.m. This is P.O.C. Ontario International Airport, gang stalking, 6:29 p.m. As documented on video, stalking me under the fake sun that remains at the Ontario Town Square at 224 North Euclid Avenue, and doing so while monitoring, engaging in unlawful surveillance with the government, in the shoes of the government, while making money as a corrupt business that the world and the United States needs to know about. That's part of the prosecution and exposure, but it's also relevant to the prosecution. And the entities engaging in that, and this is documentation about the impunity while the Ontario International Airport is conspiring the murder of an American citizen whom they are keeping under surveillance in concert with the government maliciously in a manner that no one is supposed to be able to prove or even be aware of, and be automatically written off as being paranoid in doing so. Because of that level of malice and because of the criminal conspiracy to murder the target individual, because that's exactly why the Ontario International Airport is gang stalking me in commercial planes, that's relevant to the impunity with which the entity is doing that. It is currently 6:30 p.m. at 224 North Euclid Avenue, Ontario Town Square, P.O.C. All right, that is Delta Airlines at 6:36 p.m. All right, you'll see the African-American female with 2 minor children. They're just activity creation, crossing path, federal stalking, okay? And so is Securitas. The company is gang stalking and the employee is gang stalking. And you're mindful of criminal summoning that Securitas engaged in with Corey Watson, the Ontario Police Department, and his partner at 5 in the morning. This is where the fake sun rises and sets. That is targeting, and it's an iteration of a malicious pattern of conduct by demons who are gang stalking together. Criminal summoning under facts of federal group stalking and monitoring equals federal prison for both those engaging criminal summoning and responding. Those are the gang stalking police departments. You're going to federal prison for it. This is what Securitas is engaging in the other morning, and they're doing so just like I documented on video that morning, which is that was August 6, 2025. The entity is gang stalking in plane. And where the fake sun is rising, and I'm at that same Ontario Town Square where the fake sun is still present, and Securitas is gang stalking. With, again, another face, same pattern of conduct, federal prison for criminal summoning. It's a malicious pattern of conduct. You're not doing your job. You're engaging in criminal monitoring. And behind that illusion is criminal activity that you're going to federal prison for. All right? The entity's engaging in that, and Delta Airlines is gang stalking at 6:36 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, that is Southwest Airlines maintaining ongoing patrolling. This is what I'm documenting, for example, at U.S. Fuels at Philadelphia and Euclid Avenue on the the date where I am getting on Omnitrans, which was, August 6, 2025, if I recollect correctly. That was August 7th, 2025. U.S. Fuels. That was either yesterday or the day before yesterday. But I'm showing Delta Airlines that is flying west while I'm at that gas station, and the entity is maintaining patrolling flight, flying one. The train activity is monitoring. It's the same conduct, and it's entirely demonic. The entity, that's evidence that I'm surrounded by demons as well. But nonetheless, the entity is patrolling. By patrolling, have the frequency of flight, the straight line that they're maintaining. The entity is doing the same thing by flying over the Ontario Town Square, and they're doing it where the fake sun is located. They're doing it where the engineer light is present. So the impossible light that you see while the demons are driving on the turn circle and they're driving in the shade, but light is manifesting, that is a substance of all of the light that is present as I'm showing you the illusion of what is an entirely unnatural environment. They're flying in and making noise and are present in engineered light. They're gang stalking, and so are the demons of the Ontario Police, who are sounding helicopter activity to my right while I am facing west. So that is north of me. The demons of the Ontario Police are gang stalked by helicopter, while Southwest Airlines is gang stalking with the City of Ontario, the Ontario Police, like they are at all times, and doing so while they are flying on my left side, which is south of me, where the fake sun is remaining at the same Ontario Town Square, and the Ontario Police and Southwest Airlines, the Ontario International Airport, are gang stalking under this fake sun in the morning as well, speaking to targeting by the City of Ontario, who are all demon possessed, including those flying commercial planes and those that are flying helicopters. That's the Mike LORENZ and everybody under his dangerous and corrupt leadership are demons who are engaging in the exposed system of surveillance, which is why all the demons engaging in what is kidnapping with the intent to obstruct justice, because they're gang stalking me and they're keeping my evidence of them gang stalking me under surveillance, and they committed multiple kidnappings. They're going to federal prison for that. And Mike LORENZ is not going to be engaged in law enforcement in any other jurisdiction in the state of California or in the United States. Okay, and the ability to state that is the unlawful and intolerable offense of being a terrorist as a corrupt law enforcement agency. You are done with your career in law enforcement in the United States. It's currently 6:49 p.m. Gang stalking with the Ontario Police, license plate 5UJA592, and they're also gang stalking with the City of Ontario, Alan D. WAPNER, maintaining commercial flight, where there is no such arrivals nor departures from 2500 Airport Drive, and they're flying over through the center of the Ontario Town Square. And you also know that the sun also doesn't sit over one address like I'm documenting, surrounding Alan D. WAPNER and the companies that are gang stalking. That's the commercial stalking, as I've termed it, while they're engaging in the P.O.C. at this venue. This is the pattern of conduct, and this is, again, I want to be clear, not only is Mike LORENZ being removed from law enforcement and being exposed as a terrorist, Mike LORENZ is, through the criminal conduct, communicating the fact that he has no intentions of being engaged in law enforcement, that he has no desire to be a law-abiding citizen, given the privilege of being referred to as something that is noble as a police chief, but he is under no circumstances fitting for that position. He's disqualified based on his exposed mental illness and his sexual perversion, being a gang stalker, being a psychopath, and being a demon-possessed one, which is relevant to that mental illness as well. And also the impunity is his communication to the United States. Okay, this is supposed to be a public servant, and he is not. And they are, by gang stalking, they are literally being very unequivocal in their statement that they have no intention to be in law enforcement, that they do not desire to be in law enforcement, and that they have every intention to continuously engage in terrorizing and targeting and engaging in surveillance, which is not law enforcement in the first place. Understand what the entity is reasonably, impliedly, and clearly stating while their criminal activity is documented and they're monitoring their own exposure. And it's going to be referred to in the case against the state. All right, it is currently 6:51 p.m. P.O.C. All right, 6:52 p.m. The demons of the Ontario Police are engaging in what is an unlawful threat while they are engaging in criminal activity. They're monitoring while the entity is maintaining the ongoing ominous sound of helicopter activity in the engineer light while the people of the state are surrounding. This is gang stalking by police officers that are conspiring to murder while they are engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct as a corrupt law enforcement agency. And the audible noise under the fake sun and an engineered light with the demons that have a pattern of falsely making false allegations in order to commit kidnapping are communicating a threat, while they also have a pattern of stalking me in bathrooms with the Ontario police. That's communicating a threat as well. And it is also reasonably construed as a threat to your life under all circumstances where that police department is stalking you. The entity is sounding helicopter activity at 6:52 p.m. And this is relevant to the entity that's engaging in what is police training. Look at the video on July 14, 2025 at 7 in the morning. They're gang stalking as a police department, and all they did was hold up a sign and call it police training. Those are demons, and they're engaged in what is stalking me. And that's also why you're going to be disbanded, because the extent to which the demon-possessed go to monitor one person, to keep one person under surveillance, you're looking at the tremendous amount of wasted resources on criminal activity pertaining to an illegitimate interest. They shouldn't be interested and obsessed with what they are, my vagina, and they should not be concerned with what is my private information. Well, there is no warrant or probable cause to keep my devices under surveillance, but they are. And the entity is engaging in this at this same venue in the morning, and that's evidence that you can look at on the internet right now, where the fake sun is here and the entity is gang stalking, and the sound of helicopter activity is an unlawful threat, and it is criminal conduct because they're monitoring. It's the elements of monitoring. It's currently 6:53 p.m. The entity is doing so, and every threat that the corrupt law enforcement agency poses is that which is going to demons that are going to want to be looked at as the most unthreatening actor possible, not capable of engaging in the egregious assertions that I've made. And you're looking at, they are all monsters. They are engaging in that which is even greater than what I have reasonably described with my words, okay, with the verbiage that I've used. Okay, because they've engaged in conduct, sexually perverted acts, criminal acts, that which I am not privy to, that has yet to be exposed. They are the monsters that I'm describing. This is not hyperbole, and they're even more than what I've described, and they're going to prison for it. Period. So the entity is, again, to their own demise, because this is the harm in being a psychopath that's engaging in obsessive behavior. And when you're facing what is consequences, that mental illness starts to work against you. Okay. So this is why they're engaging in that, because they are indeed obsessed psychopaths, and they're stalking with helicopter activity, and I'm documenting it, and it's going to be used against gang stalking police officers who are acting as an entity. And that ongoing unlawful threat is relevant to the character of the crime. When I'm documenting you in my path, and you are engaging in what is being a psycho, looking to an opposite direction, talking to the demon-possessed people of the state under the fake sun and an engineered light, while the gang stalkers of the Ontario International Airport are flying up, you're going to prison. You're going to prison, and you're also going to be subject to routine mental examinations. It's an unlawful threat, 6:55 p.m. Ongoing sound of helicopter activity, while all the demons who are the people of the state are engaging in surveillance, sitting around at the park, maintaining surveillance with that entity. That is the City of Ontario, the Ontario Police Department, okay? And this is, again, Mike Lorenz's handiwork. P.O.C.
All right, this is where our demons who are stalking. Not only is he sitting in engineered light, they're at the venue, 224 North Euclid Avenue, under the fake sun. This is surveillance by the people of the state. Surrounding noise by the people of the state. Living in relevant position. This is an elderly population engaging in state surveillance. Violent sex offenders that are over the age of majority, that are of the elderly population, doing so under the fake sun. This is the fake sun at the same venue, and this is me standing in the shade. Just want you to see, this is shade. You have the concentrated light. That's supposed to be the distinction between sunlight and shade. And as I stand in it, oh, there's light manifesting out of nowhere. This is where the Ontario Police, Mike Lorenz, is exhibiting demon possession. He is a stalker who was obsessed with my genitalia, and that sexual violence in and of itself is more than enough to disband. Okay? These are sex offenders who are predators, stalking in a helicopter, wasting hundreds of dollars per hour on the criminal conduct, using a helicopter to do so while they are manifesting as demons. Okay, this is shared with the people of the state. You're not innocently nor ignorantly in that environment. This is surveillance by the people that are living in relevant position, conducting any transactions in relevant position. As you see at work in relevant position, the demon engaging in criminal summoning with Corey Watson in the morning. They're doing so where the fake sun is still present at that same venue. That's speaking to surveillance. Not somebody that's engaging in their job, but, oh, I need to call the police because we have some. Securitas is targeting. And so is the Ontario Police, who are stalking with helicopter while light is manifesting in the shade in conformity to the pattern of conduct. It is currently
6:57, 6:58 p.m. The entity is maintaining, as I'm documenting on podcast, ongoing helicopter activity in the background, which is the unlawful communication of a threat to your life, your safety, your well-being, and your liberty, because the Ontario police and the people of the state have such a long existing pattern of kidnapping while they're gang stalking me. Okay? This is P.O.C. It's currently 6:58 p.m. And by the way, with this documentation, L. Edwards, Alex Escobar, and the Damon gang stalking and engaging in kidnapping on July 4, 2025, which includes A. Quesada. They're going to federal prison while the son, the fake son, is never in any position to be at Starbucks, contrary to what I documented at 7:15 in the morning on July 4th, where the entity is keeping the fake son speaking to targeting me while then you committed kidnapping. They're going to federal prison, and so are the gang stalkers engaging in criminal summoning, just like Securitas is, at this facilitating venue where the fake son remains, and impossible light activity is present. Okay, this is my shadow arriving in front of me in the shade, enlarged, magnified in size. That's impossible light activity. And what you need to understand is that so is this, because that's not the sun and that's not sunlight. This is all engineered light where surveillance is happening, public corruption is occurring in plain sight. This is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. This is P.O.C. All right, the entity in the video that I'm documenting, the demon possessed, those are the people of the state. You'll see them walking right by, crossing path. They're walking in light that's manifesting in the shade. They're surrounding while they're keeping their dogs in tow and their kids in hand and their communication devices on their person while they're gang stalking with the Ontario International Airport, walking in engineered light while the entity is maintaining flight over the town square where the fake sun is present at 7:03 p.m. And this is how the people of the state are engaging in that pattern of conduct, and they share an obsession and mental illness. While they're in that engineered light, you're witnessing what is closeted mental illness. And the Ontario police are gang stalking with this corrupt system in effect, okay? And this is how the police are targeting you with the people that engage in criminal summoning together. That's called, it's malice. And it's also demon possession. That level of malice is also exposing what is closeted, not based on the Catholic girl skirt that they're wearing, but the malice with which they're engaging in what is targeting someone that they don't know, that's speaking to what is malice. That's supposed to be the guys that, oh, no one's stalking you because you don't know them. The pattern of conduct is proving that it's a malicious pattern of conduct committed as an entity that is intentionally doing so necessarily amongst a quote unquote anonymous population. There's nothing anonymous about being present under the fake sun. It's speaking to everyone's knowledge about who you are and what you're doing, including the engineered light, which you see on video while you're seeing a bunch of demons of all races and ages gang stalking with the Ontario police and the Ontario International Airport. Okay, that appeared to be Hawaiian Airlines. They are gang stalking, and they're headquartered in Seattle, Washington. They are engaging in the P.O.C, gang stalking with the people of the state, crossing path on foot. This is what the entity is doing when they're flying over 325 West G Street, flying over the people of the state's venue while I'm at the DeBoer Professional Building, and all the demons crossing path in traffic. This is what they're doing, maintaining traffic, pedestrians that are demon-possessed gang stalking around me at the Ontario Town Square, under the fake sun, present for 12 hours. That's P.O.C. Their shadows are appearing at the opposite end of the field. These are demons that are maliciously targeting, and that's psychopathic behavior. These are the same demons that chase down into bathrooms. They stalk you in bathrooms while they're engaging in conversations with each other, consumption with what they appear on the surface to be concerned with. They're doing so in that specific environment, pacing around in engineered light. These are demons. It is P.O.C. It is currently 7:05 p.m. Oh, I want to be clear. The people of the state that you see stalking in the path, they're walking in the engineer light that I showed you is present. That's malice. They're not ignorantly in that environment. This is how they're engaging in gang stalking American citizens in ways that you're ignorant about, and in ways that is proving their malicious targeting methods. They're also doing so while they're monitoring on my device. So while I am accessing what is an app online, and the entity is interfering with operation of the internet, these was simultaneity, again, the same demonic pattern of conduct that's called stalking with activity. The noise and presence in the engineer light is how you're monitoring, which affects devices. It's pursuant to what is literally monitoring the person, which are what demon-possessed people doing. Monitoring spirits are doing that. All right, so the entity is engaging in this. You have this demon-possessed couple that are sitting in engineer light, monitoring me with the city of Ontario, sitting on a blanket, having a picnic based on the suggestion that I gave them. These are demons that engage in what it is that I document as I speak to giving birth and I speak to having a picnic under the fake sun. sun, so the demons replicate that. These are non-English speaking, gang stalking immigrants who are subject to deportation, and justice is absolutely being served by that. And this is exactly what the Department of Homeland Security is deporting out of this country while they're engaging in terrorism with the government. They're gang stalking with the government that's targeting an American citizen, okay? Just want to be clear on that. It is currently 7:09 p.m. They're crossing paths, as you'll see their images in the engineer light. So they're walking while light is appearing in the shade. That's how you're gang stalking. They do the same thing at the hotels when light is manifesting and they have multiple shadows and you're ignorant about the fact that you're being monitored by a sex offender that knows what's going on with your genitalia when you're inside of your home and inside of your hotel room, or when you are engaging in what is using the private space in any public venue, which is a facilitating venue, public property, which is a facilitating venue, and you don't know that your genitalia is being kept under surveillance by psychopaths who you see in images having a picnic as they listen to me document them, and these losers come and engage in the very same conduct, understand they're doing so under the fake sun. These are the demons that engage in what is stalking me. That's how important I am. That's how vital I am to the demon possessed, and it's a pathetic existence, and it's also relevant to the demons that are together, both males and females, obsessed with my genitalia while they are feigning being concerned and engaged in each other. They're under the fake sun and an engineer light gang stalking me. It's currently 7:10 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's evidence of the federal stalking conduct. That is Alaska Airlines again. Oopsie, it's going a little blurred. There you go. Alaska Airlines, while the fake sun is setting, okay, this is where the fake sun is rising, and you're looking at demons engaging in what is stalking me, obsessive with me by having a picnic right next to me. These are the demons that are entirely pathetic. They obsess over my vagina. So that's what you're always, while the demons feign being heterosexuals, they engage in homosexual conduct while they're feigning being concerned about their significant others, and they're gang stalking under the fake sun, and this they're doing so while my device is being kept under surveillance. It's 7:12 p.m. This is the entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct pursuant to what it is that I'm doing, and a population is sharing in that criminal conduct and doing so while what it is that I'm doing online. So I'm getting onto the venue of the internet, and as soon as I open up a new web page, this is where Alaska Airlines doesn't sound coming from a distance with plane activity. Alaska Airlines is immediately sounding and is already present. That's a creeper that's already stalking in the path. Remember, the plane activity is amplification. You're understanding what you're separating, what you hear and what you see. These are demons. This is demonic. Literally, the fake sun is letting you know that this is all demonic. And the amplified plane activity is what is coexisting with nothing other than a demon that's flying that plane with that logo that's going to represent the prosecution of the corrupt businesses associated with the Ontario International Airport. It's 7:13 p.m. That's federal stalking. P.O.C. Okay, what you'll see represented is UPS. That is gang stalking at the same venue under the fake sun in the morning, like I documented at 7 a.m. And like I documented at 7:16 a.m. at Economy Inn, which would be the same street in the same city. But again, a vast difference, because the fake sun over the town square is not going to result in the sun still being in the same city at the end of the day. I.e., UPS is gang stalking, specifically monitoring my internet activity. That's federal stalking. They're also doing so while they are facilitating it with the people of the state that are gang stalking by sitting on a blanket right next to me, getting as close to me as they possibly can, while gang stalking with the state, maintaining a mode of criminal presence. As, again, stalking is born of obsession. UPS is doing so under the fake sun at 7:14 p.m. 12 hours earlier, UPS is gang stalking at the same address, 224 North Euclid Avenue, where the people of the state are stalking at this venue. Laughing, not because stalkers are funny, but this is pathetic while the demon-possessed are engaging in this conduct. It's pathetic. But this is P.O.C. This is what the city of Ontario is engaging in, and this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department. This is how obsessed they are with me. It's going to the terrorists that are obsessed with regard to the ongoing conspiracy to commit murder of the one whom they are keeping under surveillance. Every button that I press on my phone, every change in activity on my device, every move that I make, every place that I go, the entity is engaging in the P.O.C. and UPS is gang stalking. That's represented in the image that you'll see uploaded to the Google Drive at 7:14 p.m. And you will also see what it is that I'm doing on my phone as I'm selecting multiple files in order to upload onto the venue of the internet. And these stalkers are sitting in close proximity where you see the light that is creating my shadow on the wall that's appearing out of nowhere, where the fake sun is present 12 hours in the day. They are indeed stalking. All right, it is currently 7:16 p.m. This is P.O.C. UPS is headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia, by the way. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct while the fake son would be present in Atlanta, Georgia. For example, anywhere in the state of Georgia, UPS is going to be prosecuted for state surveillance and doing so with impunity in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder while that company is engaged in surveillance and keeping the evidence of their gang stalking, which is speaking to the impunity with which UPS, a third-party commercial actor, is engaging in surveillance, and that's the same as you're looking at Southwest, not hesitating, Delta Airlines, Alaska Airlines, United Airlines, Amazon Prime, engaging in that same pattern of conduct with the same level of impunity, aiding a corrupt police department that's engaging in monitoring where what the entity is doing. And in federal court, there is no question or genuine controversy about whether or not the police are actually stalking a person, whether police are capable of doing that, whether they've ever, there's no mystery here. I've proven it, and the entity is going to be prosecuted accordingly. It's currently 7:17 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently 7:23 p.m. As I stated, the demon-possessed are engaged in obsessive behavior, which is, again, the nature of the crime of stalking. It's just the demon-possessed are very unintelligent while they engage in it, and they're also very sick. They feign being consumed in their significant others, which turn out to be quite insignificant when they're stalking me together. When they're both obsessed with my vagina while they're wanting to want to appear on the surface as being consumed with or having a moment. I've documented the people of the state engaging in the pattern of conduct by kissing, so that when they're being documented, that's supposed to make you think that they're not focused on me. And what allows you to know that they're focused on me is the gang stalking conduct by the LAPD, where they are present in relevant position, where they're standing in engineered light, where they're under a fake sun that's present at that venue for 11 plus hours. This is the entity that's very much unintelligent. And so what you'll see in the images at the same venue where demons are taking up while they're monitoring me, engaging in what is an unintelligent iteration of the P.O.C. while they're sitting up engaging in surveillance. There's no coincidence under the specific environment. These demons literally listen to me say have a picnic or give birth to a child. These demons come and sit next to me and engage in what is a picnic, which is criminal presence and activity creation, while they're sitting in engineer light. And I take pictures of it so you'll see what is demons holding hands while they're stalking under the fake sunset. They're monitoring me. Those are psychopaths who are demon possessed that are stalking while they keep their back to you. You'll see that in images captured with the entity that's stalking in commercial planes and stalking by helicopter. And this is the mask that the corrupt government that conspires and murders with these same demons, murders innocent American citizens, and it's reported to you on the news as something different. This is where I'm capturing the ongoing appearance and disappearance of engineer light. And so I'm taking a picture of the disappearance of engineer light that's on this brick wall where these demons are gang stalking, sitting on a blanket, because they want to get as close to me as possible. They're engaging in the P.O.C. and amongst the engineer light, and that's also the evidence. And they're giving you evidence of mental illness, but they're not giving you evidence that they're engaging in anything other than gang stalking. This is what the unintelligent imps are relying on, that you're just going to look at them. You're going to look at them and see that there's no race, age, or discrimination with regard to being subject to prosecution for federal group stalking and monitoring. And demons are coming in all colors, races, sizes, okay, and from all backgrounds. They're present while the engineer light is hopping all over the place on this wall over here, appearing and disappearing. And that's what you'll see in the images captured. I'm showing you who's around me. These are demons. These are demons speaking a foreign language, by the way. It does not matter what your background is. These are all of the carnal means whereby an entity is failing at impliedly rebutting that the pattern of conduct is underway. Okay, so this is engineer light that you'll see at 7:20 p.m. And that's my shadow as I'm holding down my phone. It's appearing on the lower level brick wall. You will see the illumination of the wall above as well. I'm showing you who's gang stalking while demons keep their back to you, while demons engage in a picnic, and that presupposes that they're focused on each other and that they're not stalking you. When the elements of monitoring, light, presence, audible noise, the Ontario International Airport, the Ontario Police Department, the fake sun, this is the entity that is engaging in gang stalking. And you need to understand that unintelligent imps are the ones that conspire murder and falsely depict the character. Tracy Banks is engaging in federal stalking by calling my device, doing so at 7:20 p.m. where I'm documenting in possible light. She was monitoring this morning under the fake sun that was across the street, by the way. It was across the street at 333 North Euclid Avenue. She is crossing path under the fake sun, just like she is where she's living at the facilitating venue, Woodside Senior Apartments, and she's under the fake sun that she lives under while she's keeping me under surveillance in that apartment. And also when she's at Starbucks at 507 North Euclid Avenue and she's gang stalking under that fake sun. She was gang stalking this morning on the roads and the highways, knowing exactly where I'm at and knows everything that I state, including as I'm documenting. She's a psychopath and she's engaging in monitoring with these non-English speaking demons who are engaging in presence in the path with the government that's maintaining aerial surveillance over one address where the fake sun is present for 12 hours. That's the P.O.C. And in the images you will see what is Tracy Banks engaging in federal stalking. 7:21 p.m. I'm capturing an image of my phone where she is the one committing, engaging what is federal stalking by the use of a communication device, calling me unsolicited phone calls from her, and she's the one that's also stating that I'm attacking her in her apartment, but yet she is calling me and she is stalking me, coming around to be where I am, being around me just like these demons who I don't know, while she is also at the same time kidnapping with the Ontario police, stating that I'm attacking her, making that information up as well. She is obsessed. She's gang stalking. She wants to be me. She's never going to be me. She's going to federal prison though. And she's going to federal prison while these demons, the city of Ontario, are gang stalking just like she was the entire time at Woodside Senior Apartments in the same exact environment. Impossible light filling Tracy Banks' apartment, which has nothing to do with the evidence which is sufficient to prosecute for surveillance of the fake sun that remained over her apartment, where it would never be over the Ontario Town Square. And there's no angle or position where it's over the Ontario Town Square when I'm documenting it out over her front door at that building, units 49 through 64, from the beginning until the end of the day. That's how you know these non-English speaking demons are obsessed with me, both of them together, engaging in what is gang stalking, and their obsession based on their demon possession is proven in that specific environment, not some ridiculous iteration of the P.O.C. where they're getting their ideas from me, and they are ideas that are incriminating to them. And by the way, I'm referring to non-English speaking demons regarding to all of those who are gang stalking immigrants. I am very much aware of the fact that you can be a natural born citizen and speak a foreign language. I spoke Spanish, I went to college. But so my point in that is that I'm referring to there is no distinction with regard to being prosecuted, and those that are gang stalking immigrants are being deported. They're being deported, absolutely. It is currently 7:29 p.m. This is P.O.C.
All right, it is currently 8:32 p.m. That's amplified audible activity amongst impossible light activity. Those are the demons that are stalking along Euclid Avenue, where you have witnessed the people of the state exhibiting demon possession and criminal engagement in state surveillance with the city of Ontario and all of the corrupt officials that include, amongst others, Paul Leon, Alan D. Wapner, Mike LORENZ, Michael GERKEN. The entity is molesting me with impossible light while I sit at the same exact Ontario Town Square where you're looking at the Ontario International Airport, including third parties such as Southwest Airlines, United Airlines, and Delta Airlines, who are engaged in monitoring me. That is psychological torture and domestic terrorism that the business, and then those demons that are operating those planes, and then that government body that is facilitating that terrorism, which is Alan D. Wapner, the Ontario International Airport. As I am on the venue of the internet where I'm subject to the pattern of conduct because the demon possessed that are gang stalking are engaging in surveillance online, and pursuant to real-time surveillance, the entity inflicts ongoing harm and damages I continuously suffer. So the people of the state are gang stalking at Ontario Town Square, and with simultaneity to publishing what I will take a picture of what I'm publishing on the venue of the internet pertaining to the Ontario police who are being disbanded for the harms that I suffer while I document and publish their criminal conduct in furtherance of murdering me, while I document it on the venue of the internet where surveillance is underway at what is the Ontario Town Square, that's the city of Ontario, and at Wells Fargo, that is a third party. Just want to document. Okay, Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue is engaged in gang stalking. They're engaged in what is terrorism with the intent to obstruct justice while gang stalking, while they're engaging in surveillance on the venue of the internet with the people of the state that are using the property, that are surrounding the property to engage in what is the terrorism of stalking with impossible light, because of the fact that they are engaging in monitoring the evidence against Wells Fargo, against the state. And that is including while the Ontario Police Department are a part of the pattern of conduct, the substance of which I'm publishing online. Again, Wells Fargo that's engaging in this criminal conduct, as you are listening to it, it's Wells Fargo, the establishment that is going to be prosecuted. The people of the state are driving onto the venue, surrounding the venue, and in the airspace above that venue to gang stalk me, which is Wells Fargo's criminal engagement in that pattern of conduct, which is not limited to the business hours of that establishment. Wells Fargo is ceaselessly engaging in that pattern of conduct and is a means of ceaseless facilitation as well, while I'm subject to a molestation of my person as I publish the following about the Ontario Police Department in the video regarding August 8, 2025 at 5:58 p.m. This is where the entity engages in molesting my person with impossible light. That's a sex offense. OVITT Family Community Library at 215 East C Street in Ontario, California.
And these are the details pertaining to the criminal conduct that's captured in video, which is serving for the disbanding of the Ontario Police Department, federal imprisonment of the kidnappers employed by the Ontario Police Department, and the people of the state that are gang stalking just like they are now and engaging in kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, and also the prosecution of the state of California and the prosecution of the corrupt businesses which make up the same entity. As I am including the following: domestic terrorism and psychological torture by entity, engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring with intent to obstruct justice, mandating federal prison for the terrorist organization Ontario Police under the dangerous and corrupt leadership of state actors Police Chief Derek Williams from April 2018 to September 2020. Who retired in order for the corrupt state actor Mike Lorenz to replace him as the current chief of police over the corrupt organization that is to be disbanded. I'm also noting in the description box on YouTube that it is domestic terrorism, molestation, and harassment via directed light by entity that is engaged in federal group stalking and monitoring, which is the perpetual sex offense, while the entity is perpetually violating the person and sexually violating, such as via bathroom monitoring, which the Ontario Police Department are also engaging in. The people of the state are engaging in domestic terrorism via directed light with simultaneity to my including that description in the description box of the YouTube video. And it is occurring at facilitating venue Wells Fargo. That's going to be prosecuted, okay? This is what the entity is doing at Chevron. While the demons are pacing all around that venue where I'm at, stalking on Chevron. Chevron is providing a crime scene for the people of the state, for the government to engage in surveillance. Chevron is also doing it while business hours are providing a means of profiting from gang stalking. They are also profiting while that business remains during closed hours, while operating business hours are maintained as a means whereby the entity is engaging in that pattern of conduct, but it is ceaselessly underway, and the business establishments will be documented accordingly, in the same way that the pattern of conduct is not limited to the business hours of that establishment. That is under no circumstances should ever be engaging in gang stalking, but Wells Fargo is, and so is Chevron. This is online, where YouTube is a facilitating venue, the internet is a facilitating venue where surveillance is underway, and it coexists with the gang stalking conduct of the people of the state who are demons, who are indeed engaged in federal stalking in violation of Title 18. The entity is amplifying plain activity pursuant to the same criminal pattern of conduct with the intent to obstruct justice and harass and threaten through their criminal monitoring conduct. The entity does the same thing via helicopter. The entity does the same thing when they are stalking with amplified noise, which is what you're listening to in the background, where none of them are present under any constitutional right. The entity is already going to be prosecuted for literally living, working, visiting, being present as a patron. It's all criminal presence. The government has no warrant or probable cause under any circumstances to engage in the surveillance that the state of California, the city of Ontario, is engaging in. It is currently 8:37 p.m. This will be added to the podcast. I've already published it, and I documented the Ontario International Airport and the Ontario Police Department ceaselessly engaging in what is monitoring every step that I took with regard to documenting their criminal conduct and then formatting the podcast, and the people of the state, psychopaths, pacing all around in impossible light activity under the fake sun, sitting over the same address that it was this morning, the Ontario Town Square, and which is where the OVITT Family Community Library is, and the entities engage in what is monitoring. Every time I upload a video, every time I switch to a different website, every time I convert from video to audio so that you can hear it on the podcast, another plane, ongoing amplified noise, ongoing helicopter activity, another demon stalking in the path while their shadow appears at a distance away from them, moving by me, while demons are engaging in the creepy and sexually perverted and mentally depraved conduct as gang stalking, while they're monitoring the evidence against them. It's 8:38 p.m. This is federal stalking. It's P.O.C. All right, it's currently 9:50 p.m. The City of Ontario maintaining ongoing surveillance using commercial planes as the maintenance of the fake sun at the Ontario Town Square at 224 North Euclid Avenue from 7 a.m. until after 7 p.m. is conclusive evidence of. And it's also evidence of what you are also becoming aware of and being informed by is mental illness, malice, sexual violence, public corruption, and gang stalkers that are monitoring me while I'm at the venue include 28747G4. This is a demon that's engaging in federal stalking with the government that's maintaining an aerial means of surveillance, flying over the Ontario Town Square where the same exact impossible light activity remains, and in the dark under the fake moon, which you will also see captured in the images of the entity. This is Alan D. WAPNER's criminal engagement in gang stalking me in furtherance of the conspiracy to murder an American citizen, where the government is unlawfully targeting in violation of your constitutional and human rights. The government's gang stalking because it engages in the organized crime of murdering people. They're doing so as demons in the specific environment, and you'll see the fake moon, you'll see the shadow on both sides of my person in the specific environment that's present at nightfall. And Wells Fargo is engaging in this pattern of conduct at 240 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. 9UDG099. And the entity is flying over right now again at 9:52 p.m. And this is what the entity is doing as I am publishing the evidence on the video of the internet and the demons on Euclid Avenue. There is no vantage point where you are aiming any sort of headlights that are going to create the shadow of bushels that are moving across my arm, the brick wall behind me as I'm sitting at that wall where you saw the fake sun after 6 p.m. Where you see the fake sun where I'm standing at that same wall where the Ontario Montclair School District gang stalking at 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, where I'm standing in Southwest Airlines is gang stalking under that fake sun while I'm standing at that wall at 10 in the morning. I'm at that wall where I'm being molested with what is impossible light activity, and recognizing the documentation of stalking under a fake sun is the same criminal pattern of conduct of stalking with light, which is impossible to naturally occur because the sun is not an idle object that's going to remain at any address. But it is in conformity to the pattern of conduct that the City of Ontario and demons that are flying commercial planes, revealing public corruption and the threat to your livelihood, the threat to your safety, while demons are affiliated with companies that you purchase from, including United Airlines, Delta Airlines, that you've purchased from Amazon Prime, FedEx, UPS. They're gang stalkers. They use commercial planes to engage in stalking American citizens whom they are conspiring to murder as a criminal act committed by a corrupt entity. This is the same with American Airlines, Frontier Airlines, Alaska Airlines, and they're all sharing in that criminal pattern of conduct. And this is what Alan D. WAPNER and Paul Leon, in conformity with the pattern of conduct, this is mental illness while you're listening to amplified noise. That's a psychopath that is stalking and focused on me, and that's why you have impossible light activity. That's why you have the airport maintaining aerial surveillance over this venue. That's why you have the fake sun over this venue, and you are witnessing mental illness while the loud activity, while the aerial surveillance, while the fake sun, while the perpendicular shadows, the multiple shadows surround. These are demons that are gang stalkers. License 9DSY501. And this is Wells Fargo, okay? 240 North Euclid Avenue. And Mules, I'm gonna get this barbecue restaurant. It's under the fake moon. And they're a corrupt business engaging with the federal RICO case against the state that's engaging in surveillance. They're inside purchasing dry ribs, dry barbecue food, while they are gang stalking at the same time engaging in federal stalking in violation of Title 18. They're doing so under the guise of a company name, maintaining a corrupt establishment, engaging in what is the organized crime of federal group stalking and monitoring, and further into the conspiracy to commit murder as an entity. License 7TUM878 is sharing in that. And this third party that I will include in the description of the podcast for today that's engaging in the pattern of conduct. Remember, the Ontario International Airport can gang stalk me without the demons like Mule Car Smokehouse maintaining presence in the path, okay? So the entity is gang stalking while they're standing in front of Mule Cart. This is a gang of third parties who are in impossible light activity while they're maintaining a conversation. They're stalking me. And I'll show you my shadows that are up front in front of me on the wall and my shadow that's on the ground regarding the proof of mentally ill and malicious psychopaths who are gang stalking as a population and gang stalking as a corrupt airport. Mule Cart is located at 200 North Euclid Avenue in Ontario, California. They are gang stalking with third parties such as 8TLJ994. Gang stalking on the roads and the highways, and so is Mule Car gang stalking by presence at that venue, sharing with what is Wells Fargo at 240 North Euclid Avenue, gang stalking as a corrupt establishment. The demons are engaging in surveillance, and while I'm sitting at the Ontario Town Square, these are sex offenders that are obsessed. And they're also mentally ill. The impossible light activity and then the molestation of my person with that impossible light activity is a criminal monitoring conduct of a psychopathic sex offender that is obsessed. License 9UDG099, and this is shared by the pattern by the entity that's going to the venues surrounding, and that's again the demons that are having a picnic in the engineer light under the fake sun while the entity is stalking by helicopter and commercial planes. Those are the demons that go to a nearby ATM, go sit and just engage in just stalking in the parking lot, engaging in it's clearly stalking. It's the same unlawful stalking when they're engaging in what is a purchase while they're in the specific environment. 05142D4, 9FYJ, 312, I believe. I'll get this license plate. And the demons are engaging in this while I am capturing the pattern of conduct. This is relevant context regarding what the entity is doing in bathrooms, and that is stalking me. Okay? License 9FYJ712 is a sex offender that engages in that pattern of conduct, which is ceaselessly underway. And Wells Fargo and every other establishment, every business is going to be prosecuted for criminal surveillance. The entity is engaging in what is federal stalking while maintaining businesses, which is the guise of this system of surveillance that the government is engaging in necessarily and in reliance upon the demon-possessed people of the state. And by the way, when you purchase plane tickets and you're getting on boarding planes and you're getting on and they're telling you about the safety and all of the precautions that you need to take, these are demons that are gang stalking me, and you are paying them to fly and hopeful that they don't fly into a mountain when they're engaging in what is abiding by the missions that Satan puts them on. License 8XWF925. The entity is engaging, and I want to be clear because these are demons. That's why I'm stating that. You're putting your life in the hands of maniacal psychopaths who are using, I want to be clear, go to the Ontario International Airport website. At Ontario International website is, you can Google it with regard to the website. It is in the city of Ontario, California, and every airline is engaging in criminal monitoring, and these are very popular airlines that are also associated with what are accidents. I believe Delta Airlines is one of the latest. Delta Airlines is gang stalking. Gang stalking is pursuant to what is a spiritual condition where mental illness, those that are maliciously targeting, such as engaging in acts of terrorism, and it is under the guise of inexplicable accidents, for which then the government maintains publicized hearings where they discuss the details of what went wrong. These are demons that are gang stalking. What is wrong is that psychopaths, domestic terrorists, are engaged in the capitalistic endeavor of making money off of targeting American citizens. And that's why Delta Airlines is associated with the heavily documented pattern of conduct of stalking using their same planes, that same logo, stalking in that specific environment. And they're also airlines that you pay money to, and you're hopeful that they don't fly the plane into a mountain, okay? And I'm speaking that not to instill fear. I'm speaking that because you need to understand that these are psychopaths that are stalking with planes. Clearly, nothing more important to do, okay, other than maintain a line of planes. And remember, it's second by second by second. The entity is engaging in patrolling conduct based on what I'm doing, based on how hostile they are to whatever it is that I'm doing, whatever it is that I'm describing. And the entity engages in more plane activity or louder plane activity. The entity is engaging in this pattern of what is plane stalking using commercial planes, which is absurdly demented. It's also expensive, and it's also corrupt. Anybody that's interested in stalking someone, period, let alone stalking in commercial planes, but also want you to look at them as being legitimate, as a trustworthy company that is hiring sane, healthy individuals who are not engaged in such corruption, who are not engaged in interested in harming American citizens. Those are airlines that do not include any of those that are published on the Ontario International website. Every single airline is engaging in the pattern of conduct. License 9FBR541. Documenting the P.O.C. The entity is maintaining ongoing audible noise inside of the parking garage. They're monitoring, especially as they anticipate me to document. The pattern of conduct is very pathetic when you're looking at a population of people that are obsessed with one person. And this population bet its life on being able to sacrifice me. So this demon-possessed population, including those that are working for businesses, working for government bodies, in my family, and fake friends of mine, people that I don't know, never met, that are part of this same witch coven, they have all engaged in what is sacrificing themselves when this entity sought to target me, while also targeting with regard to witchcraft, spiritually attacking and betting their lives on it, because this entity is accustomed to murdering people and getting away with it, but I'm not going anywhere. And so the entity has sacrificed itself and the prosecution of the state, but it's also what's going to happen in the lives of the demons that are in California, and you'll be aware of what it is that they engaged in when they suffer those consequences. License 9JZD464, 6ZWL544, 9MVT352. Those that are a part of law enforcement agencies, those that are in public office, those that are on television, celebrities, those that are a part of communities, and you will be witnessing what the entity has engaged in. Gang stalking is a statewide P.O.C. You have a population of people that are together, demon-possessed, and betting on the life of an American citizen that they can take out for whatever benefit they seek to derive from the sacrificing that American citizen. And where you are engaging with a summoning demonic spirits and engaging in death magic, which is not going to be effective against a child of God, that death magic is going to operate over someone else that is not sealed with the Holy Spirit, and that is the entity that is engaging in suicidal conduct. That's the entity that's engaging in trying to steal money and property from another, and they are then engaging in what is catastrophic and destructive, permanently destructive conduct with regard to their own well-being, their own financial well-being, their own futures, while they seek to steal through witchcraft from another American citizen, which they're not going to be successful in. This is relevant to the criminal conduct that the demon-possessed are engaging in. So I want to give context to that. Remember, this is why I'm able to go to any neighborhood. This is why I'm able to capture Pasadena, California, engaging in the P.O.C. using helicopters under the fake sun, identical P.O.C., and you're understanding what is the satanic agreement amongst those who are in darkness, who are targeting American citizens in a manner that is perfectly provable with tangible evidence and submissible in a federal tribunal. But I want to be very clear. This is demonic activity, and these are demons that sacrifice American citizens, and they have engaged in betting their lives and their well-being on one that is not going anywhere. So this is an entity that has sought to harm itself, and its own demise is what they are anxiously in fear of. License 9GLP 996, license 9SGS 893, and this is what Tracy Banks, this is the fake mother, has engaged in betting in concert with a population of people. This is somebody that sought to sacrifice her own daughter. This is somebody that has bet her own life. This is somebody that has, along with the people of the state, along with people in the government, people in law enforcement, sharing in that satanic oath that they've taken together to sacrifice a person. And they are going to be met with the consequences of making a contract with Satan that they cannot cash in on. License 8MIA 392. 8YWN 524, and that's relevant context regarding the population of demons that I'm documenting, engaging in an identical pattern of conduct where I have never met them before in my life, but yet they know exactly who I am, which the specific environment informs you of, and they are very much interested and invested in keeping me under surveillance and keeping my genitalia under surveillance and keeping my documentation under surveillance. Okay? It is currently 10:03 p.m. This is the evidence that is putting terrorists and sex offenders and psychopaths unhinged, like Jason Isaac Fields and any other partner that he's targeting me with in the government. They're going to federal prison. This government sought to steal my property, steal my money. The government is invested in that, and this is what is relevant to Alan D. WAPNER's targeting me, to using the most expensive means of targeting, such as commercial planes, helicopters with law enforcement agencies. Every neighborhood where I'm traveling in 2024, I left Alvarado Gardens. I went to Monrovia, California, Arcadia, California, Pasadena, California. I went to Azusa, California. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada. I went to San Diego, California. I went to Bakersfield in Kern County. I went to Costa Mesa and Newport Beach in Orange County. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, and I documented it. And even before 2024, this entity is already surrounded with evidence. There will be no sacrifice. Understand, gang stalking is spiritual. It's demonic activity. And these demons have already been defeated. These demons are obsessively consumed with what is never going to happen. This is literally mental illness. And while you're witnessing mental illness being unveiled, you are witnessing what is a surefire, uncomplicated prosecution of epic proportions nonetheless, because no one has ever prosecuted the government for proving that they are targeting monitoring, even defining for you what monitoring is. And it's government conduct. License plate 8ZPJ 769. And that's what's relevant when the government is going to the extent to stalk me using the most expensive means. Why Delta Airlines and American Airlines, Amazon Prime Air, these demons that are working with companies are invested in stalking, and that's exactly what I've already established. So I'm giving you context. These are demons that make oaths. They sacrifice this is organized crime. They sacrifice American citizens. They make oaths together. They engage in sex rituals. They engage in blood sacrifices. They engage in killing animals. They engage in molesting and having sex with kids, 8BKJ206. And they do so with regard to the oaths that they make to Satan, promising to deliver a person that they are going to kill. They're going to sacrifice. They're going to torture until they can take that person's life, until they can take that person's sane mind and have them, if not physically dead, they are psychologically murdered. Okay, and then sitting in an asylum somewhere, sitting in a mental ward somewhere, because they've been driven to that point. This is the result of what is targeting by psychopaths who are engaging in psychological torture, gang stalking. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct amongst those that are like them, demons, those who are already dead, those who are subject to this pattern of conduct overwhelming them. This is nothing with regard to Christ Jesus, who has already defeated death. These demons have sacrificed themselves. This is context regarding what is spiritual warfare, and I'm going to prosecute. And the defeat of these demons, which is the defeat of Satan, is also going to be witnessed in the physical, because I'm going to prosecute in a tribunal. That's how thoroughly I have been made victorious in Christ Jesus. You're going to witness in the physical with regard to me letting you know that these are demons that engage in spiritual sacrifices. And they do it maliciously as a whole government operation. And it's delivered to you on the news. Propaganda in the U.S., the so-called free world, they're delivering propaganda, conditioning your mind in the way that you see things, and the way you think and process things and approach things. And you're given a tale on the news about somebody killing themselves. All right, somebody just disappearing, their body is found in the desert, and some weirdo, it's not some weirdo, it's the entity that is equally psychopathic, whether they're with 2.5 kids, holding books coming from the OVITT Family Community Library, all right, and then going to kindergarten playhouse after they leave the library, and the demon that's got tattoos all over his face and piercings all over through his nose and forehead and the back of his neck, and that has bullet wounds in his chest, whatever it is that you associate with somebody that's a criminal versus what's not, what's innocent versus what's guilty. They're all demon-possessed equally, and they are equally invested and interested and in a position. While you're gang stalking, those are psychopaths that they are bloodthirsty demons, capable of committing murder and in a position to do so and facilitate it. That's why they're all gang stalking. The entity is now flying over what I'm going to show you, stalking by planes. Not flying over Ontario Town Square anymore, flying over where I'm at, where the demons are, engaging in that P.O.C. This is why you're seeing what is images as I've walked north. The demons in commercial planes are flying north over the Wells Fargo, and while they listen to me narrate, they're engaging in the donut conduct. That is flying to get in alignment with my person, still stalking. You already know about the light activity. You already know that the fake sun sits over me all day long. You already know that. They engage in the conduct, flying in alignment to where my person is, and then making a U-turn, flying back in the opposite direction, which again has nothing to do with arrivals and departures of flights that people are on when you're publishing it on the website. This is clear stalking by the Ontario International Airport that is invested in a sacrifice that they cannot deliver to Satan. And there's a lot of people, I want to be clear, this is a conduct that is an unspoken system. Satan has a lot of followers, but they're all equally inferior to Christ Jesus. It's not a numbers game. There are people that they've sacrificed their own lives, betting on death magic, betting on death magic on finances, while they think they're going to steal with no hands. That is stealing by witchcraft. This is demonic activity while you're listening to the audible noise. This is how you know they're all demons, and they're all invested together in targeting one person. These demons have lost in their bet with Satan, and Satan has no friends. Satan is going to take you out. And by the way, Satan already knew that there would be no deliverance of Erica Lorraine Spencer. Satan already knew that. Satan laughs at these demons who are puppets. They're deceived. And I want to be clear, you don't have to be a believer in Christ Jesus to know that no person, no demon in hell whom Christ has already defeated is ever going to have any superiority, any authority over Christ Jesus. Just because you don't believe it doesn't mean it's not true. And you're going to witness the truth of who Christ Jesus is. All right? I just want to be clear on that. You're witnessing mental illness while they're still engaged in the pattern of conduct, and these demons lost years ago. Years ago. This is corruption. So you're talking about why it lost years ago. Why am I still documenting? Because it's corruption. And they're going to answer for that. They're going to answer for that. Understand it's relevant to people are going to prison and they're not getting out in a year. They're not getting out in 2 years. They're going to be locked down. They're not getting out. They're getting locked up. It is currently, by the way, it's 10:10 p.m. The Ontario International Airport is following stalking in commercial planes. That's how they're engaging in the conduct at Ontario Town Square, way north up at 325 West G Street. Way more west when you're acting like you're rising in elevation east of the Ontario Village Shopping Center, and that's west of this location, and they are over the Ontario Village Shopping Center, hovering over that location, which is west of where I'm at, the Ontario Town Square. Well, you're not taking off there either. They're clearly stalking. These are demons that are fully exposed as stalkers. I want to be clear, you've lost in the spiritual warfare. The purpose of gang stalking in the first place is to maintain secrecy. The second purpose is to engage in traumatizing the target individual. When you are being analyzed and documented and exposed and embarrassed, you have lost in all of those aforesaid objectives. The entity is very much delusional. The entity is also very fearful because of what they know their consequences are. But it doesn't change when you keep targeting the prosecutor. In fact, it makes it worse for you because you're going to be in federal court, not just answering to Satan for whatever wagers that you made with the enemy. Just want to document that it's currently 10:11 p.m. The demons are stalking, and the demons are stalking to their own demise. This is P.O.C. 8GVA428 looks to be like a Latino male driving a white Jetta. He's going out of his way to track my steps in order to stalk me at the intersection of Euclid and E Street, and he's doing so while the Ontario International Airport is sounding plane activity, where the San Bernardino County Housing Authority is located off of C Street, which is impossible audible activity because there would be no planes taking off over there at all. That's the Ontario International Airport that's stalking me while that third party is tracking my steps. I just want to be clear, they do the same thing. He's engaged in the same thing concerning my vagina. That's a sex offender. License 9FTA145. Stalking by maintaining presence of the path at Chevron, that is engaging in gang stalking, 506 North Euclid Avenue. That's the federal RICO case. For gang stalking businesses, domestic terrorists. P.O.C. It's currently 10:14 p.m. All right, molesting me with impossible light activity, stalking is license 5UGN031. And license plate 9GNG519 at what is 326 Laurel? Or is this F Street? No, 326, 326 F Street. F as in Frank, okay? And the demons on Fern Avenue are stalking around the perimeter where they're anticipating. This is a whole neighborhood of stalkers. Okay, that again, share in a sacrifice. They've all sacrificed themselves. They sacrifice their money, their income, their livelihood. They sacrifice their natural lives. And that's how you have stalkers in their homes, knowing where I'm at. And that knowledge is proven through the maintenance of stalking with light in concert with the government. That's engaging what is stalking. The whole specific environment follows as I move, because these are all demons that are engaged in it. And you will be prosecuted. You will be found. You will be captured with regard to evidence where you live, meaning it's the most obvious way to prosecute you. 9GNG519 P.O.C. molesting me while I'm subject to that terrorism outside of their venue. Again, at what is facilitating venue 326 F Street in Ontario, California. It's 10:22 p.m. License AARAV, that's an Indiana plate. License 8JBP035, 9PSW210, 9MIT469, 8XET881, 9AHZ993, EC54G01, which is a paper plate taped onto this BMW. Be mindful of that. The entity is aware that they're being documented. They engage in surveillance. They're all psychopaths like, she's coming, and they're engaging in what is activity creation, stalking at a market. Psychopaths. 9TTL796. Let me get these over here too. License 8LSG753. This is at 636 North Vine Avenue, where you've already seen the impossible light activity inside of the store. Yeah, they're stalking me inside of the 7-Eleven. It's smaller than a studio apartment. They're in that little market stalking, and they're all on surveillance cameras as well. 9KSVO66 50544F3. P.O.C. It's 10:26 p.m. where I'm at 7-Eleven at 636 North Vine Avenue. This is hilarious. The entity maintaining ceaseless. Let me give you the audible activity. Since I said P.O.C. and I walked in. Oh, that's wonderful. The entity turning off the door chime. So I'm going to go ahead and keep on recording, and I'm going to let you listen to them walking in and out, and pay attention to when they engage in it again, turning on the door sound. This is entirely demonic. This is what I stated with regard to what you hear and what you're seeing are not necessarily related to one another. Okay, it's related with regard to presence and simultaneity of presence in my path in the engineered light, but walking through the door is not necessarily the cause of what you hear. As I walk in and out the door, no sound of the door chime. As another demon goes behind me, however, and exits, the door sound is continuing. And the reason why I started recording right now is because the entity maintained the ceaseless sound of the door chime, what you hear now, and stopped it with simultaneity to my recording. These are demons. You already know that you see the engineered light, the fake sun. This is showing you how demons are all around you, showing you that they're stalkers, showing you that they're psychopaths, showing that they're all interested in one person that they're targeting. And these are demons that are targeting the person who's going to prosecute them. 8XET881 is stalking in the path. You'll see her engaging in criminal presence. This is the prosecution of 711, the federal RICO case, while they're sharing in a sex offense and engaging in what is federal stalking and conspiracy to commit murder, while the business of 711 is intertwined with that criminal system with the government. Okay, the entity is engaging in this. It's 10:29 p.m. That is psychological torture while the entity is stalking with audible noise, and then it's inexplicable noise where you go out. That's the entity that's engaged in that psychopathic conduct. The plane is sounding, it's vibrating the apartment. You walk outside, the plane is miles away. How did you hear that plane? That's the intent. Excuse me. That's the conduct that's conducted with the intent to psychologically harm in one way or another. This is the losers that are stalking, and this is what they engage in while they're targeting you. All right, so I want to be clear that license plate that I'm documenting engaging in the same pattern of stalking with impossible light, while the door chime is incessantly sounding, and a bunch of stalkers are walking into the 7-Eleven. It's P.O.C. All right, the same. This is group conduct. Literally, the gang members are walking in, patrolling. These are demons that are stalking in possible light. And you saw the same light activity in the morning. Remember, it's shade, and it's not headlights. The entity is engaging in that. That's license 8XET881. That's facilitating terrorism inside of 7-Eleven, and so are the employees, and so is the establishment. All right, they're pacing in that engineer light. That's the same exact light activity that I captured on video while the fake sun was over this 7-Eleven. And the headlights in the morning, nor are the headlights at night, aiming and creating a magnified size of your shadow. That would be also light activity that would blind other drivers if the headlights were that powerful. These are demons that are stalking with light. And you're literally looking at a gang of demons that are stalking all together. They're literally the living dead. While they're engaged in this, you're looking at dead people. They're dead. And by the way, demon possession isn't limited to 18. You're looking at dead people that are all together. Where is she at? This is where they're sitting around. They're just pacing around me. Everything that you hear and everything that they're doing is pursuant to what demons are aware of that I'm physically doing. And they're dead people that are doing that. They're demon possessed. Okay, they're also dead with regard to the contract that they made with Satan. So these are people that have sacrificed their lives. They sacrificed their well-being. Many of them are already living on welfare, and they're engaging in what is sacrificing even more. They're not gaining any riches. They have sacrificed to the ultimate degree while they've engaged in what is gang stalking and furtherance of murder, which is why you're gang stalking in the first place. License plate 7XFU212, molesting with light. 6NVE711, molesting with light. 8YWG937, stalking. They're molesting with light as well. It's currently 10:31 p.m. None of their headlights is the guise of what is touching. The demons sit around you, stalking with a light that you're looking at in the physical, and you're being molested with impossible light activity. It's the coexistence of the fake sun all day long, and none of that is sunlight. This is what psychopaths are doing that obsess over my vagina as well. It is currently 10:32 p.m. This is P.O.C. while 7-Eleven is engaged in gang stalking and psychological torture. That's what I'm documenting right now. Oh, here we go. All right, the maintenance of that door chime, that's harassment. The entity kept it going while, and then as I walk, the moment that I turn my phone on, that's what I want to point out. The moment I turn my phone on, immediately stopped that audible activity. These are demons. And then as I walk out through that door, to give an example of what it is I'm referring to, the door chime doesn't sound. And then while another demon does the same thing that I'm doing, the door chime resumes, okay? These are demons that are psychopaths. This is the type of conduct, while I'm just showing you big picture, how stalkers engage in a pattern of conduct. And this is supposed to be, again, something that's throwing the ordinary target individual for a loop. This is showing how mental illness is occurring in plain view, how it is afflicting those that are over and under the age of majority, how the government is engaging in criminal conduct with those that are of the immigrant status, those that are under the age of majority, contributing to the delinquency and no average delinquency. This is terrorism, okay? With the intent to commit murder as well, while the business of an establishment is built into that criminal activity. This is what is profound about the federal RICO case against the entity that is gang stalking, okay? This is P.O.C, and this is, again, 7-Eleven's impunity monitoring in real time while the evidence is being captured of a domestic terrorist. This is speaking to the enemy of the United States, all right? This is big picture, and this is no small thing. The entity is establishing and communicating a threat that they have no regard for the laws, for no regard for American citizens' rights. They don't care if you're documenting. They don't care about the consequences, and they are going to continuously engage in it. That's what the elements of monitoring that are maintained right now demonstrate. Okay, P.O.C. Gang stalking immigrants are those that are working at the 7-Eleven. By the way, this is with regard to deportation. And those that have equal disregard for the Constitution, for being exposed as engaging in egregious conduct such as gang stalking and ongoing engagement in that criminal conduct, which is terrorism in the United States. That's relevant with regard to deporting those that are engaging in this criminal system when they're immigrants. All right, violating a privilege to be here. And also doing it with the impunity that is exhibited while you're gang stalking as the documentation is underway. Not stating that it's better to engage in gang stalking only when you're not being documented, because that's what the entity wants to do, but I'm always documenting. So they're forced to do it on camera, via podcast. They're forced to do it, and it's showing their ongoing willingness to do it, their obsession, their concern with what is already a lost endeavor. But the entity has sacrificed itself while it's still engaging in that pattern of conduct. And this is an unlawful threat posed by the government that practices satanic means of targeting American citizens, and doing so through the public corruption such as what 7-Eleven represents, all right, such as what Amazon Prime represents, Delta Airlines represents, Starbucks represents, and every other commercial actor where I'm showing you the pattern of conduct that is committed by businesses and establishments, okay? And the people of the state that are consumers while they're gang stalking. This is public corruption. All right, and you're talking about federal policy that's going to disincentivize that. When people are faced with what is being deported and not a contingency, a possibility, you're going to be deported, period, that's going to disincentivize it. You're not going to be able to come to the U.S. and create your own little business and engage in gang stalking. You're not going to be a gang stalking actor with regard to being in law enforcement. And remain outside of a federal prison when that's documented. The entities, these are policies with regard to disincentivizing it, like gang stalking institutions, like College of Laverne University of Law, okay? Removing it altogether. It's a struggling institution in the first place, but it is disqualified for anybody that is gang stalking. I think you're disqualified from taking the bar, and it should be removed altogether. To be honest with you, the moral turpitude, that's an issue. That's something that you're inquired about regarding applying to take the California bar in the first place. And federal group stalking and monitoring gang stalking as a law school, that is more than the quintessential conduct to demonstrate that you're unworthy. You're disqualified to be an officer of the court, to apply to sit for the bar exam and be an officer of the court. All right, when you're conspiring with a government to murder someone that you're torturing and targeting and stalking, and you also want to be looked at as somebody that's undergoing the studies to be an officer of the court, no, the two are not occurring at the same time in reality in a society that's not inherently corrupt. All right, so it is currently 10:36 p.m. This is 636 North Vine Avenue. That's gang stalking. All right, and everything that I'm doing, my physical movement is being monitored. That's the point. With regard to the impossible light activity and a bunch of gang members that come into the 7-Eleven and purchase things from 7-Eleven, and that literal process is not a constitutional right. It's not private speech, and it's criminal conduct by the establishment, it's criminal conduct by the employees, and it's criminal conduct by the patrons. And it's facilitating the City of Ontario that's monitoring the inside of the store, like the Ontario Police Department proved while they were stalking by helicopter. All right, and the average gang stalking mother is hostile because her criminal conduct and her mental illness is put on full display while she's gang stalking the inside of the 7-Eleven under a fake sun, where the Ontario Police shared in her criminal engagement in that pattern of conduct. Okay, I'm referring to documentation captured. I believe that was on the 6th. It's currently 10:37 p.m. This is P.O.C. JEY 636 TE 900 handicap 15149Z3, and it's 10:38 p.m. This is relevant, by the way, to the Ontario International Airport, flying all the way over here, and the demons who are stalking inside, maintaining traffic inside and at the parking lot, monitoring. That's relevant to the FAR deviation What the Ontario Town Square is already a deviation from the airport takeoff and landings. The entity is hovering while in the airspace while a bunch of gang members are stalking inside of the store, stalking in light. They're all cockroaches just pacing all around, maintaining noise and light activity. This is relevant to the aerial surveillance that you know is coexisting. It's 10:39 p.m. Just want to document that as I show you all the parts of the pattern of conduct. You're always mindful of the fact that the rest of those parts are existing while I'm documenting what the cockroaches right here in front of my face are doing, and it's ongoing facilitation. Okay, it is occurring in that specific environment. That is, by the way, the ability for me to capture the same impossible light activity in the day that it is at night. And you're looking at the demons who are engaged in the same conduct, sitting in the vehicle with your headlights on during the day, sitting in the vehicle with your headlights on at night will never create that light activity. That's the demon. Those are the demon possessed that are relying on illusions that are right in front of your face. That's an illusion. And who relies on illusions? Satan. These are the demon possessed that are gang stalking. These are demons. It's currently 10:40 p.m. and that's 7-Eleven. That's terrorism. That's domestic terrorism. You're going to prosecute for stalking with light. You're going to prosecute for stalking amongst amplified noise. You're going to prosecute for what is psychological torture. And you're going to prosecute this little, well, it's because 7-Eleven is a corporation, but this is a little rinky-dink subsidiary, like a franchise. And you're going to prosecute for that. You're going to drain their pockets. And this is what justice requires. A lot of them won't even survive a civil and criminal prosecution. They won't survive the damage to their reputation for being a terrorist as they are targeting with the government. They won't survive that. They won't survive it. They won't even be able to pay the damages. All right, let alone survive it if the facts suggest federal prison, and they've been engaged in gang stalking with the Ontario police on more than one occasion, including kidnapping. So it is currently 10:41 p.m. This is P.O.C. And this is the elements of monitoring inside of the 7-Eleven. And this is also impunity by that state. And this is the ongoing, by the way, relevant context. Not only is this mental illness, understand what is the ongoing frenzy. You're still gang stalking, which is the demons are still persisting when they've lost, and there will be no last minute miraculous victory over me with regard to avoiding a sacrifice of themselves. It's not going to happen, but the demons are still persisting when they've already lost. And I'm talking about spiritual warfare. These are demons that have already lost. And there's not going to be any victory with regard to sacrificing myself. And that's the whole purpose of gang stalking. The demon-possessed target attack one person, and that's how they're able to accomplish what is murder as an entity. And then the corrupt government that controls that narrative gives you some sort of story, some sort of narrative about what happened to someone who was targeted, and you never hear about that part. You never hear about that. It's 10:42 p.m. So I'm just meandering around the store because I wanted you to listen to that. I'm going to go ahead and conduct my purchases now. Stalking as I go to the opposite end, license 8RFG618. That is the Latino male or Caucasian male on surveillance cameras inside of the venue. It's 10:42 p.m. They are stalking. This is surveillance as I walk to the ends of the store. That's what I want you to get. And then the door chime, audible activity. This is demonic synchronicity, and it's all focused on me. Now, when you're looking at people that are not all connected with a string, for example, you are not able to physically perceive what is everything that's tying them together, which is focused on one person. Also, one person that they're not talking to, they're not looking at, they're not addressing, while they are all together focused on that one person. And I'm showing you the environment, and I'm showing you the behavioral pattern that they all have together, which is inherently connected to what they're all doing, contrary to the mental illness that is exhibited through their effort to be a passive-aggressive gang stalker. There's no such thing. But this is what the demon-possessed try to do while they keep their back to you, while they talk to each other, while they don't know you in the physical, and they're doing nothing other than gang stalking, nothing other than monitoring you. That's what is tying them together, and it is demonic synchronicity. These are spirits who are all acting together. They're all acting together. They are synchronized with regard to everything that I'm doing. It is literally surveillance. Literally surveillance. Every move that I make, okay? They just don't want you to see them looking at me like a football player, like a quarterback. If you go to the right, I'm going to go to the right. If you go to the left, I'm going to go. They don't want you to see that. So the demon-possessed are doing it in a quote-unquote passive-aggressive manner. And the specific environment is giving you context about what is maniacal psychopaths hiding behind the false and unpersuasive and unintelligent guise of anonymity. There's no such thing as a stranger under the fake sun. the fact that you know where I'm at, and I'm in a city I've never been in, but the fake sun is there, the demons know who you are. And they are only proving mental illness while they are stalking in the ways in which the people of the state are doing it. This is why, also, amongst other reasons, the gang stalker is going to be prosecuted and diagnosed. Okay, it is 10:44 p.m. I'm not at the I'm gonna put it on my phone. Yes, please. That's $1, right? Or how much? Okay. No more bananas? No? Oh. Can I get a receipt, please, also? Thank you. I'm going to use the microwave. Thank you. sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you were at the other register. I'll go. License TE900, engaging in surveillance to stalk in the path. You'll see where they're aiming light, but again, you're breaking apart just like you're breaking apart the helicopter and the helicopter activity. You're breaking apart the plane and the plane activity. It's amplification. You're breaking apart the demon that is like that with that license plate, who is intentionally waiting for me to move while they are stalking with light. These are mentally ill people. They're demon possessed. That's their condition. The stalking with conduct is the outward demonstration of mental illness based upon what is demon possession. And this is gang stalking, okay? And this is a lost sacrifice by demons who are engaging in what is still gang stalking, and they have sacrificed themselves. License 83-94683, 8ZBM038. That demon drives away. They're not abandoning positioning. A demon is immediately replacing. Okay, that's P.O.C. And you're looking at the same light activity, stalking on the path while the entity is maintaining a method of light touching on surfaces. Okay, that's P.O.C. All right, that's the pattern of conduct. Yeah, so let me show you something. 83-94683, that's a demon, and that's impossible light activity. Your headlights don't create the stuttered shadows. Those are demons, and you're breaking apart what you see with the product of whatever it is, the activity that's underway, in the same way that you're looking at the activity and then you're listening to it. This is demonic, all right? It's a maintenance of amplified audible activity and engineered light while you are stalking, okay, in the path, gang stalking. It is currently 10:51 p.m., and those are demons that are engaging what is waiting, lying in wait conduct, just so that they can make sure that they touch. And remember, all this attention is centered around my vagina as well. They're sex offenders. As I bend down to access the microwave, the door goes off, monitoring every move that I make. And that's coexisting with the impossible light activity that you'll see as I upload it to the Google Drive. All right, and the fake sun at 7-Eleven there's a body of evidence showing stalking under a fake sun that's here into the afternoon. License 6A, a bunch of demons just stalking with light. This is mental illness by a population. License plate, let's see. I can't really see that one. The entity is engaging in what is the obsessive endeavor of stalking with light. That's the purpose of presence, not actually caring about even buying anything at 7-Eleven. If it was a tire shop, everybody would fill this tire shop to buy whatever it is that's available. Okay, it's about the elements of monitoring. The entity is engaged in what is a sacrifice, and this is an ongoing obsessive endeavor in an already failed sacrifice. Literally, that's what's actually happening, and I'm prosecuting the demon possessed for engaging in criminal activity. Excuse me. Thank you. Bye-bye. Oh, thank you. Excuse me? All right, engaging in, I don't know if I read 9JLG664, and these demons engaging in probably a drug transaction while they're gang stalking in the dark parking lot over here. I'll give you these gang stalkers license plates. I see it. Yeah, I can't see this license plate. License plate 9FEK712 though. Yeah, 9FEK712. Those are the two that are. It's currently 10:54 p.m. These two, perhaps Caucasian males, are standing at the register. These are psychopaths, and the fake moon is over the 7-Eleven. The fake moon's over the 7-Eleven, where the fake sun's over the 7-Eleven in the morning, and it's not headlights that's creating the magnified size of my shadow on the wall, and a whole bunch of cockroaches are crawling all around, pacing all around, stalking while they're maintaining presence in that environment, okay? These two sex offenders, again, their license plate is 9FEK712. All they want to do is come around and touch on my person with light. And they like to run around in circles. These are demons. These people are already dead, okay? They engage in this conduct while I am indisposed in a private space, and a population is engaging in what is sexually perverted monitoring, predatory monitoring, sexually motivated monitoring, with the demented conduct of stalking with light. That, oh, her panties are down, a whole bunch of demons outside of the building surrounding it with flashing light, while the fake sun is over that building, while a whole bunch of sex offenders are together worshiping my vagina. 50544F3, 9KYN463. And they're engaging in this sick conduct. It's also sick because it's centered around my vagina. They engage in driving around the building where I'm at in impossible light activity, moving all over the place. Oh, her panties are down, vagina's exposed, impossible light all over the place, fake sun over the venue, stalking in the sky space with the amplified noise, pacing all around, pacing in and out of the bathroom, while they're all engaging in what is monitoring genitalia. Those are the sex offenders that are engaging in surveillance stalking inside of a tiny little 7-Eleven store. That's mental illness. License 7AEA653. They are gang stalking at what is 411 West G Street in Ontario, California. And this is 409 West G Street in Ontario, California. They live right next door to the 7-Eleven. They are gang stalking by residents. 7TKU350, and the fake moon is over their house while I walk away from that 7-Eleven. That's not the natural environment. The whole environment moves over me, and the demon-possessed maintain that environment while they're stalking, engaging in what is witchcraft. Demon-possessed people. The supernatural light coexists with their presence. The amplified audible activity, these are demonic spirits that are occupying their bodies. Okay, so this is teaching you about the spiritual realm, which is right in front of your face. The spiritual realm is as real as the ground that you walk on. All right, it's currently it's 10:56 p.m. And the Ontario Police Department, who have already shown you that they're demon-possessed, are stalking with the demons whose license plate I just read. And the same way that they were stalking under the fake sun today at the OVITT Family Community Library. All right, this is again Alex Escobar, who is indeed going to federal prison. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison for gang stalking while engaging in kidnapping, while the Ontario Police Department is engaging in surveillance. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison for kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, which she committed, the latest one in 2024, on May 29, 2025, with C. Torres, who's going to federal prison, B. Hook, who's going to federal prison, L. Martinez, who's going to federal prison, and Nathan Morgan, who are going to federal prison, engaging in kidnapping right here at Woodside Senior Apartments, where the fake sun is documented rising and setting, where the entity is amplifying impossible audible activity that you heard at 215 West C Street, the OVITT Family Community Library that you're hearing now, while the Ontario police are stalking, flying over my head in a helicopter. Very targeted conduct after I'm engaging in substantial documentation at 636 North Vine Avenue, where the Ontario Police Department are also engaging in a kidnapping in January 2020, where I am documenting that P.O.C. Tracy Banks is inside of her apartment gang stalking right now with the Ontario police, and she's doing so while she committed kidnapping, while this police department is already documented on the record for years engaging in targeting, and they're going to be disbanded for that. You're witnessing demon possession though right now. They're exhibiting demon possession right now. This is light activity. They are stalking in the path in the engineered environment. Let me show you the fake moon over me. That's the fake moon, and that's impossible light activity moving across that house, which has nothing to do with these headlights. They haven't even approached yet. The Ontario Police Department is exhibiting demon possession to you. That's train activity that's impossible to hear. That's amplified audible activity. The Ontario police are exhibiting demon possession to you. This impossible light activity that moves across this house while a third party is in the path while that environment is present. This is the fake moon that's moving as I move. And I'm right here at 325 West G Street, and the Ontario Police Department are going to be disbanded, and Alex Escobar that I'm documenting while I am at the same address where he is stalking at 12:51 in the afternoon at 333 North Euclid Avenue, and he is gang stalking while I'm at the same venue like I was this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. This entire department is engaged in criminal surveillance. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison based on this evidence as well. And every other gang stalker, okay, that has committed kidnapping and that are documented on video for me to prove to the federal government that they are gang stalking in furtherance of the conspiracy to commit murder, which is Tracy Banks' purpose in gang stalking me as her daughter, seeking to steal property while the entity is engaging in gang stalking through a corrupt police department. They're being disbanded, and every gang stalking police officer is going to federal prison. It is currently 10:59 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's called stalking with light, stalking in the specific environment, and they're doing so as an entity. And they were engaging in stalking with the city of Ontario in the specific environment while I am inside of that 7-Eleven, okay? That's the P.O.C. So I want to show you my shadow, if I can catch this. Here you go. This is my shadow right here. That's upright on the wall, and this is in the dark. And here's another one right here. So let me show you my... this is another shadow right here. This is on the wall of 325 West G Street, on the home, which is a facilitating venue. And here's the shadow right here on the ground. This is where the Ontario Police Department, and here's another one over here. You can see that. I'm moving around as much as I can. But this is where the Ontario Police Department are exhibiting to you demon possession, which is what you also need to be aware of while you're witnessing me prosecute the state of California. And this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police. And every gang stalking police officer that committed kidnapping is going to federal prison. Every gang stalking police officer captured keeping me under surveillance, which is their presence in the environment. I documented you. I got your badge number. I got your image. I got your life. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. All right, this is P.O.C. As surely as they're flying over my head, the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. P.O.C. Alrighty, capturing video documentation, which is evidence that, just like I stated, evidence that's putting the demon that I was discussing this morning while I'm at 333 North Euclid Avenue, where the fake sun is over me at 7 in the morning, and then Alex Escobar does not have a defense for what is criminal presence pursuant to a satanic targeting system that he is committing with the intent to conspire my murder and psychologically torture me as an entity, all right, because the entity is seeking to steal property from me. He's going to federal prison while I capture that environment, which he doesn't have to be in my presence in order to prove that he's a demon who is targeting. This is the unintelligence behind stalking on an ongoing basis and still doing it when it's being proven through video documentation, and the demons are more obsessed with a failed sacrifice than they are with, which, by the way, continuously stalking me is not going to accomplish that. It's not going to happen, period. That's literally evidence of their mental illness. But the entities engage in that, and when you document, that's how you acquire the evidence of a pattern of conduct of targeting. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison, okay? The entity is gang stalking, and the entity is highly unintelligent. Not only because they are stalking as a department, as a city, as a population under a fake sun that does not move at one address, very obvious, very highly unintelligent, and no one at NASA would ever support the evidence that that's the natural environment. Nobody with a serious face, nobody with a serious purpose is going to contend that. And it is clearly suspect, and this is where the entity is targeting as a whole population. And this is where the entity is engaging what is flying over my head, which I captured on video. And this is what the pattern of conduct consists of with that gang stalking police department that is being disbanded. This is where C. Hazelwood engaged in kidnapping attempt on July 15, 2025. He's going to federal prison. He's gang stalking me. And so was Owens. They're going to federal prison. They put their hands on me. They searched my property. They put handcuffs on me. They bruised my arm in doing so, by the way. I'm going to sue for damages, and they're going to federal prison. It's no small thing. It's not false imprisonment. It's not merely a false arrest. It's kidnapping, which is a threat to your life. The entity is gang stalking with the intent to take your life and get away with it. Because nobody knows anything about gang stalking. It's maintained as a conspiracy theory, and that's on purpose because they murder people. Okay, based on the malice of that system, you're going to federal prison. And there are no due process rights of police officers. There's no police corporation, no advocacy on behalf of law enforcement that's going to supersede that inevitable result, that required, that mandated result under federal law. You're going to be locked up. It is currently, by the way, 11:03 p.m., and that's the Ontario Police Department further confirming severe mental illness, as I've already documented in hundreds of videos. Okay, as of the kidnapping that ended on June 3rd, 2025, I am still maintaining over 100 videos, and the entities engaging in the gang stalking on a ceaseless basis daily and nightly, including through the hallmark of stalking in helicopters. And then, pray tell, what is the Monrovia Police Department going to contend that they're engaging in anything other than the pattern of conduct? Because the Ontario Police, the City of Ontario, literally the block that I remain on in Ontario, is keeping the fake sun. All right, the city of Monrovia is engaging in the same exact, the Monrovia Police Department is engaging in the same exact, the city of Monrovia is engaging in the same exact pattern of conduct. Gang stalking police officers are going to federal prison. All right, with regard to what is exposed and what is also unavoidable and fully proven beyond a reasonable doubt, by the way. And that is that domestic terrorism is underway in the United States, and it is committed by the United States government. That will be subject to very severe federal repercussions, federal consequences, not different from foreign enemies. As the government has proven that it is a domestic enemy, and it will be treated as such and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. There will be no slapping of the wrist for the corrupt executive branch that engages in organized crime in order to take the lives of American citizens. And this police department is no such law enforcement agency. It's not a police department. They're stalking. They're not engaged in law enforcement. And they're also imprudent and very unwise and lacking in any foresight or strategy. Alex Escobar, he does not have a prayer in federal court. I'm going to let you know right now. I'm going to prosecute him, and I'm going to have fun doing it because he's surrounded with evidence. Evidence that there will be no response for. It's going to be crickets. There will be crickets. There's going to be legally irrelevant arguments. There is no defense. He's going to federal prison. It is currently 11:05. Who is indeed going to federal prison. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison for gang stalking while engaging in kidnapping, while the Ontario Police Department's engaging in surveillance. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison for kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, which she committed, the latest one in 2024, on May 29, 2025, with C. Torres, who's going to federal prison, B. Hook, who's going to federal prison, L. Martinez, who's going to federal prison, and Nathan Morgan, who are going to federal prison, engaging in kidnapping right here at Woodside Senior Apartments, where the fake sun is documented rising and setting, where the entity is amplifying impossible audible activity that you heard at 215 West C Street, the Ovitt Family Community Library, that you're hearing now, while the Ontario police are stalking, flying over my head in a helicopter. Very targeted conduct after I'm engaging in substantial documentation at 636 North Vine Avenue, where the Ontario Police Department are also engaging in a kidnapping in January 2020, where I am documenting that P.O.C. Tracy Banks is inside of her apartment gang stalking right now with the Ontario police, and she's doing so while she committed kidnapping, while this police department is already documented on the record for years engaging in targeting, and they're going to be disbanded for that. You're witnessing demon possession though right now. They're exhibiting demon possession right now. This is light activity. They are stalking in the path in the engine of the fake moon over me. That's the fake moon, and that's impossible light activity moving across that house, which has nothing to do with these headlights. They haven't even approached yet. The Ontario Police Department is possession to you. That's train activity that's impossible to hear. That's amplified audible activity. The Ontario Police are exhibiting demon possession to you. This impossible light activity that moves across this house while a third party is in the path while that environment is present. This is the fake moon that's moving as I move. And I'm right here at 325 West G Street, and the Ontario Police Department are going to be disbanded, and Alex Escobar, that I'm documenting while I am at the same address where he is stalking at 12:51 in the afternoon at 333 North Euclid Avenue, and he is gang stalking while I'm at the same venue like I was this morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. This entire department is engaged in criminal surveillance. Alex Escobar is going to federal prison based on this evidence as well, and every other gang stalker, okay, that has committed kidnapping and that are documented on video for me to prove to the federal government that they are gang stalking and further into the conspiracy to commit murder, which is Tracy Banks' purpose in gang stalking me as her daughter, seeking to steal property while the entity is engaging in gang stalking through a corrupt police department. They're being disbanded, and every gang stalking police officer is going to federal prison. It is currently 10:59 p.m. This is P.O.C. That's called stalking with light, stalking in the specific environment, and they're doing so as an entity, and they were engaging in stalking with the city of Ontario in the specific environment while I am inside of that 7-Eleven, okay? That's the P.O.C. So I want to show you my shadow. Here you go. This is my shadow right here. That's upright on the wall, and this is in the dark. And here's another one right here. So let me show you my... this is another shadow right here. This is on the wall of 325 West G Street, on the home, which is a facilitating venue. And here's the shadow around. This is where the Ontario Police Department, and here's another one over here. You can see that. I'm moving around as much as I can. But this is where the Ontario Police Department are exhibiting to you demon possession, which is what you also need to be aware of while you're witnessing me prosecute the state of California. And this is the disbanding of the Ontario Police. And every gang stalking police officer that committed kidnapping is going to federal prison. Every gang stalking police officer captured keeping me under surveillance, which is their presence in the environment. I documented you. I got your badge number. I got your image. I got your lights. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. All right. This is P.O.C. As surely as they're flying over my head, the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. P.O.C.
Stalking. Starbucks is closed and the cafe closes at 9, and the people of the state are not present even when Starbucks is open to focus on purchasing their drinks. This is a gang stalker that's lurking in the middle of the night, where you see the Ontario International Airport also stalking, where the fake moon is over me. This is a sex offender that's also obsessed with my vagina. His license plate is 9RTB949, and he is stalking behind me on Euclid Avenue at 12:01 in the morning. This is the picture of the average sex offender that is mentally ill, engaging in the state system of organized crime, conspiring, murdering American citizens who they're obsessively keeping under surveillance, lurking in the middle of the night, stalking on the side of the road, in engineered light with the government that's stalking in planes and helicopters, and lurking on the sides of the roads while they're stalking with light. All right, stalking a woman. That is, again, license 9RTB949. He is monitoring evidence that is uploaded against him. This is his unlawful intrusion in a federal case against him. He is a domestic terrorist, and if he is an immigrant, he's also subject to deportation. This is an unlawful threat to my life, while a population of psychopaths who are sexually perverted are engaging in gang stalking, and it is also why the Ontario Police Department is being disbanded. This very psychopathic, perverted, and dangerous behavior is why that police department, this is what they're facilitating, this is what they're enabling, this is what they're incentivizing, and this is why they're being deported. All right, gang stalking immigrants, and this is why the Ontario Police is being disbanded. Okay, the entity is engaging in this, and it's 12:02 a.m. You will see what is the presence of the facilitating venue, Starbucks, which is closed, especially at 12:02 a.m. The drive-thru isn't even open. Typically, the demons just drive on around the corner and say, "Oh, I'm getting out to get a coffee drink. Oh, I'm getting out to go and buy a coffee from the cafe." Not that it matters. Like I said, you can get out and give birth to a baby on the sidewalk. It is the pattern of conduct, and the entity is doing so, I want to be clear, at 12:02 in the morning, stalking on the side of the road, monitoring me while the Ontario International Airport flies over, while the fake moon is over my head, while I'm changing networks on the Wi-Fi. That's what's relevant regarding this demon being behind me, aiming light. Where engineer light moves across the storefronts, that's engineer light. This is a demon. These are the demons that are monitoring my vagina. These are the demons that are stalking inside of the 7-Eleven. These are the demons that are stalking on the roads and the highways. And this is the demon that stopped on the side of the road while monitoring. And his obsession, his ongoing maintenance of the path, like a quarterback that refuses to get out of the way and let you get that touchdown, not over him. This is the federal government that's going to put such predators in the facilities where they belong. Okay? This is criminal conduct that the government is engaging in. License, again, 9RTB949. This is a sex offender. This is P.O.C. It is 12:03 a.m.